Council will stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres and City Attorney Mike Rankin are attending this meeting electronically. What we will do is we're going to executive sessions right now. And so items 1 is an executive session. Ms. Clerk.
The executive session is noticed as item 1, City of Tucson versus Grant and Alvernon Realty Trust et al., Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2021-0877, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3, A4, and A7.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will see you in executive session, and hopefully we will be out in, what do you think, Suzanne? 25 minutes. Motion to return to study session, please.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that authorizes and directs the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to move towards settlement of this acquisition, this eminent domain case, but subject to the conditions as discussed by the mayor and council during executive session.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Really appreciate the direction. So we have a 2 p.m. Presentation by Dr. Cullen. She is in a conference outside of the state. So she has a very specific timeline. And so right at 2, we need to stop everything that we're doing and go directly to Dr. Cullen so that she could do item 3, an item which I invited her to come present to. So what I was thinking, Councilmember Cunningham, is that I know that you want to move the item, the conversation on item 11, the discussion of Tucson Police Department recruitment and retention strategies. Maybe we can get a few minutes so that we could move with your item and then wait on Dr. Cullen to see if she can jump on.
Yes, Your Honor, and we're going to resubmit our memo. We're going to flesh out a few details. I wanted to have a more pointed, like a more specific discussion. So we're going to resubmit the memo for the next meeting. The big piece to it is across all the agencies in the city, we're short-staffed, and it's not any specific agency. It's also something that's going on around the country, and it's going on in different cities around the country as well. So the idea behind this is to take a look at some of the options that we have, and not to get into too many specifics. A memo will be coming from my office, but we're going to ask for a few statistics from the police department, as well as take a look at some recruitment and retention strategies, as well as some opportunities to collaborate with other agencies to maximize resources. And finally, and again, this is for all the departments, an opportunity to bring folks back who are retired part-time and see if we can, what the statutory limitations are on that. So that's kind of what's going to come up. That's basically outlined in the brief memo we submitted for this item, but I asked that this item be continued to January 8th, the next meeting, June 8th, January.
June 6th.
January 8th, that's a moment that Tucson, okay. Everybody knows what I did. June 6th, which I will also not forget. I asked this item be moved and continued to June 6th.
All righty. Thank you so much. We appreciate you moving the item because we were running 45 minutes overage. But I'm looking forward to the conversation on this topic, an important conversation to have, especially regarding TPD and the recruitment concerns that we have. Some of the ideas that Chief Kazmar has presented to us are absolutely moving forward, especially in this budget. I would love, Councilmember Cunningham, that you have a really good conversation with both Chief Kazmar, which I know that you have, as well as with City Manager Ortega, so that we can figure out what your goals are and we can get all of us there. So with that, let me see, you still have about 10 minutes. So I wonder what we can.
Mayor, we could start the,
Oh, we have an hour. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we could start
I thought
the
it was
budget.
1.
I apologize.
I thought it was at 1. Okay, then we move on. Let's move on to the budget conversation. So, let's see. Item 5. Is that okay, Mr. Manager? Okay. So time has been set aside for a discussion of the tentative budget for fiscal years 2023, 2024. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is our tentative budget discussion. It's part of our ongoing journey to get us through the budget process. What we did is focus on the commentary we heard from you at the previous discussions, as well as what we've heard from you individually. We included pretty much all of your comments in the materials, and we responded to them. So what between Johanna and Anna. They will go over kind of high level some of the changes since you last saw it. Just as a reminder, the tentative budget is on for consideration this evening. There is a public hearing as well. Mayor, on that item, the public hearing is first, and then the tentative adoption is last on the agenda. You might want to consider moving that up a little bit, just so we can do both together. And lastly, the tentative budget is when you establish the cap for the budget. So you're not approving the line items or any of the pieces of it, but you are in fact setting the maximum amount that the budget can be in the 23-24 year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Anna Rosenberry.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. And I am thankful to have Johanna Hernandez here with me today. She is our Deputy Director in the Business Services Department and leads our budget team. You have seen this graphic before. We're just reiterating how we move from the city manager's recommended budget into what is teed up for your adoption tonight as the tentative budget. This graphic, other than to clarify description on the child care centers, remains unchanged from where we were when we met last time. Our memo includes responses to many questions or issues that were brought up during our May 9th study session. I think one of the items that's I want to be sure to mention is we had been asked specifically about increasing or expanding the budgeted amount for speed humps. And if you look at the details that we've put together in response, that's something that we're not recommending doing right now. It's related to staff capacity, cost issues with the program. As we move into the budget year, we'll keep our eye open to see if some of those issues have resolved, and we'll come back to Mayor and Council if there's an opportunity to expand that for the coming year. An item for future Mayor and Council update. Since our May 9th meeting, Manager Ortega and I had an opportunity to have a conversation with the Executive Director of the PSPRS, our Public Safety Pension System, Mike Townsend. It was a great conversation. Also included were their Chief Investment Officer. They came to Tucson, and they have offered to make a presentation to Mayor and Council at a future study session later this summer, if you'd like to take them up on that. We talked a lot about the investment portfolios of the PSPRS system, our concerns locally, kind of building understanding and trust for some of the things that we talked about. And so that offer stands. I think it's something that they thought that they could arrange maybe in August. We have also included in the materials an updated 5-year projection and investment plan. As we came out of that meeting on May 9th, we let you know that the red line edits to the 5-year investment plan, we might have cut a little deeper than needed, and promised to come back with a proposal that had some revisions that would get us to roughly a $10 million ending balance in the last year. And so you see that done. Again, this continues to be a working document. Nothing was changed in the FY24 column. These were really edits and changes that we're recommending and would need to be done in later years of the plan. Included in the packet materials also as a part of the larger projection document, I don't have it on the slide, but we've included a highlighted line. Because we also noted, as we've talked about this 5-year projection, that there's a issue with structural balance of the budget itself, not the use of the investment, the one-time dollars in the investment plan, but in the out years of the plan, years 2, 3, 4, and 5, we've got some structural issues with the operating budget. If you look at the exhibit that was provided as attachment E of your materials, there is a yellow line. That structural balance adjustment is a future budget issue we think we're going to have to solve for. We're confident that we can get it solved for, but we just want some awareness that as this investment plan is written and as we project the budget, we've got some work to do in future years. I know there's a lot of information contained in your packet. We also followed up with information on the LIHTC program. There's a more detailed listing of the investment plan dollars in those, kind of in the schedule itself. We show large buckets of amounts in the schedule in the attachment. We give you more details as to what those items are in all of the areas of the investment plan, including the climate area as well as the public safety areas. Our next steps in this process, as the city manager has already alluded to today, during your regular session, we do have a public hearing regarding the city manager's recommended budget and moving it to the tentative budget adoption, and then the action for tentative adoption of the budget. On June 6th, we have a scheduled public hearing on the tentative budget and that special meeting for you to adopt the final budget. And then on July 18th is when we'll be having the public hearing and the adoption of the levies and assessments for the primary and secondary property tax. So with that, we're here and available, as well as a number of department directors and other staff members to answer questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for including the requests from me and my colleagues on the council. I think it is very reflective what you've presented of the input that mayor and council gave you, so thank you. I am concerned a little bit about the LIHTC piece of your memo, Mr. Manager. I'd like to learn a little bit more about it and what the possibility of losing affordable housing units could be reflected into the future, and what type of situation we can get. I see Ann Chineka waiting out there. So Anne, if you have additional input, just so that we could at least know a little bit more detail of what's happening with LIHTC units.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So I understand the concern and absolutely share that concern. I actually have been speaking with Arizona Department of Housing on what our options are. As Mr. Rankin noted, there's somewhat limited options in terms of what we can require. So we're talking to Arizona Department of Housing about what we can incentivize and try to encourage people to keep the units affordable. One thing I did want to point out on your attachments, there's the attachment that shows eligible units that could be converted. One thing that was a little disheartening is the ones in orange are already going through the process. And so that's something I just wanted to make note of. We will be...
They're going through the process of what?
They're going through the process. It's a 4-year process,
Affordability?
but of converting them to market rate. So definitely a concern. It's something working with our partner, ADOH, we will absolutely be trying to prevent that from happening, but it needs to be through incentives.
Alrighty. How many units are in line to possibly being lost?
So 402 are currently going through the process. And then total, we're looking at almost 3,000 that could be in the future converted. They haven't received requests from more than that 402 unit number.
What type of incentives are you talking about when it comes to trying to convince the owners to keep them affordable?
Yeah, so providing money for rehabilitation is a big one. So trying to say, we will help you fix up your properties, but in return, requiring they stay affordable. We're also talking with Arizona Department of Housing, and there's some potential downsides to this about things like, if they can't make it work at the deeply subsidized AMIs, let's see if we can allow slightly higher AMIs, but still under the affordable thresholds. So trying to work with them to make it so that they can afford to keep these properties going, but it's definitely a challenge and a concern moving forward.
Yeah, that is very, very concerning. What is the general input and advice that the Arizona Department of Housing has given us?
To continue to work with them and continue to talk to the property owners and see what it might take to encourage them to continue to keep them affordable. But really, I think the big one is the rehabilitation funding. If we can try to bring more funding to the table to help them rehabilitate, that may help quite a bit.
And that would buy us how many additional years of affordability?
It depends on what we would set those contracts to be, but I would say we'd want them at least to carry out the whole LIHTC term. And in reality, depending on the dollar amount, we could add in more years of affordability.
Okay. Alrighty, so that is a conversation definitely we have to keep an eye on and make sure that we're asking questions. Because you said 402 were the units that were already going through the possibility of changing?
Yeah, the attachment C, anything in orange is going through the process right now.
Okay. Alrighty, well, you're going to keep us posted on that important conversation. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the council? Councilmember Lee.
Just a quick question for the city manager. I know that we have the compensation hearing conversation next, but I'm just curious in terms of, it's kind of chicken or the egg, but what we hear from there and how that might impact the budget based on integration of any of those things that are brought up.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Lee. So they're very related, obviously. The dollars that are outlined in the budget account for the recommendation of 3% across the board, 2% for some police folks, as well as some spot checks. So what I've done is built in enough money for some of the pieces that are in there, that, for example, records, I think you had brought that up. There are also some other areas that I want to make sure during the year I've got capacity to address. Now, the bigger issue is what happens to the big requests like compression and we'll call it equity within the ranges. Those are conversations that will start to happen this year with implementation projected to be next year. So keeping in mind that we're talking about the magnitude of all the ranges and some of the potential compression between ranges, as well as the internal equity within those ranges. So my game plan is to address those areas that are in significant need now as a part of the budget, including and in some instances using vacancy savings with an expectation to build in dollars for next year to look at the compression, the following year to do another assessment of the market as well. And that's a holistic view, not just spot checks.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. My admiration grows every time I look at the budget, closer and closer, and as I learn how to look at the budget more. Mr. Manager and your team have done a great job. Thank you especially for looking out for some of the interests that we've talked about, in one case, Chirpa. Getting a lot of emails from my climate advocates friends who think that we're not doing a robust enough job. I kind of think we are. And thank you to Deputy Manager Tim Timirik, who answered one of my friend's questions recently by email in detail. And I'm just saying this publicly because it's a great answer. You know, we're integrating into a lot of spaces in as a city, and I want to make that available to anybody else who comments to me or, on the climate change stuff that we're doing. Thanks again.
Any others? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Piggybacking, first of all, on Kevin's comments, we're all getting the emails about, are you staffing up appropriately to handle the climate action plan? So can you, Mike or Anna, whomever, speak to how we're addressing that? Because we also have the conversation fairly routinely how we keep piling stuff on staff and we're burning them out. And we have a pretty aggressive climate plan. How are we going to avoid burning staff out if we're not adding FTEs?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Tim in a bit here so he can get into some of the detail. But just keep in mind, going back to the retreat, what I said to you was that I was looking at not necessarily expanding the FTE count, but taking a look at our vacancies. And so during the year, as we identify needs in climate, for as an example, then I will reallocate some of the vacancies that we have as opposed to expanding the FTE count. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim to give some more detail on the climate action.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with regard to staffing in the climate area, in the April 18th Mayor and Council study session, the manager recommended a great number of climate actions pursuant to Tucson Resilient Together, but included in that, when you approved moving forward with that implementation plan as presented, you authorized a little over $2 million of ARPA funds to be toward some of these near-term climate actions. That ARPA funding, coupled with the investment plan climate action, does provide some staffing funding as well. So the initial proposal, which was approved, was to add 2 staff dedicated to climate action. That builds on a team that already exists within the city because climate action is not new for Tucson. So there are others who predominantly work in the climate space, whether it's our urban forestry program or similar. So adding the 2 staff, at least initially, we think is adequate to really advance the initial stages of the climate action plan, and we would bring back additional recommendations as needed.
I agree with that, Vice Mayor. I think that by putting together the climate action team, which is made up of people that are already working on, it's what is it about 6 or 8 people strong? And being able to hire the lead. Once we hire that lead, then that person is going to be able to, analyze what are the gaps and where are the positions that we still need to create. And that'll give us a good year so that we can tackle the amount of funding for climate action next year's budget. So I think we're going in the right direction, and I think it's appropriate to take it step by step. Vice Mayor.
A couple questions based on the memo. Well, first of all, let me start with this. Pre-COVID, God, maybe 10 years ago, that's sort of our dividing line in life now, is in pre-post-COVID. About 10 years ago, our Neighborhood Resources Department was much more fully staffed than what it is now. In fact, we have 1.5 FTEs. Also at the time, we were helping to support neighborhood newsletters fairly extensively. When we were facing a $15–20 million deficit, we eliminated most of them. We now do one. My experience in at least Midtown is that lots of neighborhoods are trying to stand themselves back up again. They kind of fizzled out during COVID, and we've got several that are newly forming. Others are trying to find their land legs again. What would it cost us to add another mailer for neighborhoods
Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, so the conversation is really a broad one in that we have Rebecca Roop, who's our current neighborhood resource person, has suggested that we look at not only additional mailings, but also additional support for neighborhoods. I've heard from Councilmember Dahl, actually I've heard from most of you about this same issue. I've also had a visit from some of the neighbors themselves. Excuse me. My suggestion is to wait until Christina Swallow, our new Plan and Development Services Director, is on board. Christina starts next Tuesday. So if we could at least give her until Wednesday to make a recommendation on this. But in all seriousness, what I'm really looking at is letting her look at the resources that she needs in this space. One of the things that I'm going to ask Christina to do is look at whether neighborhood services really even belongs in Plan and Development Services. That's a conversation we're going to have. So I have no problem with telling you we're going to do those things, but I really want to wait and make sure that it's in the context of Christina's recommendations.
Okay, and that's fair, and just to be clear, I'm not suggesting we start adding FTEs to neighborhood resources. The question is really about how what would it cost us to add a second mailer? That's it. In your material, under the street maintenance and traffic mitigation section, that's page 4. Under the speed hump program, actually the speed hump program, it says DTM's average cost per speed hump is $3,250 as compared to about $6,000 each to contract out the work. That's exactly the point that I was making last time, is that if we're paying a contractor twice what it costs us to do these in-house, then something's wrong with that. And I know that all the neighborhoods that are reaching out to me and saying, hey, we want some more speed humps, they would much rather hear, okay, it's going to take us a little longer because we're bringing this in-house, than to simply say no because we're out of money. So I would encourage us to look in-house if we're paying contractors twice what it's costing us to self-perform. Under the Fare Free Task Force section, it says number 1, we're going to establish a Fare Free Task Force. Again, as I said last time, make sure that the Transit Task Force and the Teamsters are both included in that. We don't have any particular list, and I know Lane had some people that she wanted in as well, so let's be inclusive in who's included in that. Your last sentence, though, says community funding partners are needed to extend the Fare Free initiative beyond 2023. The motion was Fare Free until the council affirmatively reinstates it following a comprehensive Title VI analysis. That's not going to happen before the end of 2023. So if the budget assumption is that on January 1st, we're going back to fares, that's a false assumption, unless somebody at the table is just going to surprise the hell out of me and say, no, we're going to do that. It would take us longer than between now and then to do a Title VI analysis, much less get someone to step up to the plate and suggest appropriate fares. So I would suggest that last sentence is probably needs a reality check. Finally, alley operations and safety. We've all seen, I assume, the pictures, the photographs of some of the conditions in the alleys. Some of those alleys have no business being used for trash and recycling service. They're simply unsafe, at least the photographs that are floating around. And so that's an ES task. It's not really necessarily budget related, but you know, some of them are pretty astounding photographs. And finally, in the city safety group that you're suggesting is formed, who is in that city safety group? I'm assuming our drivers are included.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So the city safety group is the city's professional safety team that already exists. They're within the risk management function of business services. So the safety group is our group that supports all city functions. They're out in the field working with field crews. So that's not a new function, but it is new to engage them on the discussion about alleys. Okay. And so, but just by a way of quick update on where we're at with the alley conversation, we had a meeting with Jonathan Schlecht from AFSCME on Monday of this week, and we went over data that we've pulled from risk management, from HR, from EGSD about alley service, and we did come up with a series of next steps, and if you'll indulge me, I'd like to just present really quickly what those next steps are. First of all, we left the meeting with a mutual commitment to ensuring that ES operations in alleyways shall be done in a safe manner. That means we have to agree on what that means. So EGSD in the near term will continue its ongoing efforts, which does include, there are 3 alleys that are already scheduled for conversion to curbside service. Those will be completed. And EGSD has formed a maintenance team for alleys that'll be primarily dedicated to working on alley conditions and maintenance to make sure that they're safe to operate in. As noted, the City Safety Group will be completing an independent review of the service conditions, including ride-alongs with operators. So while they're not on the safety team per se, the safety team will be working directly with operators on that. Mr. Schlecht is to give to me a list of the alleys of their greatest concern so we can focus our efforts on what they're seeing in the field. We will mutually develop a set of criteria of what safe operations means, whether that's the minimal clear width within an alley, turning radius, things of that nature, to make sure that whether it's management or an operator, we see the alley a same way about it being safe to operate in. We're proposing an annual process of sending out a reminder to residents to maintain the vegetation in the alleys. We want to acknowledge those that do it well, but also call upon those that have let vegetation get out of control, that it's their responsibility, but that alley crew would also work with folks to make sure that we're mutually keeping the alleys clear. And an operator that encounters an unsafe condition would have the right to be able to pause and call in a supervisor and a member of the safety team to come and review that condition. So we're not putting the full burden on the operator, but the operator is empowered to say, look, I'm in this alley and I've got a concern. And then finally, there was a regular meeting between EGSD leadership and solid waste equipment operators. Those had been dropped in recent months because we were meeting on a number of different issues, but those will be reinstated on a quarterly basis beginning in July. So our goal is to work together to make sure we have safe operations, and our target for that communication with customers would be by October.
Great. I think that's a great answer.
I'm really happy to hear that there's a plan in place for this concern that has been really a concern for a few years for our operators. So I'm really glad to hear that there's movement forward and a strategy to tackle the issues that we have about this. Any other comments or questions?
Yes,
on
Madam
this
Mayor, I
item?
want to hear from Mr. Ortega about the immediate issues that we'll be dealing with this year's budget on salary compensation and comprehension. And compression.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, as I mentioned to Councilmember Lee just a bit ago, really the effort this year is to move from the multitudes, the hundreds of pay bands and ranges to the 20 plus. So that's first and foremost. That will create some compression within the pay bands themselves. My game plan is to recognize that, acknowledge it, and develop a game plan to fund that next year. Part of that, though, is in the current fiscal year, address those hard-to-fill areas and also make sure that like I'd mentioned, the records in particularly are addressed so that we can address some of the challenges we have with recruitment and retention.
Anyway, we're going to do all the labor groups with this.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, as a part of the, I think it's the next agenda item, the compensation plan, the mayor did hold a public meeting, public hearing, where not only the labor groups, but all employees were encouraged to come and voice their thoughts and their comments. We'll go over those discussions as a part of that agenda item.
We're still talking to Teamsters too, deal with Suntran.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, as I mentioned in the past, the Teamsters are not city employees. They are a separate contractor, and certainly that's part of our responsibility in terms of providing the service, but they are not city employees, and so they have a standalone union contract that they negotiate separately from the city of Tucson and specifically with their Suntran operators.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. We are going to move on to the next item because I think there's a lot of interest in terms of the compensation disputes and the public hearing that we held. But one of the things that I just keep thinking about regarding the budget is that there is a current conversation happening in DC that has me very concerned regarding the debt ceiling and what the possibility of defaulting on the nation's credit when it comes to paying our debt. It seems as June 1st is the deadline to make a decision for Congress, and if there's no decision made, then our economy, it could be a catastrophic hit on our economy. So I'm really concerned about what is happening, the conversations that are happening in DC. And even though I would like to be able to provide all of the requests in terms of pay for our employees, because many, many times I've said this, that our employees are our greatest resource, not just for the work that they do, but what they deliver to our community. I want to be as careful as we possibly can because our economy is in volatility, and I want to be able to know what happens with the debt ceiling conversation. And I would like to see how this, the rest of this year behaves in terms of our economy. I do like the idea of reviewing where we are closer to November, December, Mr. Ortega, so that we can consider some of those, like you said, compression issues and some of the requests that we are hearing from the different departments thoroughly, and that we could possibly move towards the end of the year to, moving on some of those disputes and concerns that labor groups have in our city. I do want to learn more about the 115 Trust as we move ahead with our conversations. That is another important issue that we have to monitor. And I would love to be able to invite the PSPRS director to present to us and hear what they have predicted into the future. Other than that, I appreciate the budget that we have in front of us. You have heard all of us at this table, mayor and council, our requests, our concerns. I feel that we have a fair package of benefits for our employees, much more reasonable and with the input of labor organizations regarding a benefits package. And then, of course, the plans that we have looking ahead in terms of pay across the board. So all in all, I feel that it is a solid budget that has many of our concerns right there in front of us, right? You've really responded to the concerns of mayor and council, our employees and the community. So thank you so much. I do want us to move forward into the compensation disputes, which is item 6, so that we could have a conversation about this. So we'll move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for discussion and consideration of the disputes that were filed in response to the Human Resources Director's fiscal year 2024 recommended annual compensation plan. So I'll open it up by just saying I really actually enjoyed the public hearing. I didn't know how it would go and how our employees and labor organizations would react to the proposal in front of them. I just have to say how proud I am of everyone that participated in that public hearing. Our labor groups were respectful. Our employees presented their case with detail and patience, and I really appreciated everyone participating, just stating their case and being respectful at it. I do want to compliment Suzette. Your work showed at that public hearing. You received many kudos from the labor groups, just basically recognizing the work, the preliminary work that you had done with them. And so I was very happy to hear that they were happy with your response and the work that you had put towards getting us to this day today. So with that, I'd just like to throw it over to our city manager so you can open up this item and then have a conversation with my colleagues about the compensation disputes.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. So this is the annual review of the compensation plan. There's a formal process that we go through. It's outlined by our charter. And so this is one of the steps just to report to you. There is no decision today. This is just a report, kind of an update based on the hearing that the mayor just outlined. And I will preface it by saying there's two basic categories of comments that we received from the employees. One is those that are that are disputable issues or disputable comments, and those that are not based on the comp plan. That does not mean that those that are not will be discounted and not addressed. It just means that there's more informality in terms of the way we address that. But I do commit to you to review all of them with the Human Resources Director, have conversation about it, and come up with some strategies for addressing those that we can. So with that, I'll turn it over to Suzette Yazenko, our HR Director.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. Today, I just wanted to kind of give you an update of where we're at in the disputes as of last week from the mayor's hearing. We've had approximately 52 formal disputes, with 3 being informal. As of today, we've met with every single person of those disputes, which is about over 76 individuals. They have been some great conversations, and some themes have kind of aroused through this process that I was hoping that I could kind of walk through just as topics as what those are. Of course, everyone is concerned with inflation, so the 3% across the board, one of the concerns is that potentially able to be higher because the cost of living in inflation has been so significant this year. Other concerns they have is atypical. Because this is a new structure, we had a lot of questions on the structure. One of the big pieces is why those market comparables, and how do we vet a market comparable? So we did a lot of education with that. The great thing that we let them know is that we are always looking at market comparables, and so if there's ideas that you have, in which some have brought some really great ones, we look at that, we vet it to see if it's appropriate, and then we bring it to city manager's office to see if this is something that we wanted to have an approval on our comparator list. And that will be continuous if this plan is approved as we grow in this model. The other big comment was salary range placement. Again, there was confusion on why they were placed in the salary range. Again, as a reminder, we're coming from a 548 salary range model that each position had their own salary range, to a model that is 24, so everybody is sharing this broad range. And so work through some education pieces to that. Also talking them through that as the placement in these ranges is also tied to specifically the market benchmark, how market benchmarks are determined, and talking them through that. We are looking, as people provide us information, and what we're finding is, again, market benchmarks are tied to current job descriptions, or at least a descriptor of current duties. And a lot of them we have found with the employees' help and supervisors that there have been some out-of-date or inaccurate job descriptions. So we're working directly with them on how to get the information articulated so that we can match it to the appropriate benchmark. So we'll definitely see some changes there. Other pieces to it is that how just learning how to do it, right? I'm sharing a range with so-and-so, different position, completely different area, and just, again, an education moment for them and working them through, and again, we'll work with them more. There was some confusion on the market midpoint. The market midpoint is different this year. We did a structure that would be a no-harm structure, and what that means is the market midpoint is not exactly equal to from the beginning or to the end. And that's on purpose, because we want a structure that wouldn't feel that people's earning power was reduced. And so the maximums are a little harder. And one thing with market we'll see is that as market grows, because it does, we'll see that will catch up to market. Probably, I'm going to guess about 3 years, but we'll see if I'm right. But it will move. Another thing, as Mr. Ortega indicated, is there was, again, conversations that I've had since I've been here about pay progression. The great thing about this model that we showed them, and we actually have started working with them on how to do this, is building in career series into this system, because now this system is broke open enough to be able to now build series because it's broad enough. And so we've actually started working with the police records unit, for example, are working on how to build out a beautiful series that is actually going to be fine-tuned with the manager, and so that we can get that one in place. But that's one of many examples that we're doing. Salary parity, of course, has been a conversation for a long time on an individual basis and in a group basis. So this is not only labor, this has been something that every employee since my time I've been here has come to me and talked to me about their concerns with parity. And that means, because of our market, potentially some people have been hired higher than what they should believe that it should be, and that feels there's compression between supervisors and pieces like that. So we're going to work on that. This model it doesn't create the parity. What it does is now opens it up so that we can address the parity. Again, broadening that out more, and then tying it to market, which has been different in the past. Another question was raised about concerns about access to the salary market data we used. So for your information, the police and fire labor groups have already seen the salary data since April-ish, but at least for the last couple months. We are working with our vendor, our consultant, to create a document that we can post externally. We were hoping to have it today, so we could tell you that it's today, but hopefully by this week it'll be externally facing on our website. We're just fine-tuning some stuff so that it's usable for our individuals to look at. The other concern is there was a lot of dispute comparing their position to other positions across the city. And again, this is a kind of a change from a model that was, very one title to one pay grade to now market anchored. So now teaching them what we'll be looking at is your industry. What is your industry and where that falls? That's where we're going to want to pull that market data and the benchmarks. Parity, of course, is a secondary question that we hope to have that discussion in over the next year. And then some of the things that we considered non-disputable about the process, but still very important that we're discussing, is the skill-based pay. So a couple areas about skill-based pay that is not part of the annual comp plan, and how do we adjust that, and is it appropriate, or is it a system we want to continue? We are the only city that is using that in Arizona, and there's reasons for that, but we're working with them on how to have it a sustainable system so that we can help them. If we build our system and we have our system approved, there will be progression and opportunity growth, which is really where the skill-based pays component comes to. So we can actually absorb that. But again, just even talking to HVAC the other day, just helping them understand how we could do this, pull it together, and but they're open to have the conversation, so that's been fun. Tool allowance is another component too that was not disputable, but of course we understand tools are getting expensive. We're looking at a lot of different things. So we said, yes, this is definitely something we'll look at to see so that we can apply it across the city, not just in one area. We had some interesting ones that they didn't feel they had their 97 cents of last year. Those are normal. We'll just go look in to find out what happened, see and address those and fix those if there was any problems there. And then those were the big ones. The labor groups, you have received the documentation that was the request. The disputes followed that document. And so those are the items that potentially at the time of my recommendation, we didn't approve. There's some really good points. One of the easy points that is an easy fix is that because we moved the TPOA salary range 5%, the other areas are like, why didn't we do that? And I'm like, absolutely, that makes sense. So we'll be able to move their salary ranges to 3% that they would as part of their COLA. It's a no cost component, but it allows us to keep the salary ranges moving forward, and then it's applied across all labor groups. Other than that, there has been some conversation on the paramedic pay. We're actually negotiating of what that would look like for the commanders, and I think we're close. We'll continue to get that to that place, but I think we're both feeling good about it. But I'll need to cost that out for the budget to see if that's approved that way. But we've had some really good interesting conversations of of getting what they need and maybe in place for moving forward. But that's where we're at so far, but we are continuously meeting. We've also told all of our employees this, just because we've met with them right now, we have a lot of continuous conversation to occur. So that's where we're at today.
Any questions? Councilmember Lee.
I have a few. Since there wasn't a ton of stuff to prepare, I went back and watched the hearing, and I just think, no time during the military or being in the private sector have I ever been able to participate in a conversation about salary. And I just think it's such a special thing that we have here in local government, and just grateful for everybody's participation. And it was a really eye-opening event. Suzette, I'm really happy to hear that you're working with the public records specialist folks. I know several of them came out to talk about their work, and when I was able to tour, the scope of what they do has grown so much, the skills that they have to use, and then the traumatic stuff that they read about and they see and they hear and they have to deal with definitely levels up, I think what the value that they bring to the organization. So I would love for us to continue to explore what that looks like in terms of compensation changes. And then ultimately to the city manager, I think, understanding how you're framing the changes with this current budget and the future budget is really good. I share your concern, Mayor, about the future economic uncertainty. I think what would be really helpful for me and would be fair to our employees is to have some sort of a timeline for when we expect to tackle some of these bigger things, so that we can be accountable to our employees on when we're going to start having conversations, rolling things out, and we're all kind of marking to the same time frame. So that's really all I had, but really grateful for all of the work, all of the participation from our employees, and it's such a special process.
Any others? No, I absolutely agree that we should have a timeline to be able to at least show our employees, hey, we're working on this and we're going to try and get you to where we need to get, or maybe not, but have a timeline for us to move forward, a strategy to move forward. Any others?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one more question.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. How does Tucson stand out in terms of salary and benefits that will encourage recruitment and retention of city employees? Anybody did an analysis of that yet?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, the comparison of where we are with other agencies is an ongoing discussion. That's part of the market analysis. I will tell you that generally speaking, our benefit structure is at least as good, if not better, than most other agencies, including in our neighbors here in the region. And that's all inclusive. That's not only the health insurance, but also the leave structure and all the other pieces that go along with that. Part of our market analysis will include that to ensure that we're not missing something that someone else might be doing that might be causing us some difficulty in recruitment of employees.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? All righty. Well, thank you so much, Suzette, Anna, and all the team that has been working on this item. Really appreciate it. All righty. So we are going to move on. Let's see. I believe to item 7, water rate calculations. Mayor and council are requested to approve the recommendation to reduce the definition of winter from 6 months to 3 months for the purposes of calculating commercial industrial water rates. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an opportunity. You all had asked for some discussion on this some time ago, and the conversation really is one of an update from our Water Department Director, and along with some recommendations. John?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. On October 18th, 2022, Mayor and council asked the Water Department to conduct a review of alternate rate structures that could be used for the commercial industrial class users. Our current structure utilizes a 6-month winter average, November through April, to set a marker on the ability to administer a summer surcharge rate in the remaining months of the year. The summer surcharge currently has a 2-block rate structure of 101%, to 145% and a greater than 145% tier above that winter average. In follow-up discussions with council, the desire was to try to find a way to continue to incentivize a stronger conservation signal in the commercial industrial classes, particularly since we have a very strong signal in our residential classes with the inclining block structure that has been around for decades. Staff, along with our rate consultants, spent time researching across the country potential other options for commercial industrial rate plans. The results were varied and not uniform. Some commonality is that Western communities have structures similar to the current Tucson water design, a winter average followed by a summer surcharge amount. The goal of this type of plan is to reduce as much as possible discretionary water use, particularly with outside irrigation, which is often considered more discretionary in many commercial and industrial settings. Upon review, the Water Department is recommending an approach to adjust the current structure we have in place and our customer base is familiar with. Under the winter average summer surcharge rate scenarios, there are essentially two dials that can be adjusted to help to assist a stronger conservation signal over time: the changing of the winter average months used and the increase of the tier structure of the summer surcharge block. A series of options were laid out in detail in the materials. In the adjustment of any rate calculation, sensitivity to ensure revenue stability is always a factor to consider. With that in mind, the department would like to recommend to Mayor and Council an adjustment to the current commercial industrial rate calculations for Tucson Water. Our recommendation is to adjust the average winter consumption months from the current months of November through April to a winter quarter average consisting of the months of December through February. This adjustment would then allow for summer surcharge rates to be in play for 9 months of the year as opposed to only 6 that they are now. If Council accepts this recommendation, staff will return in a future meeting with a proposed detailed rate plan for the commercial industrial users, accompanying with a formal notice of intent to start the rate changing process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the conversation that we have at the table today. I think it's very important that this conversation needed to happen, and it started thanks to Councilmember Dahl. I appreciate staff's proactive thinking in the inclusion of industrial customers in addition to commercial customers to this revised average winter consumption period. And I'm glad that we're correcting the winter-summer period months. Our desert environment, as we all know, requires fine-tuning water management strategies, and this definitely had to be one of them. So with that, I'd like to open it up for any comments, input, and possible motions by Mayor and Council. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John and your team, for doing such a great examination of this possibility. Residential conservation tiers is easy. We've done it for a while. Industrial and commercial is complicated. But we need, as we face a water crisis with PFAS in our underground water and shortening supplies from the Colorado River, we need to have a quick start on this. It doesn't sit well with me that we know that there are commercial accounts like golf courses and HOAs and Marana, wealthy HOAs, that pay lower water rates than large families here in Tucson, or someone with a garden in their backyard. My initial thought, Mayor, was to accept this recommendation. I'm wondering, I think we should have a discussion about going to the option 1B as well, because it takes so long to do this. I think we should get started, and there'll be a place down the road where, oh, we're not ready for it. We can go through the hearing process. If we do them together, it's not that much extra, and then we can decide at that point not to do it. So I would like to move option 1A and 1B, direct staff to proceed with the rate adoption process that commences with an official notice of intent and 60-day public outreach and communication period prior to a public hearing and rate adoption.
Second.
All righty, there is a motion and a second, and John, can you explain to us what the process is, what 1A, 1B means for the record, and what is the recommendation from Tucson Water to proceed? Because I think your recommendation was that we start with 1A and then have continuous input and stakeholder conversations to move on to 1B. So explain to us what we have on the table right now.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mayor, council member. So the 1A option was just only to change the winter months from the 6 months to the 3 months. The 1B option would be to do the same adjustment, the winter average, make it 3 months, but add on another tier to the block structure, greater than 145% tier, if I recall correctly. So that option is available. Our consideration in making the recommendation of doing the 1A at this point is to allow the commercial industrial class to get used to a 3-month winter quarter average for at least a couple years before, and then we can see what the response has been as far as conservation or change in usage patterns. And then we could, if necessary, we could move into a increased block structure at a future time.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I'm sorry, I know this is your question, but the way I heard the motion was, we want to get the process started for 1A, 1B, and at least so we have it. Did I hear you right?
That was the preface to it, yeah.
I thought that he said we were going to go 1A, 1B, but we were going to initiate 1A now, and then we were going to phase that in, but at least we can start that process, because isn't there another process we have to do 1B?
Yes, Councilmember Cunningham, well, we have to do a notice of intent process, which proposes a rate plan. Ideally, you propose one rate plan at the public hearing, and the 60-day comment period can address during that time frame. I'd have to look to the attorney's office as if we can make the two proposals as part of the NOI. So then when the public comment period is over and the adoption, council can have a discussion whether or not to adopt 1A or 1B.
Or phase it in. It sounds like the intent is we're going to phase it in, which is a good thing. Nobody wants to jam people up and put sticker shock on it, but at the same time, this is the direction we're going. We might as well be transparent about it.
Mayor, I believe that we can do 1A or 1B as long as we notice it. So it's got to be noticed that that is a potential option, much like when you do rates, you establish, it's basically the cap. And so that's what we would do in this instance as well.
And Mike Rankin has his hand up. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. The manager got it exactly right. Yes, we could notice, and the motion offered by Councilmember Dahl would start that process.
Yeah, my thinking is we go through this and we might decide correctly 1A, but if things turn bleak, to do the whole process again means we're not getting to the 1B for 2 years, right?
Yeah.
So-
How long does the process take, John?
The process from the notice of intent is a 60-day process to a public hearing. And after the close of the public hearing, mayor and council can adopt, and then it takes 30 days before a water
Take
rate change
effect.
to take effect, yes.
So it would be essentially 4 to 5 months for it to happen. So if we would not start the process for both 1A and 1B, it could potentially take 4 to 5 months for one item and then
Come back.
another 4 to 5 months for the other item. Okay. I actually like the idea of starting both, and depending on the input and feedback of the community, we could always say, we'll take the step of 1A and then see how the situation is with our water. Right now, the most important element of taking this step for me is that we send conservation signals to all of the water users of our system. The situation has been bleak, and we've been singing here at this mayor and council, we have been ringing the alarm bells for several years, and even though some decisions have been very, very difficult, and we've received plenty of pushback in some decisions we've made, we have plowed ahead because of the responsibility that we have as the mayor and council and basically the board of the water utility in sending and continuing to send conservation signals for our community, and every user should understand that. So I know that Vice Mayor has his hand up, and Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilwoman Lee.
So I agree with, it is bleak right now, and it's not going to get any better. And we had one nice snowpack, that's great, but nobody, I don't think believes that that's going to be the norm. I think the most important message that we need to send is the conservation signal, and 1B has a stronger conservation signal than 1A. I understand there's a question that you all have about revenue stability. It's a little less stable than 1A, but our goal is to make sure that we're sending a strong conservation signal. What 1B does is it establishes new blocks 2 through 4. So it's not just 3. And I appreciate the motion that we do these simultaneously. If I'll just signal right now, my preference is to go 1A, rip the Band-Aid off, and let's just do it. I mean 1B. Did I say that twice?
Have a drink of water.
Yeah, sometimes is to do 1B because it does send a stronger conservation signal. And I would hate to have us start the whole process all over again. So I appreciate the sensitivity in the motion that let's get them both on the table, put it out for public comment. But I'm signaling now, if I had to vote today, I'd be going 1B.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilwoman Lee.
There's a lot of things at play here, and I think we should first lead off with the idea that from a conservation perspective, we have certain policies where we're decades ahead of other jurisdictions. Well, there's stuff we passed 25 years ago that people are starting to do now. There's stuff we passed 10 years ago that people are starting to do now. And we want to remain leaders in this. The second piece is that we just entered into a multi-state compact to cut 1 million acre-feet off of the allotment in the lower basin of the Colorado for the Colorado River Compact. And the bottom line is that it got a lot of pushback because it wasn't enough. So this totally makes sense. I'll say this. We talked about specialized rates for specialized businesses, and whether or not we have to go down that path someday. I think that's going to be a decision for other councils in the future, but that's kind of where this is headed. And then I'm going to talk about something that you probably wouldn't expect me to talk about, and that is water parks. I actually want to talk about water parks during this item today. And the reason is that we don't have any. And we actually have people in the summer who drive to Phoenix or they drive to Las Cruces, New Mexico to go to a water park and take their kids down a water slide when we have a program that can make it potentially cost prohibitive to have one. I think we can pass a water park piece to this that will allow us to have responsible, water savvy, and water conservation type water parks. So while we may get some discussion about how we're treating businesses, I think there's actually openings to having specialized rates for specialized things, especially with the philosophy we're bringing to it, that actually makes sense for Tucson. So I want to keep that in mind. We're still having some balance here in understanding what we're trying to do, but hopefully as this issue kind of evolves over the next 15 to 20 years, what we're going to see is we're going to see different jurisdictions discussing specific rates for specific businesses. And we know it's going that way because water, like it or not, is becoming a commodity and is becoming a quantifiable and limited resource.
So Woodman, and this is going to have to be the last comment. We are about 5 minutes away from 2 p.m. and Dr. Cullen is online with us. So Councilwoman Lee.
I will be super brief, and it's actually a good segue from what Councilmember Cunningham was talking about. Just thinking about our own city parks, pools, and golf courses, how this will impact us since we're on the budget conversation, planning for that in the future. And in wards 4 and some areas of wards 5 and maybe other areas of town, we are underparked. And so we have neighborhoods that put their own pocket parks in to kind of fill the gap and I don't know, subsidize for the lack of parks that we have. And those folks will be impacted and those costs will be passed on to homeowners as those irrigation costs increase. So I don't know if that fits into what Paul was talking about with special uses, but that's definitely something that hopefully we can be prepared for from a budget standpoint on how that would impact us when we go into making those decisions. And anyway, we can consider those specific scenarios with neighborhood parks that are filling the gap where we don't have city parks.
Is there a response to this concern, John?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, one thing that we can do prior to notice of intent is I've already asked staff to look at city commercial irrigation accounts, so we would see what the potential revenue impacts, or not revenue impact, potential impacts would be
Yes.
to city parks and transportation that also have irrigation
Right.
meters. But specific HOAs, or if there's any specific parks that anyone on council would like us at the water department to look at their past history and maybe give an estimate of how either of these scenarios would affect them, just please reach out to the department. We can make those calculations.
That would be wonderful, and specifically because we want to make sure that it's not affected, right? It's not affecting that green space that we really need. So we don't want to work against ourselves or other schools or outside of the city of Tucson. But thank you so much. We have a motion on the table, a second to the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, Mr. Kimmick, and all the work that you're doing on this, and looking forward to the process as we move forward. So we are moving on to item 3. Let me just make sure that I read it into the record. Item 3, I have requested times to set aside for Dr. Cullen from Pima County Health Department to give an update regarding the fentanyl opioid crisis in our community. Dr. Cullen, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you had to connect with us virtually and that you are in the midst of a conference that you are in. So thank you so much for making the time to be with us today. This is a very, very important conversation that I have been in conversations with Chair Grijalva, Jan Lesher, County Administrator Jan Lesher, as well as with our own city manager Ortega. We brought into the conversation everyone from Dr. Cullen, from the director of Pima County Health Department, to our own Chief Casmar, as well as Laura Conover. We've been talking about how the city and the county should partner up and strategize on issues that are greater than ourselves, right? We have been talking about and being very effective in action steps towards our unsheltered homeless concerns. We have talked about how the courts and the Pima County Jail and the Pima County Health Department, our city departments throughout the city of Tucson, have been coordinating and working together to really find solutions to our biggest problems. Back in 2015, Pima County identified substance misuse disorder and its consequences as a priority, as a public health issue in our county. That has led to a series of community conversations that revolve around impact, community treatment, resource opportunities, and limitations, and identifying priority areas for intervention and investment. County Administrator Jan Lesher gave an update at the Pima County Board of Supervisors back in 2017 to begin conversations around participating in the national opioid settlement. As both Tucson and Pima County will be a recipient of dollars from the opioid settlement, and Pima County and the city of Tucson are working super closely on appropriate use of those dollars, as well as finding a collaborative response to address this crisis in our community. We really appreciate you, Dr. Cullen, providing us an update to it today. We appreciate the collaboration that we have with Pima County and with Pima County Health Department. And I would like to invite you to present to us what you've already presented to the Board of Supervisors, and in preparation for the continued collaboration and partnership between the City of Tucson and Pima County on this public health crisis that we not only have happening inside the city, but also in Pima County and throughout the country, unfortunately. So my intent as the mayor is to hopefully have this presentation today and then continue our work and partnership with Pima County, as well as with our very own departments at TPD, at Community Safety, Health and Wellness, and within the departments in Pima County to find a strategy that we can invest our opioid settlement dollars in, and hopefully can bring in other state and federal dollars into the picture. So with that, I don't know if you are still available, Dr. Cullen. I'd like to welcome you to the mayor and council meeting and open it up for your thoughts and presentation.
Great. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I have a deck here that is pretty dense, but I'm going to go through it if I can. And I appreciate your indulgence for me to set the stage of what we are seeing, to tell you what we have done, and then to talk a little bit about the future. As we know, this is a major problem for not only our community, but throughout the United States. So next slide, somebody there, I think. Randy, are you doing the slides? This is just the Arizona opioid dashboard data from 2022. You can see this is throughout the state. So you can recognize that this is not a problem that is only besetting our community, though it's clearly a major problem in our community. The next slide, please. This shows you on the next slide the overdose deaths in Pima County. You can see in 2022 there's 458 deaths, more than a death a day, obviously. We do have lots of demographic data on these deaths, but you can see that 61% were fentanyl related. Next slide. This is a graph of the temporal situation that we are facing in the county. And while we did see a decrease in the number of deaths from 21 to 22, I would point out to you that between 2017 and 2022, we saw almost an additional 200 deaths. So while we have a small decrease there, we don't have all the 22 numbers, but we do believe it will be a decrease from 21 to 22. This is still a very significant problem in our community. Next slide. This gives you a sense of the overdose deaths. I would point out that there are deaths in the 13 to 19-year-old population. There are deaths in below that age group, though most of them are presumed to be definitely accidental deaths. But you can see that once we reach adulthood, we see it throughout adulthood, even into our aging population. Next slide. Deaths by drug. The reason why this is important is because what we are seeing is combinations, again, of fentanyl and methamphetamine. So these are drugs that contribute to death. So you can have multiple substances in one death. What we believe is that for many individuals, you are seeing not concurrent, but sequential use in the same day of fentanyl and methamphetamine. Fentanyl for the symptoms that result from that, and that methamphetamine to bring that person back to a more intense state. Next slide. Overdose deaths by the top 4 most common drugs. This is important. If you go back to 2019, you can see we saw methamphetamine and we had started seeing fentanyl. But as we know, we've seen this dramatic rise in not only the utilization of fentanyl, the seizures of fentanyl, but also the death due to fentanyl. Next slide. A little bit about what practices exist to address fentanyl use. And I want to do context of primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. It's easy for us to lump all of it together, but at least for me, I find it helpful to do this foundational public health model of what we can do as a community and as individuals, as businesses and schools, and as other community-based organizations organizations. So I'm going to talk about primary prevention. I have a slide on each of these. So primary prevention is really creating healthy communities, preventing substance misuse. All of these slides start with multi-jurisdictional coordination and data sharing, because I think without that, none of us can be successful. You'll see that common theme throughout here. But what we know about primary prevention is focusing on prevention and education makes a difference. That's lifelong work. It doesn't change people tomorrow. It requires us to do recurrent, repetitive engagement with people, with schools, with businesses. It also encourages us to engage with medical providers in the healthcare systems. In 2022, the CDC released new clinical practice guidelines for healthcare providers and the healthcare systems, which really are intended to address pain. We believe much of addiction is due to pain, whether it's psychosocial, emotional, spiritual pain. But we also know that people have true physical pain. And it's important for us as a healthcare system, as a public health system, to make sure people can get adequate pain relief. And the new CDC guidelines specifically address that. The prescription drug monitoring program, which you may be aware of, is a program that if you are a physician with a DEA license, a Drug Enforcement Administration license, you are reportedly to check that every time you give a person certain controlled substances. And this is once again to control the misuse of medication. If we go back to where the opioid settlement money comes from, it comes from Purdue and other pharmaceuticals because of the way those drugs were marketed to providers, including myself when I was a full-time provider. So we work closely with the prescription drug monitoring program that is run by the state pharmaceutical board, and then disseminate appropriate information. Next slide. And now we'll go to secondary prevention, which is so primary, educate, hopefully prevent. Secondary, diagnose and treat SUD, substance use disorder, and addiction. Once again, multi-jurisdictional coordination and data sharing. Reduce the stigma and increase the understanding of addiction, we believe, and we know, in fact, that this is a critical component to be able to help identify those who are at risk or have been diagnosed with substance use disorder so we can get them appropriate care. And here you see a cascade of treatment: screening, once diagnosed, linkage to referral, and retention in treatment and care. We know that there is a high what we call loss to follow-up. People initiate care, which can be medication-assisted treatment, which you see here, medication for opioid use and supportive services, and then people drop out. If they drop out at this point early on in their cycle, they are very high risk for relapse and to go back to substance use disorder. Harm reduction, and we'll talk briefly about that, but you guys know we've been doing that. The city has done that. Naloxone, fentanyl test strips, those are designed for the person that is using drugs to be able to test to see if fentanyl is in there. However, what we know right now, while we still make these available, the vast amount of medication on the street is adulterated with fentanyl at the current time. Syringe exchange programs that the county has engaged in and multiple community-based organizations have offered within Tucson as well as the county for a number of years. Risk stratification, which means that based on the encounter, whether it be first with law enforcement, a first responder, one of our clinics, the emergency room, we can stratify what your risk is for your ability to engage in medication-assisted treatment, initiation of care, transition into a treatment center, and or relapse, and connecting the justice-involved population. This is a very critical part when we look at our overdose rates. We know that those who people have been recently incarcerated and are released have a very high incidence of overdose resulting in death, probably because their use has substantially decreased. They come out, they may not be recognized that what they were normally able to misuse or from an addiction perspective in the past will at this point result in their death. And then the concept of trauma-informed care, not only for the individuals that we are seeing who are substance use involved themselves, but for the providers and the first responders, many of those people, as well well as family members, have had significant impact because of the trauma that they have either witnessed or had within their families. So it's an important component of supporting individuals as well as the community. Next slide. The next slide now goes to tertiary prevention. This is to prevent sequelae. You can think of this easy. Let's prevent death. So we have Narcan distribution. We have over 200 sites in the county that are distributing Narcan very successfully, I might add, compared to other communities and counties within the state and the nation. We have done a really Herculean job of ensuring Narcan is available. As you guys know, you can get it at the libraries. There's been talk with the city of creating, and I know that some of this work has already happened, the opioid response units that are on the street. The recurrent treatment needed, it's important to note that when you look at people that of people do not recover from treatment episodes. So it's not that people fail, it looks like failure, but what we know is we continue to offer referral, linkages to care, retention and care. Abstinence syndrome is for the babies that are born to moms that have had opioid addiction, and this is occurring at the hospitals in Tucson. The real-time data collection and data sharing, the mayor referenced work that the city has been attorneys' offices, the need for us to make sure that what we are seeing on the street, what we are seeing in the healthcare facilities can become an integrated data set so we can identify what's working and modify interventions so that we transition to what is working. I repeatedly say we do not have enough money to buy ourselves out of this situation. The only way we can do it is to work together from a human as well as a fiscal perspective. Next slide. The next slide just talks briefly about our current efforts. And I think what we should do is, can we go right to that next slide? Because the next slide gives you a sense of what we have, the work to date we've done through April of 23. Obviously, this is not just Pima County. This is working with everyone. I'm not going to read all this, but you can see we've had lots of interventions. We've been lucky enough to work with the superintendent of multiple school districts. We have Narcan in the schools. We have an epidemiologist that is helping us. We have a fatality drug overdose review committee that started over a year ago that helps us to identify what is happening to contribute. That's why I know that incarceration data, because we've been able to gather that from reviewing that itself. And strengthening families programs. As we know, addiction, substance use disorder does not occur in a vacuum. It occurs because of social determinants of health, political determinants of health, other things that are impacting the community as well as family members. Next slide. So I want to transition a little to some potential funding that we are hoping and praying we get, and then the current funding. So an overdose to action, this is called OD2A for short. The CDC just made this funding available through grants for local communities. Pima County was enabled to respond because we are a county over 1 million, just over 1 million as we know, but we are over 1 million, and because of our high mortality rate due to overdoses. So we did just submit for this May 8th. We are hoping that we get an award. If we get an award, it will be over $12 million for 5 years. It will give us a substantial ability to increase what we have been able to provide in the community. Next slide. So the next slide just talks briefly about what this funding would enable us to do. This is determined by the grant, like the grant says this is what you will get, but these are areas that we believe are critical: linkage to care, retention and care, stigma reduction, communication, social supports, and then finally working with our health system and clinical community. At the current time, Pima County does the first and the third. We do the second a little. We have a stigma reduction campaign that is just launching that we did in conjunction with some community members who informed it. We have little impact or interactions with the health system right now, other than we track overdoses with them. But this would be a communication and education campaign to work with the community healthcare providers to make sure that people have access to appropriate pain relief, as well as to follow guidelines. Next slide. The next slide then talks about the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee. This was designated by the administrator when the opioid settlement first came in through the county. The Pima County Health Department is in a sense, the fiscal intermediary for that. And the administrator charged us to work with the Board of Health. The Board of Health then subsequently developed a Substance Misuse Advisory Committee. This started approximately 6 months ago now. The sources of the funding for this are the opioid settlement and what is called 207. That's the medical marijuana tax. The Board of Health impaneled a Substance Misuse Advisory Committee with 6 members. Dr. Horwitz is currently the chair of the Board of Health and made the decisions in conjunction with the districts of who would be on this committee. And you can see there are 3 providers and 3 other members. Next slide. The next slide then talks briefly about what the charge was from the administrator to make recommendations to the Board of Health for the opioid settlement dollars. The way the charge was conveyed is that the Substance Misuse Committee makes recommendations in conjunction with the community for the opioid settlement money. They're provided to the Board of Health. So Substance Misuse Committee, subcommittee of the Board of Health, they look at to make recommendations. Those recommendations go to the Board of Health. They then go to me to be packaged, basically, to send to the Board of Supervisors for their decisions. So there's these 4 layers of engagement to result in the recommendations going to the board. Next slide. As of this point, the value is at least $48.5 million, including all the partner jurisdictions, including the city of Tucson. There's at least 4 different settlements. We believe there may be a few more. They are trickling in. The Purdue settlement, that is the pharmaceutical company that made OxyContin, which most of you are familiar with, I'm sure. The major settlement is this $48.5 million. All jurisdictions have the option of taking their own funding. Oro Valley has taken their money as of right now. The city of South Tucson has left their money, and the funding amounts is a complicated algorithm equation that we don't determine, that the state tells us what the appropriations are. If the jurisdictions take all of their money, including if the city of Tucson takes their money, Pima County would receive $35 million over the 18 years. That's on the current estimates. I will tell you these numbers are in flux, and I have a hard time keeping up, but that's about what it is. So once again, what I would say to you is $35 million over 18 years is about $2 million a year at most, and is inadequate as the county. It will certainly have positive impact, but it is inadequate by itself, which is why we so aggressively sought and are seeking other funding sources like that OD2A local grant that I mentioned to you previously. Next slide. So to date, there's been little spent. $180,000 went to additional Narcan. The vast majority of our Narcan that we distribute, we get from the state. The state gets that through access. State Medicaid made a decision to pay for Narcan. We actually ran out because of all the counties in the state, we distribute more Narcan than anyone else. So we went and said, can we get additional funding for Narcan? And that was the first designation of the funding. That designation went to the Board of Supervisors after it goes through those stages and was approved. Since that time, in the last few months, there's been 5 community forums that have been supported by the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee to sharing best practices. However, that is inadequate in my opinion, and the Substance Misuse Committee, which meets tomorrow and is an open committee, has proposed collecting additional input for spending of these funds, including surveys and community forums. Next slide. So the one Arizona opioid settlement funds, this is what this money's called. This is a list of what the opioid settlement dollars can be used for. This list comes to us from the state, the Attorney General's office at the state. So it's not modifiable, but it's actually fairly broad. But you can see this list. And once again, you guys will get copies of these slides if you haven't gotten it yet. Next slide. This is additional ways that the settlement funds can be used. So you can see it's very broad in terms of what it should be used for. As an aside, we have been looking and we've been working with Sarah Lasinas at the city, who's been wonderful. We've pulled together what are the best practices that we know about, what's been proven to make a difference. I will say that up till now, if you recall that slide of what Pima County has done up till now, it has all been based on what we know are best practices that have been developed by other agencies and or have been documented through reviewed studies. Next slide. So this is my last slide. On March 31st, and the mayor alluded to this, the Pima County Board of Supervisors, under their direction or working with the administrator, asked for the consideration of a creation of a whole of government community-led approach, and you can read this yourself. Pima County was charged with developing a proposal for a cross-departmental and interjurisdictional opioid response team. We have developed a proposal for that. It sits with the administrator right now. And while this says, and the charge was to lead the Pima County effort, I would tell you that what we have proposed is not that the health department leads this effort, but that once again, to go back to what I've talked about, that there's a cross-jurisdictional group that leads this effort. At the same time, the mayor and our administrator had asked us to develop a draft of a proclamation about fentanyl and the impact of this from a public health crisis situation. And that, once again, the draft, we have developed that draft. And Mayor Romero, I apologize, you haven't seen that yet. It's with our administrator. And at the same, and finally, even though we were not charged to do this, we believe that we should base what we do on data. And we have put together a proposal for some proposed metrics that we could use as a county, as a community, as a cross-jurisdictional organization to track the impact of what we are doing. Tracking the impact of what is being done solely through overdose deaths, while they are a critical component of it, impacting those is so difficult that we believe there are additional interim metrics that need to be tracked, like how many organizations or businesses do we have that are working with us to distribute Narcan? What are additional innovative ways that we can work with, for instance, first responders and or law enforcement? So that's it for my slides. You can turn them off if you want, however you want to do that. And once again, you guys have these for distribution. And I'm sorry I took so long just with that. Oh,
No, thank you. No, thank you so much, Dr. Cullen. It's you all have been doing a lot of work on this and using, as you said, metrics and data as to how this crisis looks throughout our community. I don't know if my colleagues received your presentation, but we'll make sure that the city clerk distributes the presentation to all of my colleagues in their offices, as well as a white paper and basically a report to the Pima County Board of Supervisors dated March 31st that has a lot of that information that you were talking about in terms of demographics and year by year how opioid use and fentanyl use, as well as meth and other drugs, have affected deaths, very specifically in teenagers and people of color in this community. I've read the entire report that you shared with me and my staff, and it is staggering how much fentanyl and opioid misuse have affected our community, very specifically our young people, and now our 40 to 55-year-olds are being affected at a greater level. So what I have had the conversations with Chair Grijalva, as well as our city manager and county administrator Jan Lesher, and have had multiple conversations with Chief Casmar about, I think what we all agree that the way that we tackle this crisis is by the recommendations that you've seen, that you've presented to us. I believe that education and prevention strategies, as well as harm reduction strategies, expanding treatment options, and expanding options for deflection and diversion, taking action to prevent the misuse of opioids in our community, and then also investing in first responders and police work that will help deflect the overuse and misuse of fentanyl in our community. It is a crisis, and I am very happy that Pima County Health Department and the Board of Supervisors have taken very direct action on that. What I would like to ask on the record, and I've asked County Administrator Lesher and Chair Grijalva, but I also want to make sure that my colleagues agree with this request, is that we would love, if we are really intent on working as a city of Tucson, and working with Pima County to join hands and join efforts to have a strategy that we layer the funds on. I would love to be able to request that on behalf of the City of Tucson, that there are City of Tucson representatives on the Pima County Health Department Substance Misuse Advisory Committee, especially as it relates to recommendations on how to cooperatively use our joint opioid settlement funds. I would love for our chief to be able to have a representative there, as well as our community safety, health, and wellness director, or someone that they designate. Because as you said, this is multi-jurisdictional, and we have to rely on each other and the data that we all bring to the table as to how to use this settlement money. And I know that $48 million sounds like a lot, but this is a huge, huge problem. So I just want to make sure that you feel comfortable, Dr. Cullen, to include the voices of the City of Tucson in that advisory committee.
Yeah, Mayor Romero, Council, I do feel comfortable. I think you may have to make a formal ask of that, but I think it would be important to have those voices at the table as we move forward.
No, thank you. I do too, especially because I think that it would make much more sense to work in partnership and collaboratively to invest these funds in the smartest way that will have a measured approach. And as you do, I believe in evidence-based solutions to huge issues such as fentanyl and opioid misuse. So I do want to open it up for our colleagues on the council just to see if there's any questions or comments or concerns that you have. Vice Mayor Kozaczek, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Dr. Cullen, you said you needed that in form of a formal ask. Does that mean a motion from the council or what?
Mayor, members of the council, I would defer to you guys what would be the best way to do that.
Yeah. Mike
Sorry.
Mike Rankin is here to rescue us on that question, Dr. Cullen. Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. I think we have a mechanism where we can make that ask, which is we have a draft IGA with Pima County with respect to the sharing of the funds from the opioid settlements, under which we can pool our funds and work cooperatively together. And so if the mayor and council by motion would want to direct the city manager and myself to include within that draft IGA city appointments to this committee, advisory committee, then we could do that and we could incorporate it into that document and bring it back for mayor and council consideration.
Can you make that motion?
I'll make that motion. I have a couple more questions, but I'll make that motion now.
I'll second that. I'll second the
There's a
motion.
motion and a second to request a collaborative approach and representation on the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee with Pima County Health Department. There's a motion, a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Two more things for Dr. Cullen. Several months ago, I participated in a meeting with Sheriff Nanos and La Frontera. The notion was to use the annex as a detox facility, and I saw in the recent op-ed that that's now moving forward. Can you give us a status update on that?
Vice Mayor, I don't have a status update on that, but I can get that for you.
Okay. Final question. We've got some Narcan. We've been helping to distribute to agencies. I don't know what a fentanyl test strip does, though. Can you educate me on that? And are they available? Should we be distributing those, or is that something outside of our purview?
Vice Mayor, Chair, Mayor, other members, what a fentanyl test strip does is it is given to an individual that may be anticipating taking drugs, and they can test it for the presence of fentanyl. You can think of it, it's literally a strip. You have to do a few things to it. It's not very difficult, and it will tell you if fentanyl is present or not. The governor a few years ago made fentanyl test strips legal for distribution in the state. So they are legal for distribution. We have them available. We push them out to many of our organizations that are distributing Narcan, and we can make them available for you for distribution. The distribution of Narcan many times is to people that aren't themselves using drugs, but want it available as harm reduction and to keep someone else alive. For those who are using drugs, however, fentanyl test strips can be life-saving.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Cullen, for that comprehensive, information presentation. And I think as we're talking about the settlement money, it's important to talk about why we got the settlement to begin with. According to the Washington Post, between 2006 and 2014, there were 391 million prescription pain pills shipped to Pima County. Of the pills shipped to Pima County, Walgreens distributed 146 million. Activist Pharma manufactured 148 million that then, were given to Walgreens locations across the city. The sheer volume of opioid pills released into our community by pharmaceutical companies is egregious. So at the end of the day, the responsibility lies in pharmaceutical greed with a lot of what we're dealing with. So that's one side of it. The other side is the trauma and pain that our community, especially marginalized communities, have been experiencing over time. And so I think it's very important when Dr. Cullen speaks to destigmatizing the conversations around addiction. I know I've shared plenty of times here with y'all that I lost my brother in 2016 to an accidental fentanyl overdose. And it was a moment that shifted so much for me because I was doing work in education and doing prevention and how do we raise children as whole beings with the support of family and community. And the death of my brother really made me shift focus in that work. And not that I don't think that education that is ongoing, but what are the interventions that we need to do right now for a lot of our families that are suffering. And it's hard to talk to even, my family now that refuses still, to talk about addiction and where that came from because it's embarrassing or they feel like it's some sort of a moral failing. And so I think that that is important, part of the conversation. How do we support families too to read the signs of this happening, especially with our young children? And how do we provide them with support so that, I've been hearing and, we had, a similar, just kind of like an eye-opening situation with the Carlos Adrian case. And then recently, one of the deaths at the jail where family thinks that involving the criminal justice system is what's going to help people get clean and sober, and so then they're sending their kids out to die basically. And so I think it's we need alternatives than thinking that incarceration is what's going to get people the support that they need. And then just lastly, we had last meeting the conversations about the deaths at the jail, and I had the opportunity to visit the jail with Chief Casmar and some of my staff and talking to Sheriff Nanos and the staff at the jail. And that is not a place for our people that are suffering to be. And the situations at the jail did not happen overnight. These are decades in the making, and that we need to rethink a lot of these systems. And what is our responsibility? My takeaway message is we have work to do within our own court system and how we're managing a lot of these cases. And so I hope I'm bringing that up as a conversation for us to have with the city attorney, with the city manager, ongoing. But we say that it takes a village to raise children. It also takes a village to fail them. And so these are all the systems in place that are failing our community members, and we have a lot of work to do.
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And, I'm the mom of a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old, and my heart hurts just thinking about the possibility. And it's so available in our community, and really is a problem of crisis proportions. I recently convened Chief Casmar and our city attorney, Mike Rankin, the city manager, city county administrator, the chair of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Grijalva. We had Laura Conover. We missed having our sheriff there and a representative of the courts there, because this issue is so big and so complex and convoluted that we need to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can. And Dr. Cullen was there in that room, and I talked about, and this is what she mentioned earlier, I talked about the possibility of putting together a resolution, basically calling fentanyl and opioid and meth use or misuse in our community of crisis proportions. So I would like to bring forward, besides working in collaboration and partnership with Pima County, and of course having representation at the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee, a resolution declaring this a public health crisis in the city of Tucson, and Pima County Board of Supervisors would approve a similar. But just like we did with the climate emergency, that we put together a resolution that explained and described the steps that we needed to take to do something about this. I would like to see with a resolution declaring this a crisis, a public health crisis. We need to add a description of the steps that we need to take to reverse this crisis in our community. And we're not, unfortunately, unique in this crisis. It's happening throughout the country, and it's expanding with stronger and stronger drugs being flooded into the market in our country and globally. But it's not bad to remind people how this first started, and I appreciate you, council member, bringing the fact that it was started because of the greed of pharmaceutical companies. And so we have to make sure that we hold them accountable, and this opioid settlement money is just the beginning of how we can hold them accountable. So I am very conscious of your time, Dr. Cullen. I know that you are busy and in a conference, not in Arizona, but are you okay with time? I don't know if there's any other questions or comments by my colleagues.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I can stay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this particular item? Okay. Looking forward to our continued collaboration, Dr. Cullen. Thank you so much for making time and coming to speak to us about all of the work that you're all doing. I am looking forward to our partnership as we move forward in this really public health crisis that we're going through. But I think that the more we work together, bring in state and federal partners into the picture, the more we can alleviate the pain that many families are going through. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Mayor and council, first up, thank you so much for letting me do this. And I really want to honor the pain of individuals, the pain of families, the pain of our community. And as we work to address this, part of it is helping develop resiliency, but also just acknowledging that pain is all-encompassing for many, many members of the community, and that I truly believe there is a way forward for us, but only as we work together, as you know. So thank you once again for the opportunity
Thank
to
you
speak
so
with
much,
you guys.
Dr. Cullen. Really appreciate it, and looking forward to our continued work and partnership.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I would like to move on to the following item that I usually bring for updates. Let me see, which is the item. I think it's number 4. Yeah, we do have Chief Casmar and Director of Community Safety, Health and Wellness, Sarah Lanius, here with us. I requested that we do an update on related to unsheltered homelessness, that Mayor and Council receive an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners, but also to add to the conversation that we just had with Dr. Cullen about the work that TPD and Community Safety, Health and Wellness are doing on fentanyl and drug misuse, and the actions that were taken there. So would love to be able to invite Chief Casmar and Director Lanias to come up, present to us in terms of the work TPD is doing, and also the work that Community Safety, Health, and Wellness are doing. So yeah, come up here and sit down with us. Thank you, Chief Kessler. Really appreciate it. I'll just have you open up and give us an update of the work that you're doing related to the conversation that we just had.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable members of Mayor and Council, Mr. City Manager. This really segues well. Beautiful presentation by Dr. Cullen, really covering the complexities of fentanyl and polydrug use in our community. We often think it's just fentanyl, it's just opiates, but as you saw from the presentation, methamphetamine has been a problem for the 23 years that I've been working at this department and long before that. I want to really emphasize two things. One, I love the quote, primary prevention is lifelong work. Really, my lens as a father of two boys myself and family that's dealt with substance misuse disorders and lost family members in our own community to heroin, and have another family member that struggles with recovering in sobriety for opiate addiction. And it's really complicated. I have never seen a drug impact family, impact a community, impact our country like I have with fentanyl. There are locations today that any of us could go to. I'd have to take my gun belt off and maybe my outer shirt, but within minutes I could purchase fentanyl, and that's different. That's really different than anything we've ever experienced. And as Dr. Cullen, noted, that's not just because it's here in Tucson or it's because it's in the state of Arizona. It's in our country. Nearly over 40%, 7% of the fentanyl being seized in this country is being seized in the state of Arizona. And that's devastating. And what that translates into is accessibility and affordability. And that's what's really devastating in our community. And there is a direct correlation to our unsheltered population. So what do we do? I really extremely proud of Mayor and Council and the intent to collaboratively continue to work this as a metropolitan government. We cannot solve this on our own. It's disappointing to hear that our neighbors to the north have already pulled their funds, because I'm pretty sure teenage cars drive south of Ina and Skyline, where drugs are accessible. And drugs are accessible throughout the city of Tucson, anywhere in the city of Tucson. And so we do play a role. We did tour the jail, as Councilmember Santa Cruz said, and it's a really complex ecosystem of needs within that facility that's over 40 years old, and it wasn't built pre-COVID, and it wasn't built pre-fentanyl. And they struggle today with even keeping fentanyl out of their facility. So as far as the police department efforts, we're continuing to scale our enforcement efforts. As Councilmember Santa Cruz stated, and I want to be clear as a chief of police, arrest does not transcend into incarceration. Arrest is a temporary opportunity to take somebody who's breaking the law, who's creating community problems for business owners or other community members. And within that opportunity, before they see an initial appearance judge and go through that process, or through that process, we have the ability to intervene. And maybe for someone who wasn't willing to accept services out in our community, but you have as a captive audience, what do you do with that time? And I would say is, my lens as a chief, that we're not capitalizing on that time right now. So we do need to continue to look at systems improvements throughout the system. It starts with us as a police department. I continue to champion the efforts of my many partners in the community safety, health, and wellness as we scale resources to really have a proactive impact on narcotics use. I also want to say that we are on track to continue our level of enforcement with narcotics arrest and shoplifting. That will probably be a little bit of an increase over last year, which was double of the year of 21. So there is a narrative or a feeling sometimes out in the community that the police department's not doing enough, or maybe that I don't have the support of mayor and council. That absolutely couldn't be further from the truth. I say it all the time. I'll continue to have that dialogue. It's because people see it and they think we're not doing enough. But it's just, there's so much of it is the challenge that we're facing right now. I want to close with this is a crisis because not only because fentanyl is so accessible and affordable in our community, and folks are using in a poly manner with methamphetamine, but I want to continue to talk about tranq. That is xylazine and fentanyl combined. And what that does is it extends the high of fentanyl. I think we're not seeing it here, although it's been found now in 48 states, including the state of Arizona, is because we don't need to extend your high because you can just take another pill because it's so accessible here. But there's other medical problems related with tranq where some of the skin starts to rot and you can actually lose limbs out in the field. So as we continue to think about how we're going to proactively invest resources in the community, we're going to continue to need to think about what do the medical services look like when we can't force someone to go to a hospital and what that care looks like in maybe one of the camps that we're coming across. I won't dive into any of the materials that we provided in Mayor and Council communication, but happy to answer any questions.
Chief, I don't know if you provided the memorandum that you wrote to our city manager dated April 14th of 23, basically explaining what Tucson Police Department does in terms of narcotic enforcement strategies. I had requested that the city manager ask specifically, what is it that the city of Tucson Police Department is doing on this issue, and you provided a super complex and yet easy to read memo describing all of the work that TPD is doing. I really appreciate the patrol officer interdiction training and your work on deflection and your continued push on deflection. And then, of course, the partnership with the Counter Narcotics Alliance, which is important work that is happening with different interjurisdictional jurisdictions throughout the state. So I think this is a really important piece of information that each and every one of my colleagues should have, and I'll just make sure that our clerk distributes that for all of us so that we're all on the same page. We all know what's happening. It's important because in order for us to put a strategy together to move forward, we need to know what we're already doing. So thank you, Chief, for this update. I remain very concerned about this epidemic, but I know that TPD is doing incredible work to help with this huge issue. I do want to make sure that we make space for our Director of Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, because this is what we want to do in Tucson. We've been practicing the work of community safety in a holistic manner, and Sarah is our first ever Director of Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, and this is specifically one of the issues that you were hired for us to look at, right? How do we respond as a city, as a community, to community safety and health and wellness of what our residents need. So Sarah, go ahead and tell us what you have been doing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and council today. And, you know, there's a lot of information in the memo, so I'm not going to repeat any of that, just to say that we are continuing to look for opportunities for strategic linkages to help connect folks with some of the services that are available for folks who might be experiencing substance use disorder, as well as a host of other issues, in some cases co-occurring diagnoses. So you have information in the memo related to some of that work, so I won't repeat it here. I would say that we are continuing to try and be just very savvy about how we utilize our resources and how we pull in other partners to help assist. And it is a very a good thing in Tucson that we have a lot of really excellent partners and folks who really want to help see us get ahead of the fentanyl epidemic. And so I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Cullen on some best practice review, which she mentioned in her presentation. And I think that's allowing myself and my team to really think about how we can best utilize some of our resources to, again, help fill the gaps, take some of the pressure off of our public safety partners. And so that kind of work and review is ongoing for sure. I would like to just share that our community safety care coordinators, in addition to the work that they're doing with individuals identified through our 911 call center, have been, involved in doing follow-up navigation services at encampments. We think that that is going to really provide some opportunity to help connect folks both with treatment options where needed, but also other services. So we know that having additional interactions can really assist there. So that is ongoing. In the last 2 weeks, we've connected with 77 individuals, actually across 77 camps. That's just a coincidence that's how it worked out. But in those interactions, the team was able to connect folks with employment services, reconnect with outreach workers at other resource partners, including OPCS, navigate folks into the Primavera Men's Shelter and into Gospel Rescue Mission, reconnect folks with services at the VA, and assist individuals in accessing identification and get connected with housing via project-based housing voucher systems in our community, and connect with SNAP services, et cetera. All of those elements, right, are part of kind of this layered approach of how do we try and help make sure that folks are able to access services that are really going to help turn the dial. And sometimes that starts first with connecting someone with having their food needs met, right? And then the next or the third interaction, right, you might be able to get somewhere else. So that's part of this ecosystem for sure. In all of those interactions, they are distributing Narcan and fentanyl testing strips whenever someone is open to that. So that is a regular practice for that team when they're doing outreach. I'd also just like to bring to your awareness that we've been working closely with our Public Safety Communications Department since mid-April to actually respond to diverted calls from 911. So that work is ongoing. In those instances, we've been able to connect folks who have been identified through public safety communications through by our 911 call takers as having some sort of a social service or behavioral health need, and able to kind of help provide some assistance there. In some instances, it's very light navigation. In others, it can be a bit more hands-on. It really depends on what the needs are. We try and make sure that we are being adaptive, right, so that we can meet someone where they're at. And so that work is ongoing. So we have actively responded to 71 calls that were diverted from 911 and over to the community safety care coordinators. The range of services that have been involved there has related often to housing and rental assistance, and food are kind of the top three needs, but also reconnecting with behavioral health services, which we know can be really important in terms of setting the dynamic to help getting some leverage on the fentanyl epidemic that we're dealing with. And then finally, just if you'll allow me, a kind of more general update, we are continuing to work really closely with TPD and other city departments in some of the gun violence prevention work that's been underway through the Police Network investigations. And in the last 2 months, we've had an opportunity to engage with over 250 neighbors in these locations, doing some really strategic community gatherings and events, connecting, again, our resource partners into those spaces, including employment services, food services, youth programming, fun things like our Ready, Set, Rec van, right? Like really trying to create spaces of celebration and coming together. So we're continuing to do that work. We are very excited about some additional youth programming that we've been able to help facilitate with the support of LPKNC and Tucson Clean and Beautiful in one of the locations on South Campbell. So we'll have really robust youth programming happening there over the summer. And I think that that's an example of the type of work that we see being able to really come forward through this kind of, cross-city effort that is part of prevention, right? It is part of prevention work. And then finally, this evening, we'll be wrapping up the final session in a community safety academy that we've been convening along the 29th Street Thrive area. And this has been a really valuable partnership with Housing and Community Development, trying to bring some additional knowledge and resources to play for neighbors in that corridor. So we've covered a range of topics, including mental health and substance use, houselessness, crime prevention through environmental design, and tonight we're doing a training on de-escalation. All of these are really intended not only to be informational, but to be action-oriented as we start to really, try to be smart about how we can engage community members in being part of the solution. This is an all-hands-on-deck moment, right? And so as we move forward, we're really looking to try and figure out how we can bring people in and help to allow neighbors to feel more empowered, right? More able to navigate the current moment. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really, I'm listening to all of the work that we're doing together and all of the expansion of looking at community safety and public safety holistically, and how important the pieces that you all play, Tucson Police Department and, the core team that has been doing so much work in our community, which is basically our community outreach resource engagement team at TPD. That's comprised of the substance use resource team and the homeless outreach team. All of the preliminary work that these teams have been doing for our community on behavioral substance use disorder, all of that work that we now have in the picture. We now have our community safety, health, and wellness program. And as we continue expanding the holistic perspective of how we serve our community, that we all agree that putting the right work in the right hands is where we need to go as a community. And that as we expand our 311 system with the help of Director McDonough at Public Safety Communications, that's how we're lifting all of the responsibilities that for decades we had been putting on police officers' shoulders. We're just lifting some of that work and putting it in the right hands so our police department can focus and our police officers can focus on the work that they have been trained and ready to do and have been doing well. For generations, we've been putting too much on the shoulders of our police officers. So I just see it all coming together. I think that the pieces that still need to expand, this work with Pima County Health Department is absolutely important that we expand. But also the city of Tucson distributes federal and general funds to nonprofit partners. And I think this is something that Sarah, you are much more familiar with and ready to expand your work on. What are our nonprofits doing? Because piece of the puzzle is the detox and the behavioral health work that we help fund. And so how is it that we're bringing our nonprofits into the picture? What is it that they're doing? And how do we make sure that our nonprofit partners, especially if they're receiving funds from the city of Tucson, what what's the role that they play? And what do we ask them to help us with? So that we don't have to reinvent the wheel of what they're doing. What are the nonprofits that are actually effective and using evidence-based approaches to the societal problems that we have in the city? I think that's the next step, Sarah, that needs to be brought into the picture in putting the puzzle together and ironing out the complex system and systems that we have to really respond to. And that is creating all of this concern, right? Unsheltered homelessness, fentanyl and opioid misuse, substance misuse in our, and all the crisis that it's causing and the pain that it's causing families, individuals in our communities. So those are my thoughts. I'm so happy to have such an incredible team and both of you, and then of course everyone else, Mr. Manager, and helping us put this all together. And each and every individual that's working for the benefit of our community. I'm so proud of the work that we're doing. So with that, I do want to open up for questions, feedback. Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things. First of all, the building of trust, the touches. You go out the next day, you go out the next day. I'm glad we're starting to make progress on that. We always talk about the continuity of care and, you know, how people manifest. I think where we're lacking, and not because we're wrong. I think this is universal. This is around the country. I think the continuity of case management is kind of mishmashed. I don't think we have a central case management system. So what happens is we engage with someone, and then we have them in what are you guys using, CopLink or whatever you're using, and then it may go into the REBA's system, and then it may go into another agency's system, and that agency says, you know, we're really not the right service for you, so we're going to send you to this other system. And now whatever casework is in the computer system or notes for the previous agency, we've lost all that, and then we switch caseworkers. And one of the things we've learned about social work over the years is that's a people business. It's 100% a people business. No one's going to come off the street talking to a navigator they just met. They want to talk to the navigator they met 4 times. And so those are the pieces that we've got to fill in. And again, it's a process. It's not going to happen right away. But the cool part is that we know this. And what I would suggest is trying to figure out with our collaborators, with our partners, how do we get that continuity of case management that we're looking for? And it's going to be elusive, but with the inventions of phones and the inventions of, you know, smartphones and really just Microsoft email, you can probably get some of that continuity of care and that continuity of case management. So that's the first piece. The second piece is I'd love to be able to make it where whatever we come up with long term, having a system where your caseworker can stay with you. So even if your caseworker switches to another agency, or even with your caseworker comes to work with the city, if that person's built that trust and rapport with that caseworker, and I know that's a heavy lift. I'm not saying that we're ever going to get there exactly. The way I figure it is there's about 8 like main pieces to this. We've got legal, we've got family, we've got behavior and mental health, we've got substance abuse, we have employment or benefits like resources, actual tangible resources. And every caseworker is trying to collaborate in some type of team setting to help one person. The problem is that we'll have situations where we'll go to a TDM and we'll have 11 caseworkers there, and really nothing will get decided. So we've got to figure out how to eliminate all those people involved. But if the person has a PD and the person has an advocate because their kids are TUSD and they're also unsheltered and they're cow shopping and they have some behavioral health and they've been enrolled in La Frontera, but then they switched and then they got enrolled in La Paloma, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. how do we fold that all in so there's not 14 people showing up to a PDM, or God forbid they have an open DCS case? And so we've got to figure out how to streamline that piece. And I know it's a heavy lift. I'm not expecting it to be done right away. But I wanted to offer that perspective today because I'm seeing it at the school level and in collaborating with different agencies as we talk to some of the folks. Also, my office is going to the field as well. And we're talking to different folks and trying to get those touches and say, hey, what can we do? What can we do to make this okay? And I appreciate what we are doing because I think we're way ahead of the curve as far as what municipalities and cities can do. But we always, just like we do with water, we always have to think about the next step. We're going to be leaders on this one too. So let's think about that next step. How do we get to a continuum of case management it doesn't have to be totally seamless, but at least it's interconnected. And I think there's a spider web that's there right now, but it just isn't all lined up yet. So let's see what we can do to move forward there.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. At the same time, again, we have to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel, right? If we are doling out funds, whether they're federal or general funds, to nonprofit organizations, we've got to make sure that we're working with the nonprofit organizations that are already doing the work. So any others would like to add? Vice Mayor?
This is really small potatoes compared to what y'all are talking about, but in the budget, we talked about having stickers on fare boxes that advocate voluntary contributions to homeless work program. Can you do that administratively, or do we need to give some direction? And if you need money to print the stickers, I'll come up with that.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm actually going down the path of doing it administratively. We already have I'll call them the meters for the homeless work program. And what I'm going to try to do is just expand that onto the buses. So I've asked the staff to explore what the logistics of that might look like. If I do need some help, from a policy, I'll make sure to bring that back for your consideration.
Any others? Alrighty, so I just wanted to also share with you all that in terms of unsheltered homelessness and the complex nature of all the issues that come with unsheltered homelessness and substance use in our community, I had the opportunity to visit the Center of Opportunity, got a tour by the executive director, and I was joined by Humberto Lopez, who has funded the Center of Opportunity, and we sat down, talked about the program that they have, and I think that we live in a time where we cannot say this approach is good and this approach is not. I feel as though our Housing First program does very specific work for individuals that need that type of work. There are individuals in our community that can go through a program like the Center of Opportunity and what the Gospel Rescue Mission do. We can coexist and we can help each other with the work that we're doing. And there's plenty of need in our community to be able to complement each other and interweave the services that are provided at the Center of Opportunity and our Housing First program and our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, et cetera. So I just wanted to add that because I think that there's a notion out there that, the city of Tucson only believes in a Housing First approach. Housing First is an evidence-based approach that is proving to have excellent outcomes. But there are also other programs within our community that are helping individuals and families go through their needs at the time that they need them. So I just wanted to add that because it really is all hands on deck and checking that we as the city of Tucson are being good partners with other nonprofit organizations that are offering very valuable work for individuals and families. So with that, we are going to thank our directors, both Chief Kasmar and Director Lanias. And what we're going to do is going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and finish our water items. Thank you. From break. Moving on to item 8. Thank you, Director Kimmick, for giving us a little bit of a break in between your 2 items. But we're moving on to item 8. Time has been set aside for the quarterly update on the management of PFAS with our Tucson water system. Director Kimmick.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. This PFAS quarterly update is to document for the public actions and activities that have occurred at the national, state, or local levels during the first quarter of the calendar year 2023, January 1st through March 31st. First and foremost, Tucson Water's potable waters be free of any known PFAS impacts. Rigorous testing over the years have identified several areas of the aquifer in the Tucson Basin that need to be avoided to ensure PFAS compounds are not unknowingly distributed throughout the community. To date, we have proactively turned off 22 potable wells over the last few years and have restricted the use for emergency only for 6 additional wells. In addition, the Tucson Airport remediation project has been rerouted from the potable system to the non-potable status, supplying water now for the reclaimed water system and a discharge location on the Santa Cruz River. Some important developments did occur this last quarter, most notably the EPA published proposed national primary drinking water standards for 6 PFAS compounds. 2 of those compounds, PFOA and PFOS, have individual proposed maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, of 4 part per trillion, respectively. In a newer way to calculate an MCL, the EPA is using the combined ratio of 4 other PFAS compounds, PFNA, PFHXS, PFBS, and GenX, in what is referred to as a hazard index rating, meaning each of those compounds' results is divided by its respective health advisory, then the group is added together. If the index is greater than 1, then the MCL is exceeded. Of note, Tucson Water's operational guidelines are still very conservative with respect to the proposed numbers and fall in line very closely. The EPA will be conducting further analysis and taking input on the proposed rule throughout the rest of the year. Then they are expected to move forward with a final rulemaking decision. Like any Safe Drinking Water Act rule, Tucson Water will continue to meet and exceed those regulatory standards that are in place. In more local news, the Randolph Park PFAS treatment plant design is continuing. Mayor and council did direct staff to begin work on this project utilizing the funds acquired from the 2022 compensated system conservation revenue received for not taking all of our CAP allocation. Staff have been working with our congressional delegation as well in an attempt to find funding replacement for some or all of the costs associated with this effort. Also in the fall of 2022, the Arizona WIFA Board approved a proposal to construct 2 potable treatment facilities in the northwest part of the Tucson water service area where PFAS impacts have occurred. Unfortunately, the amount of forgivable principal for the projects were not sufficient enough for staff to recommend acceptance of the loan offerings as written. Staff is currently revising the scope of the project with Arizona WIFA, so the amount of forgivable principal offered is of a higher percentage of the overall price before a recommendation to continue can be brought forward. In late December 2022, the outgoing administration for the state made a commitment to make available up to $25 million to the city of Tucson to design and construct a PFAS treatment facility at the Tucson Airport Remediation Project. Staff have been working with the current administration to reach a final agreement for the reimbursement of funds to the city as the design and construction of that project advances. We are expecting the agreement to be delivered any day now. The goal of the project is to remove PFAS concentrations impacting the TARP recovery well field prior to the water entering the advanced oxidation plant that is on site for the destruction of TCE and 1,4-dioxane. At the end of March 2023, the EPA and ADEQ convened a meeting of the principal parties associated with the Superfund site at the Tucson Airport. At that meeting, I was asked to explain to all the participants what the impacts of PFAS has been doing to the city and its role in cleanup of the TARP Superfund site. At the meeting, EPA and ADEQ officials made it known to all participants that they would be drafting what's called special orders for the parties at the airport to start to address the impacts of PFAS. Those special orders are currently being worked on by the parties that have been known to use PFAS at the airport property, primarily the airport itself and the Department of Defense. And lastly of note, in this last quarter, the EPA has also issued an interim record of decision for the TARP facility. This ROD amendment does primarily 2 things. It formally accepts the TARP Advanced Oxidation Facility as the approved treatment process for TCE and 1,4-dioxane, as well as it accepts the beneficial use of the treated water from TARP to be used in Tucson Water's reclaimed water system and as a discharge to the Santa Cruz River. And that concludes this quarterly report. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions from council members?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
What is the update on $25 million for the TARP AOP plan in terms of constructive maintenance? Construction and maintenance.
So the funds that the state is making available to the city of Tucson to construct the PFAS treatment at the TARP facility is for the design and construction of the facility. No operational funds, once that facility is built, has been identified by anyone to pay for as of yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate the update and keep us abreast of the remediation plant at Reed Park at Randolph, because I think that is a super important piece of our protecting our water, our aquifer.
Yes, it is. Yep, and we'll continue with that project.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Alrighty, we move on to item 9. Time has been set aside to provide mayor and council an opportunity to discuss the recommendations from the RTA Technical Management Committee and the upcoming PAG Regional Council and RTA Board agenda. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, this is the opportunity for us to provide you some thoughts with regard to the Technical Management Committee and the Regional Management Committee and the recommendations for you as a board chair, but also to brief the mayor and council on where we're headed and what we're doing. I'll just start pretty high level, and then I'll turn it over to Sam for some of the detail. So first of all, the Technical Management Committee, the TMC, has been discussing RTA Next. We have formed an ad hoc committee that consists of all of the member jurisdictions, as well as, I believe, 6 members of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the RTA, to try to come up with a recommendation for the RTA board to consider in terms of RTA Next. The discussion has evolved. The city of Tucson has made a recommendation to look at some of the named projects that were on the corridor list and moving some components of that list or those projects to the categorical funds, particularly safety, transit, and active transportation. The focus there is really how do we accomplish a holistic view of the RTA Next, something that would resonate with the voters, something that we can point to and say will truly help and make our transportation system as a whole safer and better. So we are in the process of doing that now. We've been meeting weekly as an ad hoc. We're hoping that within the not too distant future, we'll have a more formal recommendation. A couple of things of note for you is that I have recommended a reduction in the funding that's been allocated in the RTA plan for ADOT and ADOT projects, specifically the project in the city of Tucson, SR 210, which is also the Barraza Aviation Corridor. The challenge there is by reducing the RTA Next component of that, those funds have to come from somewhere else. And that's not necessarily ADOT money, but regional money. So I have suggested that we need to think about what that might look like in the future, which basically means bringing all of the funds that come to the region to the table to solve the region's transportation challenges. So that'll turn it over to Sam to give some detail on some of the pieces of that.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So as the manager mentioned, we have been meeting almost weekly as a TMC and a TMC ad hoc group. I do want to point out before I get too far down the road here that we have not had a PAG management committee in some time. So in your material, you'll see that that's missing. Typically, we do have a summary of the PAG management committee, and there has not been one. As the manager described, we did move forward a proposal to take a look at some of our projects. And what that proposal included is really dialing in the scopes of the projects that we had included in the RTA Next plan and trying to identify opportunities where many of those scopes could be fulfilled under the categorical elements. And so what we did is, I believe there is about 7 projects that we took a look at. And so what we did is really just dial down those cost estimates into just those elements that could be covered under some of the categories the manager mentioned, including active transportation. And many of those projects included sidewalks, street lighting, landscaping, and traffic signal improvements. And so with the work that we did there, combined with the reduction on the ADOT projects, we were able to bring forward a balanced project budget list at the last TMC for review and discussion. I do want to point out that the material that was included for this item did provide summaries on the 2 meetings prior to the meeting that was held last week. I believe what the manager and I have described for you today is a summary of the meeting that occurred last Wednesday, and we would be happy to answer any questions regarding this topic. So that's it. Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about the background material that you provided for mayor and council to look at on the meeting of, was it the March 8th meeting? I'm not too sure exactly the meeting, what it was, but there was a description of the elements and sub-elements being evaluated by the CAC. So the categories and the allocations for environment and economic vitality element, safety element, transit element, you know, and the others. But my question is a couple of questions. What do you propose, Mr. Credio or Mr. Manager, for our project prioritization and funding categories? this mayor and council have been requesting the last 2 years that funding categories be reflective or close to what Move Tucson categories have been, because that reflects the desires of the residents of the city of Tucson. They're very similar, but have much more preservation and maintenance built into the categories with Move Tucson. What has been the conversation at the TMC, the CAC, regarding these categories and changing the categories? I know that I brought the concept up at the RTA board meeting, and there really hasn't been an opportunity given to the city of Tucson to have a much more thorough discussion of what Move Tucson categories are.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. So the categories that are currently on the table right now are the roadway corridors, safety, environment, transit. There's an administrative category, and then active transportation. And the active transportation item is one that is relatively new, that has been proposed by the CAC. That's currently funded at $90 million. Regarding pavement maintenance, that still has not been addressed. There is some material in the RTA board agenda regarding pavement maintenance. We do think that there's an opportunity for that to be included, potentially for well-defined, for an item that is well-defined relative to pavement maintenance. And what that means is that we want it to be very clear what we would be proposing for pavement maintenance, that we're not proposing supplanting RTA money to fill potholes, but rather either the reconstruction or repaving of functionally classified roadways, which for the majority of RTA 1 was our large corridor arterial projects. Outside of that, there has been no other elements that have been proposed by the CAC or the TMC. We've been really focused on the roadway corridors, but with the idea of identifying those projects that could fall into some of those other categories. And if you look back to some of the other times where I've presented to Mayor and Council, we've talked about how Move Tucson aligns with the current RTA Next plan. And there is some overlap, and I think that the only area that we see that there's not overlap would be that pavement maintenance item.
Alrighty, I think we need to figure out how we include this in a future RTA item, because we've requested it by voice request at the RTA board meeting, and it hasn't showed up for the last 2 years on their agenda. So let's figure out how we request it, and make sure that we have this conversation with the rest of the RTA board members. Okay, it's the meeting of April 12. In that same conversation, RTA Next Plan Development Update, that there is action item that concerned me gravely. It's a motion that was made by Mr. Shane Dial, I think, from the town of Sahuarita. Was basically the motion was made to remove projects 27 to 37 to be able to meet the $1.1 billion allocation threshold for the RTA Next. The problem was that all of those projects were City of Tucson projects. And so the motion passed, but the representatives from the City of Tucson voted against that motion. So how do we correct that decision to remove 12 projects that were possibly important projects for the City of Tucson?
So thank you, Mayor. I'm going to get a little long-winded here just because I think it's important you get the background on some of that. So yes, that was the motion, and there was a nuance to that motion, which, you know, after we discussed it as the TMC, I suggested that the scope of the projects be looked at versus just cut. And that was supported by other members of the TMC. And actually, some members said there could be an opportunity to move some of those projects to other categories like safety. So the conversation ensued, and the spirit and intent of the motion was to start at the bottom, if you will, and start looking at the scope of all of the projects that were on that list. We were at that time, excuse me, led to believe that that was a prioritized list, so that that list was prioritized either by the CAC or the TMC. Excuse me. At the subsequent meeting, we were told that that was not a prioritized list, which is kind of odd. But be that as it may, the analysis was not accomplished, and so instead it was just truncated. And all of those projects, as you aptly noted, were City of Tucson projects. So what we did then as the staff of, the City of Tucson is I said, fine, because you as the RTA did not do that, then we'll do that. And so we embarked upon a review of all of our projects and a review of the of the scope that Sam just mentioned, and really looked at the magnitude of the scope, but also the components of the scope to see if they were able to be shifted or moved to some of the categorical elements. So what we ended up coming back to were a few things. Number one, we looked at some of the projects that were able to move, as Sam mentioned. I believe there were 7 that could ultimately be moved to those 3 categories. The other thing we noticed is I'll call it the high number of, or the high amount of the local match for the ADOT projects. So we came back with a recommendation to reduce the cost of the program, including our projects, by about $288 million. The reason that that's important is because of the shortfall that was focused on by the TMC and the CAC was about $300 million. So we basically gave them a way of getting to the budget that was originally established. So at the last ad hoc meeting, I presented our recommendation as an alternative, and I'll call it the direction to the RTA staff was to incorporate that into the plan as a whole to see where it ended up with at the end. So although that motion did pass, there were 2 members voting against it. There was subsequent conversation to continue the dialogue to make sure that analysis continued. The last thing I'll leave you with is, and this is an important piece, the category of the projects, not the categoricals, but the type of project fall into a few different types: capacity, new road construction, modernization, and something else, I forget the other one, operations. Most of the RTA members of the TMC prioritize capacity and new road construction as the top tiered and the most important. The City of Tucson, because we're in we have the urban core, recommended and prioritized modernization. Well, that's a fundamental difference in shift. Not necessarily a horrible thing, but it does show and demonstrate the different needs from the different entities and the different agencies and partners sitting around the table. And so what I suggested to them is you can't prioritize capacity to leave out all the modernization for the urban core. That just doesn't make sense. So our effort of going through and analyzing the scope was to really show and demonstrate that when you look at the modernization of corridors, you can also extract some of those pieces into those categorical elements. And all of a sudden, you're looking at the project, the program as a whole, as opposed to its component parts. So I'm sorry to be long-winded, but I wanted you to understand the evolution of that conversation, which has not completed. The next time the ad hoc meets is on the 31st of May. Thank you, Mayor. Did you want anything?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I did just want to add that at the subsequent TMC meeting, that motion by Mr. Dilly was rescinded. And then the jurisdictions were asked to go through their projects and affirm or change project placement within those categories, those 4 categories the manager just mentioned, and prioritize them within their own categories. But again, it is worth pointing out, I believe almost all of our projects do fall in the modernization category. Thank you.
Excellent. I notice on the agenda for this Thursday for PAG RTA, the cost to complete item did not appear on the agenda. And this is an item that we've had for the past year and a half. Do you feel that cost to complete has been sufficiently addressed in order for us to vote on a budget moving forward for the RTA?
Mayor, I can't speak to adequately address because I don't know. What I will tell you is that the RTA staff has assured the RTA board as well as the TMC that there will be enough funds to complete those projects. That is a commitment the RTA board made. So one way or another, whether it's RTA revenues or a deferment of some projects into RTA Next for funding there or regional funds, the delivery of the program is the commitment from the RTA board that has been supported by the RTA staff.
Are you, are there any risks if we program funds by only looking at year 1 and 2 on this Thursday? So in other words, I'm concerned about voting on a budget without looking beyond fiscal year 2024. Specifically because the projects that we still need to complete are City of Tucson projects. So is the budget sufficient for us to be able to feel comfortable with voting for it?
Mayor, I don't think we can speak to the sufficiency of the budget to complete the program as a whole because we still have years left on the program. But what I can tell you is that, again, with the commitment, there could be other funds that have to be brought to the table to complete those projects. And that's where the RTA board's commitment, and I believe you were part of that motion, specifically said if there's not enough money in the RTA, the regional funds will be brought in to complete the program, which means that the 26, I believe it's 26 through 28, funding for the region would go towards the RTA completion.
Do you feel confident that the RTA 1, RTA 2006 projects will be delivered without impacting the RTA Next allocations for the City of Tucson?
Mayor, the short answer is no. However, I will tell you that my understanding is that the movement of our projects, the projects that were to have been part of the 06 RTA into the RTA Next, if that happens, which is the direction that the board has voted upon, those dollars would be taken off of the top and would not be counted against the City of Tucson's allocation in terms of percentages or any other future discussions going forward.
Is that coincide, though, is that moving along with the conversations that are being had at the TMC and CAC regarding the allocation for RTA Next funds? In other words, is that really actually happening? Is the budgeting for the RTA 1 or 2006 projects happening in real time with the funds available for RTA Next?
So, Mayor, by moving those projects, and I'm sorry if I don't get your question exactly, I'm going to try to answer it. By moving the projects off of the 06 into RTA Next, those estimates are going to have to be revised based on when those projects get delivered. So that's very important because the most of those estimates that are out there are 06 estimates, which we know fall far short. The piece that's important is the completion of the projects. And I think that you have been clear in messaging from the rest of your colleagues here that our interest is how are we going to complete those projects, which means all funding would go towards that to include out years. And so if the RTA, the 06 RTA plan and program is not sufficient to accomplish those projects, those last projects, then additional regional funding would have to be allocated up to and including going into future years. If RTA Next passes and some of those projects can be shifted as already been recommended by this group, then that opportunity for accomplishing those separately and away from the regional funds would exist.
Alrighty, I just wanted to open up any additional questions or commentary for our colleagues on the council. Vice Mayor.
This time. So Sam, the motion that the mayor was referring to is off the table. It was rescinded, and a couple of things. First of all, the 7 or 8 projects that originally, according to that motion, were zeroed out, you put them back on the table in the conversation, but you're pulling them apart and saying this chunk is actual roadway. This, say you got $100 project. $75 is for the roadway, $15 is for safety, and $10 is for environment. Is that basically the conversation that's happening? And so that will necessarily reduce our categorical allocations as well, because now you're shifting some of those dollars into categorical. So it's still going to reduce the city's project list. It's just simply shifting the dollars around to maybe make that a little more difficult to track. Is that fair?
I would say yes, qualified. I don't think it's difficult to track. We'll just, because the only way to do this going forward is to have named or identified projects that are in the categorical elements. So in other words, the way that the previous RTA worked is that those were pots of money where there was a lot of flexibility in how they were spent. What we're recommending is that we would identify those or parts of those to go towards specific projects.
Okay, I don't have the list, and so it'll be, I think, important for us to see what that list is and what's happening to those projects and how that's impacting our entitlements under the categorical elements. But we don't have that right now. The 4 projects that were moved, can you remind us which 4 those were? I think.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I know ours were Houghton Road and East 22nd Street, is that West 22nd, excuse me, 22nd over by the freeway. I know there was a Silver Bell segment, and I'm not sure about the third. Oh, and First Avenue, that's right.
Yeah.
Pima County's First Avenue.
And based on what you just said a few minutes ago, those are not going to be done within the 20-year cycle.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, my understanding is that the recommendation, which I'm not even sure the RTA board has approved yet, is to move those into RTA Next. So they would not be delivered within the timeframe of the 2006 RTA.
Which is reasonable. Do you have any idea where they are in terms of design?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I do not. I don't believe they've been started. Go ahead if you know.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczyk, we've only done a needs feasibility study on Houghton Road. There was some planning work that was done on 22nd Street West. And I'm not sure on Silver Bell and First Avenue. I don't believe any design's been done on those projects.
So the reality is that even if the money was there, given the level of design effort that's been invested so far, there's no way they're going to get done in the next 3 years. Okay, so they're not going to get done within the 20-year cycle. The director addressed the CAC a little while back. This is the most recent meeting, and this is the video that I wanted to share. It's about 2 minutes long, and Randy has it queued. Make sure you've got the audio up, and then I'll have a question at the end of it.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Mel.
Thank you. I have a few questions. The first is, what are the 4 projects to complete? the leftover ones?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Again, it's in that sample that we send out. Let me look it up as we speak. It's First Avenue from Orange Grove to Ina Road, Houghton Road from Broadway to Tanca Verde, Silverbell Road from Camino del Cerro to Ina Road, and the last one is 22nd Street from I-10 to Keno Parkway. Those are the 4 projects. There are phases in the last 3 cases are phases of those projects. First Avenue, Orange Grove to Ina Road is a complete project from the current RTA plan.
And how do we stand now? I assume we can't fund them until this next round of funding is approved.
So as it stands, the conversation was to be able to overlap the current plan with the next plan, so that the overlap, let's assume the overlap is at the time we're hoping it's 5 years, but it may be 3 years. So there's a 3-year overlap between the current plan and the new plan. And once it's approved, the funds from the new plan can be used to complete those 4 projects, still within the same 20-year horizon. But the revenue source becomes the new plan.
And is the engineering design work already started for any of those?
No, as I mentioned earlier, 3 of them are phases of projects. So they may have a design concept report, let's say at a 30%, but the actual design has not started on any of those projects. Those all would have to go through the design process and construction.
Thank you.
That's it. So Farhad is telling the CAC that they're going to be done within the 20 years, that they haven't even started design. And we've had a concern at this table about credibility and transparency with this executive director since these conversations started. Is he simply uninformed, or is he just lying to the CAC, or what's going on with that? Because we know those projects, if they haven't even started design, there's no way in the world that they're going to be done within the 20-year period. So how do we address that with this guy and start getting the right facts in front of the CAC and the Technical Management Committee? If they want a partnership in this thing and us to support them going forward, that kind of crap's got to stop.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I don't know that I can comment on what was said or not said. I can tell you what we understand in terms of the status and the likelihood of completion. I think that would be a matter for the board to take up with the executive director.
And his 360 review is coming soon, and who is going to participate in that? Because CAC members and the general public ought to be a part of that evaluation.
Yeah, we have that item on the PAG agenda, and that is a conversation that, in my opinion, I've given it very clearly that it should be done, that everyone that has, that's why it's called the 360 review, so that we can get the public and colleagues and employees to be able to review his work. And then, of course, also set a path forward, in other words, goals of what we'd like the executive director to be able to accomplish within the next year. I believe that it should be a yearly evaluation with a well-defined approach as to how we evaluate and have some metrics in terms of how we evaluate the director. We will see how the conversation turns out on Thursday. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
All right, I wanted to get a little more context, City Manager, about why the reasoning behind the motion trying to take out some of the projects in the city, especially since a lot of them were in Ward 1.
So Mayor, Councilor Santa Cruz, I think it's important keeping in mind that the way that the projects were presented, the RTA staff basically either said or gave us the impression at the TMC that it was a list of priorities. And so one of the, Mr. Dealey from Sarita basically said, if that's the case, then let's start at the bottom and start cutting until we get to the budget. It was that simple. There wasn't any more to it. And it just happened that all of the projects that were at the bottom were City of Tucson projects. And that was really the challenge that I put back and said, well, wait a minute, you know, and then I basically outlined that earlier. So that's basically the context of that.
Thank you to you and Sam for advocating for us. So where did we leave off then?
So Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, the way we left off was we went back and did our own analysis that they didn't do to try to come up with an understanding of how we could get most of our projects accomplished, but do it in a holistic manner as opposed to individual. And so we have presented that to them, or we presented that to them this past week, and they will react to it, and they're supposed to give us more information on the 31st. That's where we're at right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Any others? Alrighty, so there's a couple of things. I think that it makes sense that however the categories are, right? The City of Tucson and our residents have different needs, as the city manager and Sam have said. We are seeking much more modernization, a complete street approach to the projects within the City of Tucson. A couple of things that I am looking for. One, that the City of Tucson, in the conversations leading up to the RTA next, that we get our fair share, a fair return on investment for what the citizens of Tucson put in. So that amount of money for the RTA next, I will be keeping an eye on. And two, that other towns surrounding us have other needs. They want to expand, they want to invest differently, and that is okay as well, right? They have completely different goals than what the citizens of Tucson want. As long as that we can work together and the citizens of Tucson get what we want and that we get our fair share, however the categories are explained, as long as our projects are in there, I will feel much more confident moving forward. And then two, that I'm very confident that at the Technical Management Committee and at the Citizens Advisory Committee, that they are talking with each other. And now we've requested, the RTA board has requested that both the TMC and the CAC report at our board meetings. That way we're hearing from them, their concerns, their conversations, and that they present to the RTA board what the movement forward is. If we continue doing that and we get to a place where the citizens of the City of Tucson are well represented and they're getting a fair share return on their investment, I feel that we can get to a plan that we can all agree on. It's not going to happen if these conversations are not clear and transparent, and that the right information is given to the committees and to the public. And I think that's what we need to continue pressing on. Other than that, evaluation of the executive director is an important piece of it. But at this point in time, to be honest, I think the executive director is irrelevant, especially if we're having a good conversation, good dialogue, and we're making good decisions at the RTA board level and between the TMC and the CAC. So I'm always available for your input as we move towards the meeting this Thursday and always take your advice and feedback very seriously. And I make sure that I report to the RTA board the needs of our community. With that, did you want to add anything, Sam or Mr. Manager?
No, Mayor, thank you.
All righty, thank you so much. We are going to move, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I know that we have the discussion of the microgrid idea, but we did get a request by IT director to have a presentation. It's going to be a very short presentation on fiber internet. Are we ready? Thank you, Chris. Time has been set aside for the City and Pima County staff to present and discuss the plan for achieving proliferation and equitable adoption of fiber internet in the City of Tucson. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, Chris Mazzarella, our new IT director, is no longer new. He's been here for a bit now, and one of the things that I'd asked Chris to really look at was how we can make sure that our fiber network across the entirety of the community and working with the county, the region, is something that can really help us to further all of the goals that we've discussed at the table before. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chris, and then he'll introduce our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Today we'll be doing a co-presentation as well as talking about where we're going with the City of Tucson and our introduction for propagation of fiber throughout the city, also highlighting our relationship with Pima County and ongoing partnership with them, and take a few moments to talk about some of the initiatives, one of them namely Connect Pima in the Pima County area as well. Before I jump into the slides, I want to acknowledge that over the past couple of years, internet, maybe past few decades, I should say, internet has really become a major component of infrastructure. Just like we rely upon our water, power, our roads for transportation, it has become just saturated. It is now a major portion of how we live our lives. You can see technology in pretty much every component now, and that's only going to continue. So as we look forward and we start investigating what we need to do for the city to make sure we're prepared for some of the changes over the next few decades, we really want to ensure that we're building the right infrastructure for the long term, something that's going to be reliable, robust, fast, and supported, and allows us to maintain that connectivity through the rest of the world. So we'll go to the next slide. A few of the opportunities and goals that we see and where we stand today. Almost all of Tucson right now has access to what we would call high-speed internet. And I'm using a little bit of an updated term because frankly what we have at the federal level is very slow. It's only 25 megabits, which is if you stream high def video, that's maybe two shows simultaneously going on Netflix. So from this standpoint, when we talk about high speed, I'm really talking about 100 megabits up and 100 megabits down, excuse me, and 20 up, which is pretty much the de facto standard. There are really only about 300 homes that are currently unserved. Primarily that's due to their geographic location or physical obstructions, things of that nature. But there are a variety of different ways we can get service now. The challenge we see is as we start using different mediums, such as wireless, as we use cable, phone lines, things of that nature, they do have a maximum threshold that they hit. And at a certain point, we'll continue to find ways to improve, but we are going to hit that peak. So it is really critical that we start looking at the introduction of fiber throughout the city as the next gen solution for all of that internet-based infrastructure. As it stands right now, a little less than half of Tucson is currently served by fiber. So we do see an opportunity, and there is significant interest by a number of different businesses as well as consumers in introducing this. So there's definitely a need and a number of individuals looking to start launching this. And I think it's probably obvious to everyone here at the table that this is going to be a critical need. The bandwidth needs for each individual are only going to rise year over year. And we'll continue to see new innovations, new capabilities, and need to ensure that the city is prepared. So the fiber is the one major component in the infrastructure. The other thing that goes hand in hand with that is the adoption and the availability of that. So in the city of Tucson, back in 2021, a study was done to determine about 12% of eligible homes don't have it. Now, in many cases, they have access, but for whatever reason have not signed up. So that's the other area we're going to be focusing on, and making sure that people are aware of their options, they're aware of the different technologies available to them to provide internet, and that they're making use of some of those solutions, which we'll talk about in just a moment. So the next steps we're pursuing on the next slide, and some of the solutions we're pursuing, we will be issuing an RFI to seek interest in those that are looking to put down the fiber, to actually lay it throughout the city. Our focus predominantly is going to be on how quickly can we get that run? How do we ensure that it goes to 100% of our businesses and homes? How do we make sure that as it's run, it is going to all neighborhoods and not just those that are going to be most profitable, but ensuring there's a level of equity there. So we've already started working with some of our teams in analytics, looking at best practices throughout the country to see how others have pursued that issue as well. In addition to that, as I mentioned, a lot of the challenges are also on adoption, so we will be working on making sure that people are aware of the Affordable Care Plan, the ACP plan that provides funding to individuals. They already will provide up to $30 a month for those individuals for internet, which is readily available here in Tucson. So we'll be pursuing both of those simultaneously. As we start going forward with that, our anticipation is we'll continue to do research, we'll work with other parties, and focus on ensuring that it is rolled out as quickly as possible, but we ensure that we do get to 100% coverage. So whatever plan we have has the right incentives and behaviors and rules in place to make sure we realize that. We'll make sure that it is cost effective. My anticipation is that costs will be held steady or actually decrease for consumers getting these services, while the rate speed will increase. And we'll start looking at ensuring that not just the realization of the ACP programs in place, but we have communication with all the citizens, and they're well aware of the different opportunities and availabilities for that solution for whatever fiber is available. As we're running that and we're getting the materials in place, there's a couple other things that have come to light that we are starting to look into that I just want to bring up for awareness. One is what's called an Internet Exchange Point, or IXP, and that is once you're connected to your service provider, a lot of that information right now has to route at least to Phoenix, if not to LA or Dallas or another location before it goes somewhere else, even if it's here in Tucson. So I may be getting an x-ray or scan that may be going from a scanning location to the hospital, but it may have to jump, and that adds delay. It slows things down. So we'll be looking at opportunities to have something established here in Tucson, see what the opportunities are there to grow an IXP here. That'll also allow a lot of opportunities for bringing in new tech-oriented businesses. We'll see speed increases, reduced latency, such as video conferencing, things of that nature like we're doing right now. You'll see improvements throughout the city. We're also looking at funding opportunities and grants to help support the investment, whether it's something we can partner with or something we can enable third parties who are looking to invest. And finally, as I referenced at the beginning, we're looking at third parties that we can work with to make sure we're properly aligned in all the efforts. Pima County is here today to talk about what they're doing with Connect Pima, which we'll talk about in a moment. There's also a group called Sun Corridor, which connects the U of A, ASU, and NAU for very high-speed connectivity. We're in discussions with them to understand how we can potentially tie in with there. And I'm sure there are a lot of other partners who we haven't heard from yet, which we're looking to explore and learn. So I'll pause for 1 second and finally just mention, while I'm sure there's a lot of questions I'm happy to answer, I want to take just a moment for our representatives from Pima County to speak through the efforts they're doing with Connect Pima and show how that aligns to the items I've just talked through today. So I'll hand it off to Javier.
Thank you, Director Chris Mazzarell. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and members of council members. My name is Javier Baca. I'm with the Pima County, IT Director of Pima County, and along with me is my colleague with Pima County, Deputy Director of Library, Michelle Simon. I'll ask her to kind of chime in a moment with her vision for what Connect Pima, because she was really at the onset of what Connect Pima has become. I'm proud to have joined on as I joined the county. And Connect Pima is in the spirit of collaboration of creating a regional partnership among county, municipalities, all aspects of Pima County, to prioritize such things as what the vision the City of Tucson is developing with this RFI. That is continued access to broadband. Affordable broadband is an important component of that. Digital literacy across the county, and just in general, increase access to devices and tools, and to really provide opportunities for our communities to have the opportunities that those services enable in our current world. One of the important things that we have done is pursued federal granting opportunities that will potentially bring in additional services and economic development opportunities to the region. And so we are here to just show in a stand in support of the vision that the City of Tucson is moving in this direction. We support it. We have a lot of interested partners, including other municipalities and private industry on the Connect Pima. And so with that, I'd like to kind of let Michelle share her vision and what our history of Connect Pima has become.
All right, there you go. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and group. Thank you so much for having me here today. Deputy Director of the Pima County Public Library for Support Services and Co-Chair for Connect Pima. What is the vision? That every single person in Pima County has sustainable, high-speed, affordable internet. And so that high speed is just what Chris was talking about, that speed limit, not the 25.3. And I really want to take an opportunity to thank the City of Tucson for the efforts that they have put forth so far already in what we're doing with Connect Pima. We work together to promote the Affordable Connectivity Program through the Tucson water bills. We saw a spike in the number of people that asked for that subsidy as a result of that. We also work together with Tucson House to help people learn more about how to use computers, and our Hotspots Around Town program also has at least 50 hotspots that are in Metro City Tucson, and that is free internet for all of our constituents to create that bridge so that they can come to the library and get assistance if they need to, and then we can feed them into the ACP program, and then finally getting things in their own home. So thank you so much for having us here. We look forward to continuing our partnership together.
So we're happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you so much to the Pima County representatives for being here with us. We have been asking about, internet connectivity and creating the infrastructure to be able to not be left behind. As a mayor, I attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We have them in the winter session, summer session, and we do get a lot of presentations from federal agencies about the programs that are available, the funds that are available to make sure that we as a community are not left behind, and creating the infrastructure that will help leverage the future of our community. And this is an economic development issue as much as it is a learning issue and a connectivity issue for for entertainment, for work, for other things. But it really is an economic development issue. And so my question is, what is the action plan in terms of placing the fiber, right? Because it's an infrastructure project. What is the plan and strategy and timeline to be able to move forward with an infrastructure project such as this?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council. The plan of action at the moment is to begin with that RFI, to start seeking feedback from the various groups that were interested in laying the fiber. Our intention at this time is to understand any of the legal and time-consuming roadblocks that exist today, streamline those processes. We've started working internally to see what we could do to make sure we could remove those and time those ideally with things such as road repairs and things of that nature as well, to prevent any potential impact to our other city operations. So we're going to be investigating, understanding the time frame and the approach and cost and where those funds would come from those proposals, and then follow up with a specific plan of action and a specific roadmap timeframe once we've got a better understanding as to who's available and how we would begin that rollout.
Thank you. Any others? Any other questions? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, just curious if you'll be working with the council offices to identify those infrastructure gaps that exist so that we have a sense of the areas, or if we know about areas that we can also bring those up.
Yeah, Councilmember Santa Cruz, definitely interested in that opportunity. And we've already started working with our equity office as well and looking at some of the activities. LA County has done an effort, and in fact, they have a site specifically focused on equity. So we're looking at some of those models, but definitely we'll want to engage and understand where we see those areas for equity growth. When we pursue this, we anticipate we're going to be looking at geographical areas to pursue it once where it will be cost effective to install that in each region. I would definitely want to make sure we have those inputs.
Great, thank you.
Any others? Mr. Manager.
Mayor, just to close it up, so we will be proceeding with an RFI. We will come back once it's time to have more conversation around what contractual arrangements might look like, but we're going to move on that fairly quickly. Just want to let you know. Thanks.
What's time frame, Mr. Manager? We were looking at time frame.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we will move on the RFI post haste. It will take us probably 60 days to solicit and to get responses. There'll be a conversation that goes on internally during that time. So I'm figuring probably 90 to 120 days before we're back to you.
You bring it back to a plan, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much to our Pima County partners on the wonderful work that you're all doing, and with Connect Pima and the work that's happening at the libraries is just incredible, something that we absolutely need. And so looking forward to continued partnership with Pima County on this and other issues as we've talked about earlier. But thank you, Director Mazzarella, for the presentation. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. So we're going to go back to item 10. Time has been set aside to discuss the microgrid solar program. This item was requested by Vice Mayor Kozachek, Councilmember Dahl, and myself, but I would love to be able to toss it over to the Vice Mayor and then open it up for continued discussion. Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. What's being proposed here is using our right-of-way to build a solar or a series of solar microgrids. I'm not proposing that we run off and just start digging, but to send the full presentation to our citizen climate commissions, plural, and city staff. The county is aware of this. They could be an important partner as well. To be clear, this is not buying up existing TEP assets. It's for us to set up our own microgrid that, if expanded, can alleviate some of the expansion needs that they're experiencing. I've pulled a few pictures from the full presentation just to make the points. Several of us have been working on a concept plan for a few months that I've shared with the mayor and with Kevin, just a sort of beta test to see if it had legs enough to bring to the full group, and thankfully it does. As I said, the county is aware and could be an important partner. The goal is to create a microgrid of solar panels along our Norte Sur transit line. That proposed transit line, that transit route covers wards 1, 3, 5, and 6, chunks of it. The microgrid could power transit, provide shaded walkways and bikeways, power adjacent homes, businesses, and provide some other benefits. And so today's ask is really simply to get the mayor and council support to pass this full proposal on to, as I said, the various citizens commissions that we've got, and city staff and county staff to put some eyeballs on it and bring back to us their thoughts. So the first frame is the proposed route for Norte Sur. as I mentioned, it touches wards 1, 3, 5, and 6. It's 15 miles long, could be a very substantial microgrid. I'm going to get that word right before I'm done, microgrid. There are right-of-way opportunities throughout the corridor where we can create covered walkways and bikeways with a solar array. So Randy, go on to the next picture. I'm not going to try and sell you on solar. An array like this has wiring and power that we can use to provide power and service to proximal businesses and housing along the way. One benefit is fewer transmission lines. The next picture, and these are all, by the way, included in the full presentation, the full package. Providing covered walkways and bikeways, enhancing the non-auto modes of travel. And we can add night light safety lighting, night security lighting, and these just directly powered by the solar array, just another benefit. Next picture. Transportation carbon reduction, whatever we wind up with, the hybrid bus, trolley, streetcar, whatever we end up with along the corridor directly impacts our carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. Currently, roughly 30% in Pima County are caused by transportation. And I would also toss this in, there are going to be very few projects that are proposed that have this sort of stacked benefit: transit, EV, solar, transportation equity, job creation. This is going to take funding. It's going to take some federal dollars, and to be able to stack benefits and to have multiple jurisdictions supporting this can make it a very, very attractive proposal to put forward. The next picture, our microgrid can be used for proximal EV powering. We've all experienced power outages during the monsoons. The grid can have its own grid connection, and the average person does not have backup sources of power. This can provide that stability and resiliency during power outages. And the final picture is, again, I noted the stacked benefits. We can use the panels to collect rainwater. It's right now simply being lost down the roadway, and that can easily be set up to control the flow to nearby property as GSI projects. So that's a 30,000-foot view. Again, I'm asking Mayor and Council to support, to simply approve sending the full proposal off to city staff, county staff. We have a couple of different citizens climate commissions, one under your umbrella and one the CCES that's already set up. And I think this could be a game changer for the city of Tucson. One of the realities is also that about half of the power that we use right now is to power our water, is to pump water. We start setting up microgrids to set the resiliency in our water, and during power outages, we've got the ability to continue to pump water. So that's really it, and I'm interested in input from Kevin and the mayor and the rest of the council.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we refer this project to the climate action team within the city of Tucson. It is a team that has been set up through the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan that we've all approved. I really want to make sure that we evaluate this concept. I really love the concept, and that's why I signed on to bringing it to the colleagues here. But I also feel as though we need to make sure that we're making decisions as a city, as a community, that make sense, one. Two, and most importantly, I think that we have metrics to be able to bring down greenhouse gases. So as we start investing on our Tucson Resilient Together plan, we need to make sure that we're making decisions that at the end of the day are going to cut greenhouse gases, and evaluate which are the projects that give us most return on investment. So I would suggest that the first step for this concept would be to send over to the climate action team to consider this and evaluate this concept, and then take it from there. So, Councilmember Dahl, what are you thinking?
I agree, that's an important place to send it, but it's since it's a 30,000 level view, let's shop it out there and get feedback. It's important to start doing some of these experiments too. In my ward, we put in a solar-powered hawk light. Solar-powered
Hawk light.
crosslight at Treat, the new bike boulevard. And unfortunately, we chose the wrong manufacturer. It's been a complete headache. It's never worked, and we can't get replacement parts. And we're going back to square one, right, Sam?
Yeah.
So the sooner we get trying some stuff, the better. But this is a great idea, and I fully support it.
I would suggest, Vice Mayor, that we send it directly to the climate action team so that they could reevaluate it, look at it, and see what the benefits and return on investment would be of a project like this. And then from there, have their eyes and ears take a look at it, and then chop it around if we need to shop it around in terms of, because what I want to make sure that we're doing as a community, now that we have a Tucson Resilient Together, which is our climate action plan, and we have our implementation plan, I want to make sure that we're going after the federal funds or state funds or wherever we can get the funds to have the best return on investment on the projects that we're seeking out. So if you're good with just sending it over to the climate action team and then have the climate team evaluated and take a look at how would we accomplish this concept? And if it gives dividends, in other words, if it brings down greenhouse gases, I think that we could have a really good and innovative project on our hands.
So the yes to the climate action team, obviously. We also have a CCES that's in place. We've got some pretty savvy technical eyes that can be put on it. This is using DC power. We can own the grid. We can sell power. Like I said, we can use it to power LED, security lighting, EV, broadband we just talked about, affordable housing. Lots of houses right now are being built with dual AC/DC capacity, and you can get appliances, you can get, our computers are DC, you can get LED lighting. It's already out there. We're not trying to invent something here, but we're trying to stack and layer the opportunities together. So yeah, let's get it out there, get some eyeballs on it, and get some feedback. And I would like to. This is not. We're not presenting something that doesn't exist already. Let's maybe get it back first meeting in September.
To come back to mayor and council. Sure, absolutely. That's 30, 60.
90 days.
90 days. I think that's appropriate.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Manager, or maybe I could ask the deputy city manager in terms of the climate action team. They meet weekly, bi-weekly, or on request?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, currently the full climate action team meets monthly.
Okay.
However, some subgroups have started forming that meet more frequently. For example, there's a group putting together the scope for the energy sources study, another group working on heat-related issues. So if you're leading toward when could the climate action team maybe bring back recommendations on this, I think 90 days is a sufficient time period.
Okay, perfect. So that, so the motion that we would want to see is refer project to the climate action team for evaluation to bring back their advice to mayor and council in the next 90 days?
Yeah, but I don't want to be exclusive. The CCES is out there as well, and and this is a part of our material, so I wouldn't want to say you guys can't comment too, but certainly send it to the Climate Action Team. It's in
Okay.
place.
So can I get a motion?
That was it.
Motion?
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions on this concept? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for bringing this item to us. Very exciting what we could do, and especially because there's so many innovative ideas that we can tap into. Alrighty, so item 13, time has been set aside to discuss the progress on implementing the voter-approved Neighborhood Streets and Safety Program under Proposition 411, better known as Better Streets, Safe Streets in the city of Tucson. I do see Mr. Sam Credio here to present to us. Mr. Credio.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I do just have some brief remarks prepared, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update today on Proposition 411, Better Streets, Safe Streets. As you all know, this was approved about a year ago, extending the half-cent sales tax that was previously approved by voters in 2017. You all are very familiar with all the details, so I'll save those. I do want to just give a quick reminder that as part of the passing of Prop 411, there were two commissions that were assigned oversight responsibilities for the sales tax expenditures. And those are the Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission for the street improvements and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, CSCC, for the safety improvements. And they've been busy over the last several months. In December of 2022, the CSCC approved its first-year safety plan investments, which include the following: $2.9 million for sidewalk improvements, $5.2 million for bicycle network improvements, $4.5 million for system-wide safety improvements, and $2.5 million for traffic safety upgrades. And projects in these areas include Bilby Road from 12th to Country Club, Limberlost Drive from Fairview to Stone, Greasewood from Speedway to Ironwood, and 6th Avenue from Thoroughbred to Drexel. The CSCC is now working on a 5-year plan for future project identification. Now, earlier this year, the IOAC also approved the following. And remember, this is the street side of it. Initial recommendations to layer safety improvements with pavement improvements on collector streets for those projects I just mentioned. Initial neighborhood project lists based on lowest overall condition index, which is OCI, and also the first year of the collector improvement program, because if you remember, the city also committed $15 million for 5 years for the collector improvement program. The initial project list includes the following: about 1.4 million square yards of pavement preservation on recently reconstructed or newly built roads, a little over 3 million square yards of pavement resurfacing, and over 1,000 curb access ramps that will be built or reconstructed as part of that work. I do want to mention that last week we held a kickoff celebration in Oak Flower neighborhood to celebrate the first paving project to begin under this program. This project also includes Blackledge Drive, portions of 9th and 10th Avenues, portions of 5th and 9th Streets, in anticipation of upcoming Bike Boulevard improvements later this year, which are being funded out of Prop 407. So again, layering those improvements. Other projects beginning later this summer will include West Side Neighborhood and Barrio Santa Cruz in Ward 1, Hermosa Hills and Halcyon Acres in Ward 2, Jefferson Park, North University in Ward 3, Dietz Neighborhood in Ward 4, Rodeo Addition in Ward 5, and again, Oak Flower in Ward 6. A full map of the proposed neighborhoods can be found on our Tucson Delivers Better Streets website. And this site also now includes an interactive map that when you pull up the site, the map's right there, and our community can go there and search their neighborhood and see exactly what's planned, and we will be updating that as progress is being made. Lastly, I do want to mention that the IOAC actually met last night. We had our monthly meeting. In fact, that group is committed to meeting monthly until we have the full plan developed, and they've been continuing their work on that. I'm pleased to mention, though, that we actually had a lot of neighborhood representatives participate in the call to audience portion of the agenda. And I think that's really due to us being so proactive on advertising when these meetings are being held and encouraging the community to come and advocate on their behalf. I think it's the most speakers we've ever had at a commission meeting. And so the word is getting out. And we're just really thankful of the work that the IOAC and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council are doing collectively on the oversight of these tax dollars. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we also have Mr. DeGrood in the audience to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Sam, I do see the list of projects that has been approved by the Independent Oversight Advisory Commission as well as the Complete Streets Coordinating Council. Talk to me a little bit more about the Collector Streets program, which Mayor and Council have decided to put $15 million per year for the next 5 years on. How are we going to make those decisions as we move forward?
Thank you, Mayor. That's an excellent question. So the first year of the 5-year collector improvement program was approved by the IOAC. We actually placed in front of the IOAC last evening the second year of that collector improvement program, and they had some really great questions. And again, what we're looking at is lowest OCI, overall condition index of the road, but then also looking for those opportunities, to collaborate with the Complete Streets Coordinating Council on places that, again, we can layer those improvements over one another. And so whenever we're presenting to the Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission, we're taking into account things like Move Tucson. We are looking at equity scores throughout the neighborhood. Again, we talked about pavement condition. And then what's great is that we do have a representative on the commission who also serves on the Complete Streets Coordinating Council. And so we have that synergy between the two groups to be able to again, identify those opportunities to layer investments where we can.
How is the input from the neighborhood representatives and all the residents that come to call to the audience? How is that input taken into consideration?
Excellent question, Mayor. So what's great about the public participation at these meetings is that neighborhoods come together and they provide us with maps, they show us the physical condition of the roadways, and it just helps helps the IOAC figure out ways of how do we prioritize this plan moving forward. It does put a face behind some of these maps. We look at the maps and we look at numbers. And so again, it just gives them another data set as they're making these really important decisions. I failed to mention in my remarks that what we're looking at is a 9-year program because we've already mapped out the initial project list. And so we're looking at 3-year implementation phases, and they've really been focused on that first phase. And so that way we're identifying the projects in 3-year chunks. And again, we can take all of that input and figure it into the overall plan.
Any questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
When do you expect to have the first 3-year plan ready because we get emails every day, when's my neighborhood going to be done?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, that's an excellent question. We got very close last evening. We did present some scenarios for the commission. They did zero in on one scenario that we are going to provide additional data for them at their next meeting in June. And really, they want to move on this fairly quickly. So I expect within the next meeting or the meeting after that, we will have the first phase. And I'm very confident that within this next meeting, we're going to get very close to having that first phase. And I think after that, it's going to go much quicker because what they're grappling with right now is how do we identify the criteria on how we select the neighborhoods, reminding everyone, though, that every neighborhood will be paved. And so it's just a matter of how do we combine these into phases over the next 9 years. So we're very confident that within the next 30 to 60 days, we'll have that first phase.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Sam. So what I understand is that this year we were year 1 projects to get completed, and now we're moving into phases to allow for more flexibility. Is that the plan?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's correct. So our initial project list was really so we could identify the first bundle of projects that we could just start putting together our design and getting out. And then if we recall how we did 409 and 101, we actually approved a 5-year plan right from the get-go. And so it didn't seem to make sense to try to approve every year. Again, bundling them in 3-year chunks gives us flexibility and also identifies opportunities where we might see that there are big areas where we can just have efficiencies with the contractors where they can hit several neighborhoods at one time and hopefully get better pricing.
So does that mean that first list is going to be in the next 3 years, not necessarily year one?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's not correct. The first year is, again, we identify that first group of projects, and we will begin working on those this year. And every year after that, we will be working on projects continually. I mean, the idea is that once we start, this train has left the station, and we're just going to continue moving. We won't wait 3 years to start the next project. It just gives us a 3-year period to work on all of those projects within that time frame.
So now that we're getting started, are we expected for the speed to pick up for next year? And then, how many projects are we thinking each phase will be able to cover? Maybe I'm getting
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't have that right off the top of my memory. I could certainly get you that information. We do have the list of neighborhoods, and we can tell you about how many there are in that first 3-year chunk.
Okay. And then, I just want to say that we're happy to have the cool pavement treatment being tested out on the west side. Can you tell us more about the evaluation process, if this is successful, and how can we project that for other neighborhoods to get the same treatment?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'm going to take a stab at this, and then if my colleague Jim DeGrood could probably help correct me if I miss anything. One of the reasons we looked at that neighborhood as testing out this cool pavement is that we saw that there was the heat index was very high, and I believe there was a low tree equity score in that area. And so it was a very good candidate for testing out the cool pavement. I'm going to look to Jim, who's going to come to the mic and tell us about the evaluation process on how we might evaluate the effectiveness of that. Jim?
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of council, or Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, members of council, we have had the University of Arizona look at the cool pavement treatment that we've done on Country Club. We have reached out to them to ask if there's an opportunity to look at further study as we look at the West Side neighborhood. We do have, as a part of that package of projects, this was part of Prop 101's Package 2 of residential streets, which actually also went into the Julia Keene neighborhood area. And what we'll be doing is looking at 2 different treatments and then comparing them, doing the cool pavement treatment on the west side neighborhoods, and then doing a traditional fog seal on the Julia Keene neighborhood, and that way we'll be able to compare them side by side with the same products, original products, and then comparing how they perform over time.
Last question. Is the reason why a lot of the projects aren't getting started till the fall because of the heat or the summer? Like, how do we explain this to constituents when they're asking why this isn't already happening yesterday?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. So the answer is really twofold. One is that we have used the bulk of this year to collect the revenue, to build the bank, if you will. Preservation projects, which involve crack sealing and fog sealing roadways, are temperature sensitive. And once the temperatures hit a certain heat degree, that it becomes tacky and it's not a good product. And so we are moving out of that fog seal window, and we do that in the spring and the fall. The other is that we need to build the projects, we need to write our special provisions, our specifications, and also go through all our utility clearances. And so that's part of the process as well. And as I mentioned, once we get rolling, then we just keep rolling every year after that.
So there's a very specific time of year that we can fog seal and or reconstruct?
Mayor, we can reconstruct and do pavement resurfacing most times of the year, but preservation treatments can only be done in the spring and fall because of the temperature requirements.
So we will be, as a city in Department of Transportation and Mobility, we will be able to be working on Prop 411 projects throughout the summer as well?
Mayor, that's correct. Many of the projects I mentioned will be kicking off this summer, and the many of the preservation treatments that haven't been done already will pick back up in the fall.
I think that part of the success of this program is going to be how we communicate with our community, with our residents. So I think, Sam, part of what you're all doing, and I know that there's capacity issues and all that, but I think that part of what you're all doing should include a communication strategy, not only for the neighborhoods where the work is happening, but also a communication strategy with the public as to what's happening when and why. And so, because, as the vice mayor and others have mentioned, people are saying, like, we need for this to happen yesterday. People only think, oh, it's been a year since we approved Proposition 411. Where are all the projects? We need to have them keep coming. But people don't understand that we only started getting the funds in July. And so we approved in May, funds started coming in July, and then in order to be able to have the appropriate amount to start projects and to get that better deals, we had to wait until December, January, so we could have some funds in. So the communication strategy to the neighborhoods that we're coming to, but also to the general public through either social media or regular media, is important, as important, in order to keep the public as informed as we possibly can. Any other input, feedback, or questions?
Madam Mayor, do we have enough staffing to do this?
Mr. Credio.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, yes, we do have enough staffing to do this. In fact, we've been successful in hiring a few additional engineers. We've created an in-house pavement preservation team to perform some of that crack sealing and fog sealing work in-house. And so we are well poised to deliver the program as promised.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. Well, I just want to know how happy I was. God, it feels so long ago. It was the last week on the kickoff that was held at McCormick Park in the Oak Flower neighborhood. The roads in this neighborhood are being resurfaced using an asphalt rubber chip seal process, which is really cool because it uses asphalt rubber binder made of 20% recycled tires. So this is a company that really is using an innovative approach to recycle tires and rubber from tires, which is really another way of being able to add to that reuse of materials that would not be used. What I was told is that this particular project will use an equivalent of what would be 20,000 tires, which is really, really cool. I'm also looking forward to layering, as you said, layering the investments of the different funds that we have out there. So using Proposition 411 funds, but also layering the investments where we're using Proposition 407 funds, as well as the funds that we're putting in collector streets and in bike boulevards. So I think that's very smart, and I'm looking forward to kick off projects in every single ward in our city. So with that, we move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Sam. Really appreciate it. We move on to item 14. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committee reports. And I do see Mr. Greenhill coming up. How are you? Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Some quick updates on federal and state issues. First, I responded in writing to some questions from Councilmember Fimbres regarding the Postal Service PFAS issues, which of course were talked about earlier today, as well as on some state items that I'll talk about in a second. As far as federal updates, the mayor has already spoken today about the federal debt ceiling negotiations that are going on. We are watching those closely, and we'll send information on any updates and hopefully resolution, of course, to mayor and council should that happen. As far as the state update is concerned, I do want to report to mayor and council that since the last council meeting when I presented the items in the state budget that were proposed, that was before the budget was approved. Happy to report that the budget was indeed approved and signed into law by Governor Hobbs. There really weren't too many changes from what I presented last time to what was ultimately approved. One key change, though, was that $2 million was added to help for operating funds for Pima Community College. Happy to see that. And then again, just as a reminder, there are many items in the budget that were supported by this mayor and council that ended up in the budget, and in particular, the $150 million for the Housing Trust Fund, the funding for shelter and services for the unsheltered, money for PFAS mitigation, money for education, the $15 million for the Drexel Road Bridge over the Santa Cruz River, money for passenger rail service planning, which is a priority of mayor and council, stemming from funds from the bipartisan infrastructure law to expand passenger rail across the country, the $1.5 million for the Tucson Real-Time Crime Center, and then, as I mentioned, the education funding where there's a significant increase. So the last thing left for the legislature is the last remaining bills. And as many of you know, the legislature, after passing the budget, decided that they wanted to take some time to work through some of those last few difficult bills. And so they are currently adjourned till June 12th. At that time, we expect that they'll come back and try to address some of those last remaining bills. Councilmember Fimbres asked, and I'll end with this, he asked about the, what are some of the last bills that we're keeping an eye on? I would mention, of course, the housing and zoning bills that we've talked about at previous council meetings. There's still those bills that deal with charter authority that we're, of course, keeping an eye on. There's still some bills that have to do with taxes, and some of them consider some tax cuts that we've opposed in the past and continue to oppose when they take needed funds away from important state investments in services our community depends upon. There's still the bills that we've talked about that deal with civil rights issues with the LGBTQ plus community. Some of those are still outstanding. And then I'll just mention there are some other bills that don't necessarily affect Tucson, but affect many cities across the state, including a potential preemption of residential rental tax collections by cities and towns, as well as, we talked a bit here today about our regional transportation plan. There's still discussion about what might happen with what's called Prop 400E, which is the Maricopa County extension of their half-cent sales tax that's still in the balance at the legislature. So with that, Mayor, that's my presentation for today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. I think we have to make sure that we're keeping an eye out for the conversations happening in Congress in terms of our budget, because that could affect the entire economy of this country and could affect our budget here in Tucson. But I do want to focus on the budget that was approved by the state legislature and signed by Governor Hobbs. And I want to especially thank Governor Hobbs for really advocating to put $150 million in Arizona's budget for their state housing trust fund. I had a meeting last week with the new Arizona Department of Housing Director, Director Service, that, by the way, has a really good relationship with our own housing and community development director, Liz Morales. And I'm going to set up meetings for director of service for Liz Morales and other affordable housing developers and providers here in the city of Tucson. We started the process back when our previous Arizona Department of Housing director, Director Simpla, was there. He was very kind to the city of Tucson in his service to ADOH. $15 million for Tucson's multimodal Drexler Street Bridge. That is a conversation that I had with Representative Andres Cano, our minority leader in the state legislature. He put it in there and made sure that it made it through. And so I just wanted to give him our gratitude on behalf of the city of Tucson. And of course, the $60 million put into unsheltered homelessness solutions for the entire state. We are already invited to submit as a city for the $20 million available for cities and towns in Arizona to provide funds for unsheltered homelessness services. So, and finally, I want to make sure that I thank Governor Hobbs for recently vetoing SB 1001, a bill that was an attack on transgender and gender nonconforming youth, which is very, very sad to hear that our state legislature is really in full-blown attack mode on our LGBTQ plus community, really very offensive and critical for the well-being of our transgender babies and our transgender folk in this state. So I wanted to open it up for my colleagues on the council, just in case there's any federal or state concerns. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor and I have been talking, and we're concerned about the bills regarding mining that are in Congress currently. We'd like to ask the city attorney to come back with a resolution that addresses our concerns in light of these new bills and to direct letters to be drafted to our congressional delegation. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew, if there is a possibility of helping us put those letters together, I know that there are some mining bills that we would like to make sure that we add our support for, and making sure our delegation is aware of our support.
Okay.
And be more than happy to draft, to sign letters in support of those bills for our congressional delegation. Any others? Righty. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate your report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 15 is, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda or items to discuss on from the regular agenda? Ms. Rankin want to? Mr. Rankin, do you want to say something?
No, I was just making myself available, Mayor, on the federal legislation questions. Nothing to add.
Alrighty, I know, Mr. Rankin, that we are thinking of the possibility of writing a resolution in support of these mining bills and against some of the movement regarding Rosemont Mine and other mines being considered around our region. So I would love to be able to have a resolution, if it's ready, to go for June 6th, if you could help us through that effort.
Yes, Mayor, I can. What I would expect would be a resolution that would be opposing a couple of the mining bills that are designed to overturn legislatively the court decisions that had halted the efforts of the Rosemont mine to go forward, but also supporting some other mining bills that have recently been introduced.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Item 16, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session begins, let me see, at 5:40 PM. The next study session will be Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. We'll see you in a bit, everyone. Thank you. Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mr. Hill.
Here.
Chair Romero.
Here. For the record, Mr. Hill is attending the meeting virtually. Item 2.
Monthly board report for public housing and the housing choice voucher programs.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 16 dated May 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report? There's a
Second.
motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3.
No rent policy for landlords and housing choice voucher program, resolution number PHA 2023-20.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 17 dated May 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-20 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-20 relating to the Public Housing Authority, approving a no rent policy for non-compliant landlords and setting an effective date.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-20.
I second.
There's a motion and a
I
second.
second.
Any further discussion?
Question,
There's a question. Mr. Hill?
not me. I have one too.
No questions for me.
Alrighty. Board Member Kozaczek?
Yeah, Terry, are you, I don't see Liz in the audience, so I am totally behind holding slumlords accountable. My only concern is that our tenants becoming the collateral damage. And so how are we making sure that once we start withholding rent from a slumlord, that we're not going to wind up just putting one of our own people out on the street?
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Kozaczek, we are working very closely with our voucher holders that are going to be in these properties. And, you know, we have a lot of experience, unfortunately, with sometimes having properties that don't pass inspection. We already have a policy, if it fails inspection twice, we work with the tenant and allow them to get a new voucher and to move. In the past year, we've set up a landlord support team, and so that's something new in our department. So we have a really good staff that also, when I say landlord support team, it basically is working with our voucher holders to find properties for them to move to. So we would be very careful on how we would implement this policy and work very closely with our current voucher holders and make sure that they're not just, put out on the street, so to speak.
Is there also an option to exercise options under the State Landlord Tenant Act, where we go in and remedy a problem and then charge it back to the landlord?
Well, under the Housing Choice Voucher Program, we, the Public Housing Authority, go into an agreement with the landlord, and we're not a party to the agreement between the tenant and the landlord, so no, we would not have any recourse on that. However, again, if we have a tenant, a voucher holder that says to us that their unit is substandard, or they fear, they have issues with the apartment complex, we can go and do a special inspection. And again, if it fails and the landlord does not fix that, we can issue a new voucher to that tenant and help them move out of that property and to find another place to live.
Okay, thanks. I know you've got the same concerns.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Yes, I would like to add, and this is only just based on personal experience, give me a minute here. Some tenants actually live in some of these houses that we have. They live there, but they're not actually there. And I personally find that a little bit appalling, because there's so many people out there that's waiting to get into housing.
I'm not sure if there's a question there.
Commissioner Hill, I don't know if we heard your question correctly. Can you repeat it, please?
Okay. Sure. What I was saying is, I just noticed this based on my own personal experience, is that some people that's actually in housing, they actually get these places, but they won't live there, and they live elsewhere, but they tying up property, and I just find that very appalling. You know, especially when there's many people that's out there waiting to be housed.
Alrighty, Terry, did you?
My
Some of that.
understanding of the concern is from Commissioner Hill is that sometimes there are tenants that don't live in the property, and we do an annual recertification and confirm that people that have the vouchers are still living there. And we also require under our HAP agreement, the agreement between the landlord and we, the Public Housing Authority, if there is an abandonment of the property, they need to inform us of that immediately.
Was that question answered satisfactorily, Commissioner Hill?
It's a good answer, but my thing is, what I'm saying is, it's people that actually get property, and they live off property with other people, and they come here whenever they feel like it. You know, and I just, like I said, it's very appalling to anyone else that's looking to be housed.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you so
this is
much, and
Telephone
I'm
First
sorry we're
Experience.
having a little bit of problems understanding. We'll make sure the clerk's office is, contacts you to make sure that we have your concerns and questions.
Yeah, and I would say, Commissioner Hill, anytime you have any questions or concern, or any commissioner member, please let us know, and we can look into that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none, we have to go to roll call for this item.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here, aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-20 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4,
Public Housing Authority write-off uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, resolution number PHA 2023-21.
City Managers, PHA, communication number 18, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2023-21 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2023-21 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $15,334.88 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2023-21.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Your Honor, just a quick question.
Commissioner Cunningham.
When someone is delinquent on this account, are they re-eligible? Does it compromise their eligibility for voucher and housing programs?
Commissioner Cunningham, you're asking if someone is delinquent, then they're not eligible? Is that was the question?
We write off their debt, do they become ineligible in the future?
Well, what happens is if they do want to re-enter our program, we can enter in a repayment plan. So we do, unfortunately, some people do get behind on their rent and their circumstances in their family that, you know, they've moved or something. And we do have quite a few people that come back into the program, but they're required to enter into a repayment plan.
All right, I'm just wondering, I'm just hoping that no one gets kicked out permanently just because of this. That's all. That's
No,
kind of,
they do
that
not
was kind of
get
the aim of the question. It probably didn't sound that way, but that was the aim of the question.
Correct.
Any others? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2023-21 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Approval of minutes.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 19, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the February 22, 2023, and April 4, 2023 meetings?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 6. Adjournment. The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Alejandra Rodriguez from the City Clerk's Office. And after the invocation, I ask that you all remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for bringing us to this meeting today, healthy and open-minded. We ask for guidance for the mayor and council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of all Tucsonans. Help to make these decisions without bias or prejudice. It is important to remember to do what is best for the entire community. We know this is not an easy task, but we ask for guidance in that which will benefit most people. Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 153, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Sierra Yamanaka to the Pima County Tucson Women's Commission and Casey Diaz to the Veterans Affairs Commission. I would like to thank these two members of our beautiful city for your willingness to serve for the city of Tucson. Any further discussion on these appointments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report and summary current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 142, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This term has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. There are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Yep. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I did share this last time, but I want to make sure everyone's aware. We have our Ward 4 Freedom Park Splash Bash happening this Friday. This is between our office and Tucson Parks and Recreation. We'll be celebrating the opening of Freedom Park and the new water slide. Again, that's at our Ward 4, not back to school bash, end of year kickoff to the celebration of the summer. That's going to be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 5000 East 29th Street. We'll have free pizza, swimming, jumping castles, live music, and the Ready Set Rec van will be there. So we're hoping that everyone can join us for that really special kickoff to the summer.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Santa Cruz?
So this past Saturday, our office was able to participate in 2 cleanup efforts in Rose neighborhood and in the Santa Cruz River, where we removed nearly 4,000 pounds of trash. I want to send a special thank you to the Rose Neighborhood Association and the Sonoran Institute for hosting and of course, to our amazing neighbors and volunteers that came out to make the cleanups possible. This season, we are supporting Pima County District 5, the Office of Chair Adelita Grijalva, with their period poverty awareness drive. So we will be collecting period products for those who menstruate from May 22nd to June 2nd. Please bring new unopened packages of pads, tampons, liners, menstrual cups, and pads for urinary inconsistency to our office at 940 West Alameda Street. All donations will go to support local organizations. And finally, this Friday, we have our monthly Bicicleteada del Sur, May 26th. Join us for our Southside Community Bike Ride at 6 p.m. out of the El Pueblo Center. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Just a few things. I wanted to thank everybody who helped out for our visioning event at our new property at 7820, 7830 East Broadway, where the Ward 2 office will be relocating in the next 90 days. By doing that, we'll be able to reopen the recycling center and start another fusion hub, similar to what's going on in Ward 6. So thank you very much for all the neighbors for helping out. Congratulations to Harold Bell Wright neighborhood, who celebrated Harold Bell Wright's 151st birthday on Tucson Day, 5/20. Tucson Day. I kind of like that term. And congratulations to all the people who participate in that event. But for this week, my biggest announcement is this. Congratulations to our 2023 high school graduates. For those of you who have them in your home, send them a little note. Congratulate them. If you've got a niece, nephew, or a good family friend, send them a check or something. But the bottom line is that I want to congratulate all of our graduates, all of our 8th grade promotees. My son is starting UHS in the fall, so I want to just congratulate all of our kids. It's exciting to watch them grow up.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl? Alrighty. Vice Mayor? Alrighty, so I just have one announcement, and then Councilmember Fimbres has requested that I read his summary of current events. So I am going to bypass the ones that I had and then just remind our community that Monday is Memorial Day, a day when we honor and remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice while serving our armed forces. City offices will be closed in recognition of Memorial Day. And while it also signifies the end of school and the beginning of summer, I hope we also take a moment to reflect on all those who have given their lives to honor our country. The month of May, and these are from Councilmember Fimbres, the month of May marks the graduations from several educational institutions around our city, as well as vocational training courses in Tucson and across Pima County. I want to congratulate all the students for their academic and vocational degrees and certifications for their work. I also want to congratulate the families of the students for their support of the students. A job well done. Education is the key to success. On Saturday, May 13th, Utterback School had their second annual block party with neighbors coming to the school for entertainment, fun, and getting information on services offered by the city. Congratulations to Utterback on their successful event. On May 14th, Sunnyside Unified School District held their second annual bike rodeo with a ride from Apollo Middle School to the Peace Garden in Manuel Herrera Park. Good time and great bike rides were had by all who took part. The Miles Neighborhood Association held their annual neighborhood party on Wednesday, May 17th at Miles Community School. Miles has done a lot of work since their reactivation. On Saturday, May 20th, the Fairgrounds Neighborhood Association held their annual water park party for the neighborhood children, celebrating the end of the school year at Mariposa Park. Education is the key to success, and Fairgrounds celebrated the success of another wonderful school year. I want to congratulate Flowers and Bullets and Midtown Farms on their 10th anniversary of helping those in need in our community. On Saturday, May 20th, they celebrated their work and success with an event at Midtown Farms. On Saturday, June 3rd at 10 a.m., Mayor Romero and I will have the honor of cutting the ribbon at the improvements done at Gunny Barreras Park in Ward 5 and celebrate the rededication. I want to thank all the neighbors, Sunnyside High School, the Sunnyside School District, and the stakeholders who took part in this process. This park is a tribute to CSM Martin R. Gunny Barreras' legacy and will provide a safe and enjoyable space for residents and the community to gather and engage in all of the outdoor activities and enjoy all the wonderful amenities the park will have to offer. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 143, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Wanted to let you know a couple things. So you had John Kamik make a couple presentations during the study session. I did want to let you know, I'm going to read this just because I want to make sure I get it right. He was recognized by his peers in the Arizona Water Association at their annual meeting in Phoenix for his role in environmental stewardship. A lot of people don't know that John was actually instrumental in identifying PFAS as a contaminant back in 2009 and in his prior role here as well as in the town of Marana. So he was recognized for that, and we're really proud of him. So it was really a good shout out to John. Also wanted to emphasize you had gotten a note about the 20 pools that are open this year. I remember this conversation wasn't quite as positive last year. We were struggling finding folks, but the staff through Lara Hamway's leadership, really got to work during the year. So thank you for pushing that. But we now have the 20 pools. They'll be open here a little later, actually this week, and moving all the way through the summer. So very excited about that. Last thing I wanted to let you know is that the Tucson Complete Streets policy has actually been recognized as one of the leading policy documents in the nation. And it really is a testament to understanding that, roadways and corridors aren't just for vehicles, but it's truly looking at the entirety of the corridor for all modes of transportation of goods and services and people. So I just wanted to point that out, Mayor. I think that's something that we should all be very proud of. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 137, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for new licenses and 3 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 and 5C1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before you're making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentation and called to the audience and scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual current council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. And we do have quite plenty requests to speak at call to the audience. And if you can keep your comments to the 3 minutes, please, and make sure that you respect everyone that comes up to speak. The first speaker is Joshua Shinwa.
Hello.
Like to use the microphone, Anthony? It's over on your right.
Yeshua Shinwa. I was born in Israel in 3 AD. I was murdered by the government on government manufactured criminal charges in 27 AD. My name was Yeshua Shinwa. I created the earth. The guy who's I'm speaking through is my follower, my believer, my prophet, and my right hand. I want everybody to know there's a good chance that the train's coming and that the first plague was the coronavirus. The second plague is going to be the coronavirus. God wants you to know that the United States government with the Republican Party, the Democratic Party with other parties, use their agenda before the Constitution, violating the law under 11.7 of the Arizona Constitution. There can't be any secretarial control. You guys are monopolizing it, and you guys aren't following God. You guys are creating a situation along with the rest of humanity of crimes against creation, which includes pollution, which includes biting people or giving them the HIV virus, where 64 million people now have it, and my promises might not come true because the devil has your possession. You need to know that the person talking has fought against 3 fallen angels in his life and lived to celebrate. He was stabbed on 4th Avenue, and they cut up his t-shirt. He wasn't reimbursed. You guys only convicted 3 out of 7 of the people who assaulted him. It was all caught on camera. We're not sure why you guys didn't give him justice. The sorority that holds his art might have been the one that paid him. That wasn't looked into. That sorority has been stealing from him. You guys all have been taking money from them in order to make sure he can't come to city council. You guys need to know that you're all in violation of the high court in which all will be judged, and there's a good chance that you committed treason against the United States if you were pushing the Communist Manifesto, including the Green Project that you talked about at a recent meeting. The Communist Manifesto and the Communist Party was created by the Kremlin. The Communist Manifesto says that all religions be abolished, that nobody follow God, nobody talk about God, and it also crosses out the Constitution, creating an un-American agenda that cancels everybody's rights and creates people in a demonic controlled state. You need to know that the world is under demonic control. God wants you to know that. God wants you to know that I have the right to speak. I'm the creator of the world. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Shinwa. Craig Griffin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Glad to meet you.
Mr. Griffin, if you can go up to the microphone.
Right here.
Yes, whichever, I think the tall one.
No problem.
The taller one.
Right here?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Craig Griffin. I live at 1410 North Warkle. That's the new Gateway Apartments. By far the best place I've lived since I've been here. I come basically to show support for the mayor and council, particularly our new mayor. I think she's doing a great job, Mayor. It's much safer here now than when I got here. You have police, you have security all over Ronstadt and all around town that, take off people who's causing trouble, like drunks and dopers and stuff. That wasn't happening before. They were basically taking over the place. I get around town, I ride the bus, I know the area real well. Not from here originally, I grew up in Alabama. It's a lot better here. I've been all over the country. And I want to thank you personally, Mayor, for helping me You may or may not remember a while back, I was in another place. I had people threaten to kill me. I contacted your office, and they're no longer a problem. So I just want to tell you thank you for everything's going on here. With the housing and all this stuff. It's a lot. I've been all over, so I know what I'm talking about. Appreciate it, and y'all come on by anytime. We're in 520 apartment. We got a doggone good manager. She don't put up with no nonsense, and I like that. Appreciate it, Mayor. Appreciate it, Council. Y'all doing a great job, and I appreciate the support. I appreciate the professionalism and the courtesy. You don't see that everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, thank you. Ann Rose Dishoff?
Before I begin, I would like to have these documents given to the mayor and city council as they are relevant to my comments. Should I take them to Miss Message?
You can leave them there if you want to turn something
We'll
into
come
the
and get them.
council. We'll get them.
All right.
Yeah, don't use up your time. You could go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Ann Rose Dishoff. Thank you. Tonight I come to you sui juris as one of the people. The people have made numerous repeated attempts to communicate with and instruct you, City Council and Mayor, as our agents. Since last year, you have received over 500 notarized affidavits identifying crimes of maladministration, malfeasance, misconduct, and nonfeasance due to Tucson's unlawful deployment of small wireless telecommunications facilities, SWTFs. In addition to the affidavits, you have also been served four different legal notices signed by over 1,500 people, reminding you of your sacred oath to faithfully and impartially defend our constitutions and at all times protect our rights to life, liberty, and property, the stated purpose of the 1934 Telecommunications Act. We have repeatedly warned you of consequences of acting in bad faith and violating your oath of office, including but not limited to censure, fines, and termination of services. The notices further educated you on state and federal laws and requirements of the American Disabilities Act, to which you are bound to abide by when approving 5G cell tower permits and regulating their deployment. For years, the people have submitted emails, letters, petitions, comments, and staged protests with the intent to untie your hands from Tucson's outdated and unsafe local wireless ordinance and protect our rights. We have demanded to be included in meetings and all deliberations related to the deployment of cell towers. We have insisted on a cease and desist on the approval of permit applications and deployment of 5G cell towers until passage and approval of a new protective local wireless ordinance. We have even, through consultation with renowned experts, submitted a far more protective wireless ordinance for Tucson in response to your unanimous vote on February 23rd, 2021, obligating you to amend the local ordinance or pass a new one. All of these attempts at the behest and detriment of the people have been unlawfully ignored or deprecated. Appropriate acknowledgments and actions have not been forthcoming. Your failure to rebut sworn statements and evidence presented in the affidavits is further confirmation to their validity. Tonight, as we read the affidavit into public record, we demand that each of you, our trust indentured servants, from this point forward immediately include the people, your principal, in deliberations and decision-making regarding all aspects of 5G cell towers. Finally, I would like to remind you that all municipal governments and instrumentalities must fulfill their duties of office, including faithful adherence to constitutional requirements. Several Arizona titles, including Title 38, Public Officers and Employees, and Title 13, Criminal Code, indicate penalties for non-fulfillment of your responsibilities.
Thank you, Ms. Dishoff. Ruth Beaker?
Ruth Beaker, representing Tucson Residents for Responsive Government. Defying all odds, both Trig and I are still here 10 years after we began. I'm still me, And TRIG is still a grassroots organization advocating for residents, the city's largest stakeholder group, to have a meaningful public voice. Our current priority, vital neighborhoods. TRIG knows that you support individual neighborhood activity at the ward level. We're advocating for reasonable support and policies at the city-wide level. We don't expect to go back to the 1970s. Perhaps it was city guilt over destroying the barrios to locate the community center. But when the city received a Model Cities federal grant to address equality, neighborhood associations and their plans proliferated. By the 80s, demands for those plans were so great that the city started to write area plans. The 90s land use code provided for neighborhood association input that was really taken seriously. Come the new century, the pendulum swung. Population growth prevailed. Infill development was to counter desert sprawl. HOAs did not need city code protections. PDSD proudly declared itself customer friendly. And the customer was the developer, not the community. What we saw was more than a financial response to a recession. It was devaluing and indifference to neighborhood interest. 2013's Plan Tucson lacked specific neighborhood policies. In 2017, Neighborhood Resources, which had been a city department in 2005, had shrunk to a half-time PDSD clerical job. It's better today. We have one neighborhood engagement specialist with a helper. TRIG believes the city is at a pivotal point. How does the city deal constructively and reasonably with agreements and policies made with neighborhoods 40 and 50 years ago? How do residents participate in a meaningful land use decision-making which impacts them as well as the new development? Will neighborhood associations have city support to reach their potential as a vital component to the city's well-being in 2023 and beyond? We need to stop kicking the can down the road and let's find some answers. Thank you.
Tina Glidden. Tina Glidden. Can you use the taller microphone, Ms. Glidden? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I am here tonight to bring awareness of the crisis at Pima Animal Care Center, also known as PAC. In October 2019, I went to PAC to go meet a dog in the decompression program. I was in awe at what I saw. PAC was not just a cut above any shelter I had ever been to. They were 100 cuts above. They had many volunteer-led programs. They had, you could take a dog out for a hike, you could take a dog out for the night. It was just amazing. The adoption counselor had taken the time to even explain to me that the dog I was considering was a high flight risk. And it would be a good idea to keep her leash on at all times for at least a week or two. And then they even helped me get her to my car safely. My past experience at other shelters was, here's the dog, good luck. After doing even more reading up, I learned that PAC was at one time a very high kill dog pound. They had since had a revamping of the facility and introduced new programs and strived to maintain a no-kill status. They had become a true animal care center. I literally bragged to all of my friends about this place and how wonderful the staff and volunteers make it. Fast forward September 2022, dogs adopted during COVID are being returned at a high rate. The county has grown in population tremendously and PAC is at extreme capacity, putting out pleas to the community for help in fostering and adopting. They were doing all they could to keep from having to euthanize for space, and then it happened. They hit critical capacity. Even then, they were doing all they could to not kill for space, on top of being On top of being full, they're also the county's only open admission shelter and required to take in any of the strays. They had 2 hoarding cases hit at once. One of them was 23 dogs that had been kept in a motorhome. 9 dogs hit the urgent status with deadlines all at one time. 4 of them were from that hoarding case. I stepped up to foster one of those hoarding case dogs. As I entered the front door to pack, my heart crumbled. There were pop-up kennels, there were crates, there were even dog carriers in the lobby alone, just trying to house these dogs. They took me back into the ISO to meet Tinkerbell, not because she was sick, but because there was nowhere else to put the dogs. It was full. It was at this time I really got a feel for the crisis at PAC. Fast forward to May 2023. Programs like the decompression program and PAC Pals no longer exist due to the space crisis. We're back to euthanizing dogs for space. The community is coming together collaboratively to think of solutions to alleviate the crisis. In the coming weeks, it is our hope that you will not only listen to us, but to help support us in helping Tucson's pets. Because in helping Tucson's pets, you're helping Tucson's people.
Thank you. Pendleton Spicer.
Good evening. My name is Pendleton Spicer. I come to you sui juris to read from the affidavit signed by over 500 people referring to your duties and unlawful deployment of 5G cell towers in Tucson. We the people come to you as affiants sui juris in this court of record, giving you this affidavit so that you and your agents may provide due care, carefully act to uphold the Arizona Constitution, and cease and desist from all interference with the rights of the people. Arizona Constitution Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 2, all political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their power from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. Please note that AFIA avers that you, Mayor and City Council, have now received multiple instances of 4 different notices educating you on the requirements of your offices and specific desires of those who elected you to office, the residents of Tucson. Arizona Constitution Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 1, a frequent recurrence to a fundamental principles is essential to the security of individual rights and the perpetuity of free government. Maxim of law, faith must be observed, and an agent must not violate the confidence reposed in him. Please note that affiant avers these frequent reminders of fundamental principles have been given in good faith to you. We the people require good faith from those we elected to represent us. Therefore, we now demand you correct your unwise and unlawful actions and decisions in allowing the permitting of WTFs and without significant input from and conversation with and agreements of those to whom you owe your first allegiance, the residents of Tucson, who placed you in your office of trust. Maximum of law, what is done without consideration or reflection upon better consideration, we should revoke or undo. Arizona Constitution Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 7, the mode of administering an oath of affirmation shall be such as shall be most consistent with and binding upon the conscience of the person to whom such oath or affirmation may be administered. We, the people, have convened and determined that you have not only violated your oath of office, but have actively and knowingly participated in maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance. Affiant and we, the people, find that you, our elected agents, have not been bound by your conscience, have not considered the seriousness of your oath, and have not consistently sought the will of those you were elected to represent and to whom you swore an oath to protect. Maxim of law, an agent is a person authorized by another to act on his account and under his control.
Ms. Pendleton, thank you. Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall.
evening. My name is Jamie Hall. I come to you, sweet jurist, to continue to read from the affidavit. Maxim of law: to commit an act and not to prohibit one when in your power is the same thing. And he who does not prohibit or forbid when he can prevent, it is in fault, or does the same as ordering it to be done. Please notice that you have been told in multiple ways over an extended period of time that allowing, permitting placement, construction, modification, and operation of SWTFs is not only adamantly opposed by residents of Tucson, but is flagrant, willful violation of your trust, indentured as elected agents. Please notice that no further violations against the will of the people will be tolerated. Affiant one of the people has lost faith in your ability to manage my business for the city of Tucson. As my agent, you are to consider carefully my well-being, my safety, my property, my disabilities, if any, my will, and my right to live in a safe neighborhood, providing the quiet enjoyment of our streets, free of harmful infrastructure, facilities, devices, and towers that emit dangerous, deleterious, and damaging microwave radiation. Similarly, state and federal law requires you to protect Tucson's environment from harmful infrastructure, facilities, devices, and towers that emit dangerous, deleterious, and damaging microwave radiation. Please notice that you have been frequently reminded of the affiant's requirements. It is now time for you to correct your maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance. You have worked against the will of the people of Tucson, accepting monies and prioritizing telecom programs and plans, including the so-called Smart City Agenda, over their rights and safety. You have repeatedly avoided and rebuffed all attempts by the people you represent to rectify your persistent maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance. You have repeatedly ignored cease and desist orders, requests for required accommodations under the Americans and Arizonans with Disabilities Acts, and notifications of hazards to the environment. You have allowed widespread damage to our property values, violation of the quiet enjoyment of our neighborhoods, and significant compromise of public safety. You have failed to comply with the obligation you imposed on yourselves, individually and collectively, through your unanimous vote on February 23rd, 21, by which you bound yourselves to either amend or pass.
Hall.
Yes?
Come to a conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Plank.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and other city officials and notables. I wanted to talk for a couple minutes about the Climate Action Plan. I think there are several pieces that are worth taking a look at. I wanted to also, before I forget, to thank Tim Tamura for answering a long list of questions that I sent to him earlier. Thank you very much. I appreciated that. The point that I want to make is that while the Climate Action Plan, I think, is great, it's a very important thing. I think that all of you should be commended for adopting the Climate Action Plan. However, I think in looking through some of the information about that plan that's come out more recently, we've somehow lost track of the community. We focus too much on city facilities, on city buildings, on city cars, and so forth, and not enough on the community. And what I'd like to see you all do is take the opportunity in the next little bit while you're figuring out how to actually put the Climate Action Plan into effect, is to really make sure that we've got folks that are getting paid by the city to help the community, not just help deal with city issues, city buildings, city problems. So for example, many departments have people that are now employed called public information officers. And there was some discussion earlier that many of the existing city staff people that are going to be implementing the climate plan would include those public information officers. I'm hopeful that at least one of those folks could be designated as the contact within the city for people in the community that have questions about climate change, have worries or concerns, and they have some way to find out what they can do and what the city can do to help them deal with the climate plan. The reason that's important, of course, is because part of the climate plan that hasn't been stressed much is the 2045 aspirational goal of having the city be carbon neutral by 2045. We can't just go on and on and on for 10 or 20 or 30 years and then go, oh, whoops, it's 2044. We forgot to deal with the community. We dealt with all the city stuff. We forgot the community. That's what we can't do and we shouldn't do. So I think it's really important to make sure and keep the community in the climate plan. There's weatherization items involved in the climate plan. Well, we learned that it's weatherizing city buildings. Hey, that's great, but what about people that live on the south side that want to weatherize their buildings? Who do they go to get information about that? And I think the basic point of all this is let's keep the community in the climate action plan and have that start right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plank. Sarah Marojo, I think it is. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing your last name correctly, but you can correct me when you get up here.
Hi, my name is Sarah Marujo, very close. Thank you for having us and me. The reason that I'm here today is to also bring attention, oops, oh my God, sorry, phone is being weird. Bring attention to the crisis at PAC, like Tina also brought attention to, and I'm gonna touch on some things that she also touched on. PAC Animal Care Center is a life-saving animal shelter that works tirelessly to find foster and adoptive homes for thousands of animals each year. In December 2022, PAC had to enact a euthanasia list due to severe overcrowding and a zoo strep infection. They haven't had to have an E-list since 2016. For months, 500 dogs on average per day have called PAC home. Dozens of dogs have been euthanized since December 2023 due to human error and irresponsibility. This is not PAC's fault. We need to do better as a community to help spay and neuter our pets, keeping animals secure, saying no to puppy mills and backyard breeding, and pushing adopting or fostering animals. Overbreeding. On my way over here, PAC announced another dog who was euthanized today due to overcrowding and human irresponsibility, and several more are on deadline for tomorrow. By no reason of their own, just because there's 500 dogs there. It's not their fault. I adopted a dog from PAC in 2020, and if she was there now, she would probably be on this E-list due to the behavior she was exhibiting in the shelter. And luckily, there wasn't 500 dogs there, so she had time to find a home. But we need to do better, and we need to do better fast. So please, 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 please put addressing PAC's crisis on the top of your priority list if you haven't already done so. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Radcliffe.
My name is Tara Radcliffe. I come to you, sui juris, to continue reading from the affidavit. You have no immunity from the lawful consequences of maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance. Your failure to amend or pass a more protective telecom ordinance while permitting SWTFs that emit dangerous, deleterious, and damaging microwave radiation has harmed and continues to harm the people of Tucson, as well as the plants and animals of the Sonoran Desert. You have excluded the people from the decision-making process. By such actions and inactions, you have violated your oath of office. You have no immunity from the consequences of negligent actions and no immunity from other damage claims against the city and city personnel. You have not followed lawful form in your role as agents entrusted to govern the city of Tucson. Your failure to follow lawful form nullifies your actions and decisions as stipulated in Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Sections 11, 13, and 33. Maxim of law, where form is not observed, a nullity of the act is inferred or follows. Arizona Constitution, Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 12, Liberty of Conscience, appropriations for religious purposes prohibited, religious freedom. The liberty of conscience secured by the provisions of this Constitution shall not be so construed as to excuse acts of licentiousness or justify practices inconsistent with the peace and safety of the state. Licentiousness is to be construed as acting without regard to law, ethics, or the rights of others. You, in violation of your oath of office, have engaged in licentious practices inconsistent with the peace and safety of this state, county, city, and town. These licentious practices shall be construed to have occurred with all trust indentured servants of the state agencies, counties, cities, and towns and associations mentioned in this affidavit who have committed maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance in preference to protecting the health and safety of the people. Affiant states your actions, as well as those of all City of Tucson personnel, are subject to restriction if and when your actions are inconsistent with protecting the people's rights and freedoms. Article 2, Sections 3B, 6, and 12. Any failure on your parts to protect these rights is a breach of your trust indenture granted by the people and will be considered as acts of maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance, and an attack on the rights of the people you serve. Such attacks may result in your censure, fines, and termination of services. Arizona Constitution, Declaration of Rights, Article 2, Section 33, Reservation of Rights. The enumeration in this Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny others retained by the people.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker. All those that did not have an opportunity to speak will be called up at our next council meeting called to the audience. Rick Rappaport.
Greetings, Mayor Romero. My name is Rick Rappaport. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak. For over 40 years, I had a successful career as a commercial photographer. I specialized in people and advertising. I hired crews, hair and makeup, production assistants, stylists, and I made a good living in that niche. Occasionally, I'd get requests for studio work, products, high-end products, and I could do it, but it wasn't my expertise. I usually referred those out, and referring that out was probably the best thing I did. The clients appreciated that I found the best solution for them. Now I'm going to tie this in. The climate groups have been clamoring for more skin in the game from Tucson Electric Power, some thinking the franchise agreement should have been that vehicle. More likely, any legally binding commitment from TEP will have to come in some form of a parallel side agreement or a memorandum of understanding. Just like I did when I was asked to do photography projects in niche areas outside my expertise, the city needs to enlist the services of an attorney who specializes in this kind of work. The strategy, the negotiating, and the overall big picture and the range of expectations between the city and TEP for any memorandum of understanding. I'm not saying the city attorney is not a skilled lawyer, far from it, he is. But this is an area that requires special skills. It screams for experienced expert advice, especially after the failure of Prop 412. Court Rich of the Rose Law Group in Scottsdale, Arizona, is widely recognized as one of Arizona's top utility lawyers, if not the #1 utility lawyer in the state. I have no idea what it would cost the city to engage him and his firm to assess the city's leverage with TEP and negotiate for legally binding promises to help the city with its CAP and climate mitigation projects. But by hiring him, we'll know with a reliable degree of certainty and confidence just what the city could expect going forward. There's much at stake for the city in the strategy of where do we go from here. It goes well beyond money. The city needs to show the public it's serious about and trying to address the root causes of failures of Prop 412. But hiring Court Rich would give the city the kind of reliable expert advice to better understand just where the city stands and could legitimately expect. The deck is stacked against the city with the ACC and the current legislature. Treading carefully is job one. That's why we need to hire an expert, and I think Court Rich should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is elections, canvass of the returns and declaration of the results for the city's franchise special election held on May 16th, 2023. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration access for federal matching funds for access to professional services initiative at Tucson Medical Center, TMC. Item D is environmental and general services, Mayor and Council consideration adoption of the city's zero waste roadmap. Item E is a Tucson Code amending the Tucson Code Chapter 18 relating to the Self-Insured Risk Trust Fund, clarifying settlement authority and procedures relating to claims and workers' compensation settlements. Item F is a pre-annexation development agreement with the state of Arizona and the State Land Company. Item G is a final plat at 6048 East Pima, Block 1.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move the consent agenda.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Items on the consent agenda passed by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, continuation on public comments regarding the presented city manager's recommended budget and upcoming tentative budget for fiscal year 2023-24.
Already we have a public hearing. City Manager's Communication 151 dated May 23rd is received into, made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing for public comment on the City Manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing? Mr. Manager?
Mayor, we were not planning to, but be happy to do that if you'd like.
I think you should just be on standby just in case we have questions. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name to make your presentation. Please state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. I do have plenty of cards, actually, for the public hearing. Our first speaker is Bonnie Poulos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the public hearing. My name is Bonnie Poulos. I live within the city of Tucson. I am representing Tucson Residents for Responsive Government, TRIG, and I'm not being retained by them. Back in March, TRIG announced a meeting called Tucson Associations Matter. We sent out notices inviting 143 registered neighborhood associations to this meeting. We had what we considered a very good response. 58 neighborhood associations responded to our request for them to attend. 46 of them sent representatives who spent 4 hours on a beautiful Saturday morning talking about the things that neighborhood associations and neighborhoods need to be sustainable and to be vital. The timeline that Ruth Beaker mentioned earlier in the call to the audience made it very clear that neighborhood resources have declined from a dedicated office with personnel and a budget in the 1990s to a single full-time position within PDSD with little help and no dedicated budget in 2023. Neighborhood leaders told us during this meeting that they needed more than one neighborhood mailing a year. Emails do not work for people of my generation and older. They don't work for people who do not have enough money to invest in that kind of technology. And neighborhood-wide mailings are one way in which we can really communicate the need for neighbors to come to a meeting to talk about issues that are important. Neighborhoods also would like to have staff available for trainings on how to have a good neighborhood association, how to be an effective leader and facilitator of a meeting. They want opportunities to have input in decisions that impact them the most. We sent you some information a few weeks ago with recommended actions that we would like mayor and council to take that were a result of the 68 people who attended this meeting in March. It's not just money for another mailing. It's not just a budget for the PDSD neighborhood resources people to be able to host trainings, but it's also adequately staffing and funding code enforcement. The people who really make a difference in our neighborhoods when it comes to crime, when it comes to slum landlords, when it comes to vacant properties that are being used for drug activities. It's crucial to the health of a neighborhood to have code enforcement fully staffed with all the code enforcement officers that they need and the technology that they need to move forward with complaints that are generated by the public. We also need adequate funding for the community service officers in our community. They are the face of the Tucson Police Department for many of us in our neighborhoods. And we need to be able to have enough of those community service officers to interact with our residents. I want to ask you tonight, on behalf of all of us who are here, all of us who care about our neighborhoods, and those of us who lead our neighborhood associations, to put more money in your fiscal budget to support the things that we need to be good citizens within this community. I think that there are constituents who want more personnel hired who are responsible for neighborhood resources. They want a dedicated neighborhood resources budget for trainings and workshops and financial aid for more neighborhood-wide mailings, in addition to the support that you need to give to code enforcement and the police department. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask for your support in this next budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Polos. Ruth Beaker.
Ruth Beaker, Tucson resident, unpaid. And I'm going to read you an email that Marilyn Robinson sent to you on Sunday. She was unable to be here this evening, but I think it merits everybody hearing it. Dear Mayor Romero and council members, I am writing to support the TRIG request for COT action that is based on input from 46 Tucson neighborhood associations at a Tucson community forum held on March 18th, 2023. As a community planner and a former associate director of the Drachman Institute at the University of Arizona, 2004 to 15, I have worked with a wide variety of Tucson neighborhoods and residents and understand the importance of the support needed to maintain healthy, safe, and more equitable places to live. The Drachman Institute mission, under former director Corky Poster, 2004 to 9, stated that, quote, housing is the building block of neighborhoods, and neighborhoods are the building blocks of communities. To be strong, those building blocks need your support. The importance of neighborhoods to our community must not be understated. While social, economic, and environmental issues are causing increasing stress for families and individuals, the city must help to provide stability, not only in housing, but also in the neighborhoods that provide a strong, safe, and supportive environment for those who live here. For neighborhoods to provide that environment, they need more consistent communication with their residents and owners through regular newsletters and neighborhood gatherings, and well-informed and capable leadership through education, training, and support services. Adequate resources must be put in place for ongoing commitment and dedicated funding. TRIG, working with neighborhoods, has provided you with a list of actions that will put Tucson on track to be a community of healthy, safe, and more equitable neighborhoods. I'm attaching that list here, and I hope you will take the necessary actions to support neighborhood in Tucson. Sincerely, Marilyn Robinson. The list that she is referring to is this document which I mailed to each of your offices. I know that 3 of your offices looked at them. One of the problems we have as representatives of the neighborhoods and as residents is we don't get any feedback from you. We don't hear that you get a document like this. Did you see it? Did you read it? Did you see what we're really looking for? We don't know in 4 cases because we didn't get any feedback. We really would like to see that change. Thank you.
Barbara Lemon.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Barbara Lehman. I'm not paid. I'm a Tucson resident, and excuse me, I'm reading testimony from Fran Garcia, representing North Dodge neighborhood, who was unable to attend the meeting. Dear Mayor and Council, there are many reasons that neighborhoods in general need more funding, but I'm going to concentrate on the need for additional printed mailings. I recall vividly 13 years or so ago, standing at the podium addressing Mayor and Council requesting more funding for printed mailings. And here we are 13 years later, and it's still the paltry single printed mailing per fiscal year. As stated on the City of Tucson website, quote, "The city will cover the cost of one mailing, one newsletter, or one postcard per fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th, for each neighborhood association that requests it." It's also noted on the website that there are 149 neighborhoods in total. Neighborhoods across the city vary widely in land size, population, residents' wealth, needs, etc. Yet somehow, once a year, one-size-fits-all printed mailing is supposed to work. I can guarantee to you, after 13 years of trying to make it work in neighborhoods that really need more outreach, it does not work. Using North Dodge as an example of a less privileged area, according to the 2020 census, 27% of our population is living at or below poverty line. That includes 44% of our children and 3% of our seniors. 28% of children ages 5 to 17 speak a language other than English at home, while 18% of adults speak another language. We have had an increase in owner occupancy from 18% to 25%, but that still means a whopping 75% of our housing units are rentals. What this boils down to is we have a higher than average population that is struggling to get by on a day-to-day basis and are unaware of resources that are available to assist them. The North Dodge neighborhood puts out an e-newsletter approximately every 2 weeks, which varies from issue to issue to include, but it's not limited to, directing folks to food, utilities, rent, medical, childcare, and school resources. We include free things available to do or attend, such as the Ready, Set, Rec vans or resource fairs and other things. We encourage job opportunities that become available, as well as education and schooling and so much more. But our real problem is, for the most part, we are not reaching enough of our population, and the ones we do reach are often the more financially stable. We do not have the email addresses, even if residents do have computer access, which cannot be assumed, to share our e-newsletter. So how to reach more of our residents? Not by hand delivering flyers and requesting unpaid volunteers to take their lives in their hands, going door to door in areas brimming with pit bulls, guns, and fentanyl. Obviously, that's absurd. Excuse me. Mail is really the only way to reach as many North Dodge neighborhood residents as possible. It is past time that you, as the city, support our army of unpaid volunteers who try desperately to create and maintain neighborhood associations across the city with such meager resources available to them. The time to tack on some funds to create more mailings to our residents came and went long ago. If we want healthy, contributing neighborhoods and community, it's high time to provide funds to help create that end. Thank you on behalf of Fran and Tucson's neighborhoods.
Meg Johnson. Meg Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Meg Johnson. I live in and am Secretary of Garden District Neighborhood Association, which is located at the Grant and Alvernon intersection. I am here to request that next year's city budget includes funds to expand the support and resources neighborhoods receive from PDSD's neighborhood resources. I have seen firsthand the impact of a strong, engaged neighborhood association that it can have on crime and public safety. Since its inception a year and a half ago, I have been the Garden District representative to the TPD monthly meetings for Place Network Investigations, also called PNI. For those in the audience who are not familiar with PNI, it is an extremely successful, holistic policing approach that brings a wide range of community resources together so that the community, not just the police, address the social, economic, and physical conditions that create micro-locations of violent crime in our Tucson neighborhoods. At their first PNI target sites, TPD chose the 3 Tucson apartment complexes with the highest gun violence rates in the city. For instance, the PNI complex at Grant and Dodge, near my home, accounts for 12% of the gun violence calls in all of Division Midtown. The PNI Advisory Board meets monthly and is comprised of the city manager, police, fire, leaders from nearby neighborhoods, the ward offices, social service and health agencies, businesses, multiple city and county departments, such as transportation, code, PDSD, Parks and Rec, housing, Tucson Clean and Beautiful. Conspicuously absent from this community effort, though, is Tucson's sole neighborhood engagement specialist, Rebecca Roop. Our PNI site at Grant and Dodge is lucky. Multiple surrounding neighborhoods are active and engaged. Even more importantly, Dodge Flower neighborhood, where the PNI apartment is located, has an extremely active association president, Gretchen Runau, who single-handedly has almost daily contact with police and city services to help her neighborhood and the residents of the complex. Unfortunately, the complex PNI site at 6200 South Campbell does not have this kind of support. They don't have any neighborhood associations nearby. The complex at 7440 East 22nd is part of Duffy neighborhood, but Duffy was not active at the time PNI started and has only recently begun to participate. Participating in the monthly PNI meetings, I, as a neighborhood leader, saw many opportunities for the neighborhood engagement specialist to support the various PNI efforts and projects. A number of times I have raised my hand at meetings and suggested that the city's neighborhood engagement specialist be invited to the PNI meetings and how she could assist neighborhoods in making an impact on public safety. Twice now at the meetings, the representative from PDSD has responded that the neighborhood engagement specialist is too busy and does not have the additional personnel she needs for neighborhood resources to be involved in PNI. Really? The neighborhood engagement specialist does not have the resources and personnel needed to help neighborhoods that have the highest crime and violence rates in all of Tucson. Research studies do show, and experience certainly indicates, that an active, strong, engaged neighborhood association is effective in reducing crime. Research shows especially violent crime. An investment in supporting neighborhood associations is an investment in public safety and crime prevention. Thank you.
Samantha Yethrell, I believe it is. Samantha Yethrell.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha Wetherell, and I am a student studying environmental and water resources, water resource economics at the University of Arizona, a City of Tucson resident, and I'm not paid to speak. Firstly, I want to acknowledge how proud I am of this city for the proposed budget for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. The city has put immense care in gathering input from its constituents about this plan, and I could not be more excited in seeing this plan come to fruition. This plan and proposed budget is a step in the right direction, but I believe it still needs to be fleshed out. I believe strongly that this plan needs to have more full-time staff than just a manager and a data analyst. Considering the scope and the actions required to implement this plan and the range of expertise needed, from budgeting to policy research to robust community engagement to tracking departments' progress and annual GHG footprints, this office will most certainly need a role for resilience and another for energy. Moreover, in order to truly cover all the necessary roles for this implementation, as well as the resources needed for it, we need a larger budget than the proposed $1,030,000 for the Climate Action Plan as indicated by investment section for 2024. Compared to the often tens of millions spent by cities of similar sizes like that of Albuquerque, our budget will not be able to sustain a permanent office for sustainability. We have a lot to catch up to in terms of climate action, and if we want to make real lasting change and be a leader we all know Tucson needs to be, we cannot take shortcuts for this plan, its staff, and its implementation. To create permanent change, we need a permanent office and a budget to support it. Thank you.
Amelia Kim. Amelia Kim.
Hello, my name is Amelia Kim, and I'm a student at Basis Oro Valley and a member of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. Today, I stand before you to address a critical issue that affects us all, the climate crisis. Our planet is in peril, and we must take immediate action to protect our environment and secure a sustainable future for generations to come. As residents of Tucson, we have the power to make a difference in our own city. Already, the community as well as the mayor and council have created an engaging space for climate action. However, now that some of our concerns, as well as the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, have been passed, we must now focus on its implementation. And that starts with expanding the CAP implementation staff to at least 4 people dedicated to climate-related matters. By doing so, we ensure that our efforts to combat climate change are guided by sound advice, allowing us to navigate inevitable complexities and effectively advocate for environmentally friendly policies. A dedicated team will help us enforce existing environmental laws, challenge harmful practices, and strengthen our position in the fight against climate change. However, addressing the climate crisis cannot be achieved alone. It requires active engagement within our community and the inclusion of diverse stakeholders. As many speakers have previously addressed, we need to create platforms for meaningful dialogue where citizens, organizations, and experts can come together to share ideas, concerns, etc., and innovative solutions. By actively involving our community, as done with the creation of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, we tap into a wealth of knowledge and expertise, fostering collaboration and inspiring collective action. Together, we forge a united front against the challenges we face. Furthermore, there's a solution in allocating more financial resources from our city budget to the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. The CAP outlines our roadmap for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting renewable energy, and building resistance in the face of a changing climate, and deserves an implementation budget of at least $4.5 million per year, in opposition to the $1 million allocated currently. By investing additional funds in the CAP, We accelerate the implementation of vital initiatives, such as expanding clean energy infrastructure, improving public transportation, and enhancing our city's capacity to adapt to climate-related risks. These investments will not only benefit our environment, but also create green jobs and bolster our local economy. In conclusion, the urgency of the climate crisis demands our immediate attention. By engaging with our community and allocating the necessary funds to combat our changing climate, we strengthen our commitment to a cleaner environment. Together, we have the power to build a more sustainable future for Tucson, but with a specific regard for our youth. A future where clean air, clean water, and a thriving natural world are not just aspirations, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tam. Rick Rappaport?
Having to cede my time to someone to handle closer, put the wrong check mark on
Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Rappaport. Tanish?
Oh, I was going to give her the time.
Who is this? Garrett Weaver? Who is this? Oh, okay. Come up to the microphone and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Hello, my name is Annabelle Close. I'm 17 years old, representing the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. I've been involved with climate activism since I was 10 years old, and I'm here tonight to speak to you about the implementation of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Last year, our organization, AZYCC, got the chance to participate in the process of making the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan happen. We spoke directly with the real citizens of Tucson on a deep community level through the LSA community dialogues. And what came out of this program was a comprehensive, community-centered plan that addressed the climate crisis head-on. I want to thank those who brought this plan into fruition, those who voted to declare a climate emergency all the way back in 2020. Tucson is one of the few cities who have declared a climate emergency and undoubtedly has one of the most ambitious and extensive climate plans in this country. The truth is, this plan is really the only way in which we can move forward. Climate change will not stop or be halted if ignored. The climate disasters will come, they do not care what we think. And so we can either sit brooding in the hole we dug out of our own inaction, or we can act. For action is the only way to the future. It's a way for my future, the future of my peers, the future of generations to come. It's a future for the city I love that I grew up in. It's a future for the beautiful desert that surrounds us, and it's a future that's in danger, one that is hard to feel hopeful for in a time of environmental disasters, rising temperatures, and total ecosystem collapse. I want to know that my policymakers are going to protect my city, that my future is in good hands. I want to be able to breathe for the first time in 7 years. I want to stop dreading the world I will inherit. We need real justice for Mother Earth, and we need it now. I am tired of vague wording and empty promises. I want firm and substantial action. CAP implementation will only be effective if it is given the appropriate amount of resources and staffing. We need more staffers. We need a higher base budget. We need to track CAP revenues and expenses accurately, and we need a green fund to track TEP's contributions to the plan. The plan is a lifeline to our futures, and the youth of Tucson are begging you to value our lives, to value and protect this plan. As Greta Thunberg once said, "The eyes of all future generations are upon you, and if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you. Please know how important this plan is to the children of the city, and know that the clock is ticking." Thank you for your time.
Tanish Dushi? Tanish?
Good evening. My name is Tanish Doshi, and I'm 16 years old, and I'm a high school sophomore. And I'm, like Amelia and Annabelle, I'm here representing the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. We are a completely youth-run organization that advocates for climate justice across the entire state, and our most active team is right here in the city of Tucson. AZYCC had the privilege of being a community partner in the multi-year process that led to the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I was personally given the opportunity to work with multiple council members, and it was clear throughout the process that the city valued youth input. We engaged with thousands of stakeholders, and the mayor and council worked very hard to make sure perspectives were holistically considered, that the plan served every resident, not just a few. But now that we have done the hard work, now that the city has done the hard work of writing this plan, we have to follow through. This plan is ambitious, and it has the right goals if we are to defeat the climate crisis and make the action we need. But without the resources that are necessary, as many before me have said, we won't be able to succeed. A lot of other people have said we need at least a $4.5 million budget, a larger staff, a green fund. But I want to focus a little bit on a strategy the city can use to best use this money and best implement the plan moving forward. Many other cities across the United States have created similar plans, and the methods and structures that they have used to implement these plans can be extremely useful to the city. Albuquerque, New Mexico, for one. Albuquerque has a sustainability office with 4 full-time staff, and it's housed within the Office of Environmental Health. In 2023, its budget was $11.8 million, much larger than the million allocated in the Tucson budget. The mission of this department is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce air and groundwater pollution, maintain clean air, and perform community outreach. Albuquerque only has 20,000 more residents than Tucson, but their budget is many times larger. Another example is Ann Arbor, Michigan. Ann Arbor has led the way in the city-based climate action plan. Although they only have a population of about 130,000, a fifth of Tucson, they have a $1 billion commitment over the long term to climate action, compared to the city of Tucson's $326 million commitment. Now, of course, the city has to work for Tucson. I'm not here to say that the actions and the plans used in these other cities and their budgets are the ones that we need to implement. But we can take cues from cities across the country, from plans that have been effective, and we can use the money in this budget more effectively and make sure we fund the Green Fund and additional staff members. The city must re-emphasize its commitment to defeating the climate crisis for the youth of this city and for every single resident. Thank you for the work you have already done, and I hope that you will continue to fund the CAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanish. Garrett Weaver.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Garrett Weaver. I live in the city. I'm here to represent myself, and I am not paid to speak. Here to talk about the climate aspects of the proposed city budget. The budget takes into account the public input made by citizens during the climate action and adaptation plan process, and devotes considerable resources towards its implementation. And I see this as a very positive step towards implementation. And I would like to say that I agree with Samantha and Tanish's comments that 2 full-time staff members is great. It is a great step and a strong signal that the city is taking into account the comments that the public made during the climate action and adaptation planning process. I think we'll find that with the coordination of 11 different departments and implementation of 112 items is going to be a tall order for 2 people to handle. And I think that 4 people would be more appropriate. And these 2 roles could look like having, in addition to a sustainability manager and a data analyst, the 2 roles could look like having somebody focus on the energy side of climate and another person looking at the resilience side of the equation. So my second point, lastly, I'd like to say that I appreciate the inclusion of an energy resources study into the budget. This will look at policies such as municipalization, sustainable energy utilities, and community choice energy, which is something that myself and many other people have been asking for. So I would just like to say thank you for listening to our feedback and responding to our feedback. I really feel heard, and I really appreciate that study is in the budget. So thank you very much, and thank you for pushing this climate action and adaptation plan forward.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Denise Schaefer. Denise Schaefer. Use the taller microphone. There you go.
I'm a shorty. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Denise Schaefer. I am from Line Dita Restaurant. Past 40 years, we've been serving the community with our enchiladas and our tacos, and we would consider ourselves a big part of this community. And I am really rooting for the free fare rides because it affects our business, not only our business, but our community. And one of the reasons I believe that it's something that's very important is a lot of our employees arrive on Route 19 we're on Stone Avenue now. For those of you that didn't know, we moved from 4th Avenue. We were there for 37 years. And we recently, during pandemic, moved. We survived. Woo! Yes, thank you to our community. We asked our community for help, and everyone came out to help and donated money. And so we love our community, and we would do anything to continue this free fare, zero fare on the bus. I know that there's other ways that money can be made or tax dollars during the jam show. This is important for everyone, elderly people, people that don't have a vehicle, that need to go to the grocery store and can't make it, people that need to go to work, students. It's a good thing for our community. And I think that if you could somehow touch your hearts, I'm here to please beg you to please consider that it continue. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. That was the last card that I had for this public hearing. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Come on up to the microphone, introduce yourself, please, and let us know whether you live in the city or if you're a retained speaker.
Sure. Oh, okay. Were you referring to this gentleman or myself?
I just gave you the card.
No, I don't know your name, so first
My name is Peter Norquist.
And then Mr. Salvatierra.
Okay, great, thank you. So my name is Peter Norquist, and I live in the city of Tucson. I'm a resident of Ward 3. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to speak on the climate action plan as well, which I believe is also being tied to the recently failed Proposition 412. So much has been referenced this evening and recently about the alleged climate crisis, the need to increase funds and bloat bureaucracy to ramp up the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, and related items such as densification and infill, movement toward building and vehicle electrification, and free transit, which I understand you wish to ask TUSD to help partially fund to the tune of $1 million, if I understand correctly. What concerns me is that these are all either directly or indirectly ICLEI concepts, a nonprofit private foundation dedicated to guiding city officials toward making planning decisions that allegedly support sustainability. Originally known as the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, today the group simply calls itself ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. Their mission is to push local communities to place the environment and all manner of infrastructure under increasingly restrictive regulation. Tucson is on their list and therefore currently one of at least a few hundred American cities in which ICLEI is being paid with tax dollars from city councils to implement and enforce sustainable development. ICLEI is there to assure that the mayors and councils set appropriate goals, and climate change is the bait that they use to encourage greater centralization and control. Some of the programs ICLEI provides cities and towns in order to spread their own particular political agenda in the name of environmental protection include software programs to help set goals for community development, toolkits, online resources, case studies, fact sheets, policy and practice manuals, and blueprints used by other communities, access to a network of green experts, newsletters, conferences, and workshops, training workshops and retreats for elected officials on how to develop and implement their programs, and notification of relevant grant opportunities. This is an important one, money with severe strings attached. ICLEI recommends that the community hire a full-time sustainability manager, in your case, Fatima Luna, who can devote 100% of her time to assure that every inch of local government is on message. They often coordinate visioning workshops which use deceptive and infantilizing techniques to lead attendants to consensus so that they can claim that their plans have widespread community support. Again, this is not about the protecting the environment. And I really want to emphasize that for some of the other people who have spoken, I think in good faith, because they do care about our community and our environment. Rather, this is about reinventing government with a specific political agenda. ICLEI and others are dedicated to controlling our elected public officials to quietly implement an all-encompassing tyranny over every community in the nation. They discourage debate, regard for constitutionally guaranteed rights, property rights, free markets, and alternative thought. They're toxic to our community, and the public deserves to know more about them and the degree of influence they hold over decision-making. I encourage you to sever any ties that you have with them. And finally, I note that ICLEI is listed in the Tucson Resilient Together plan, I believe twice toward the end of the document. And so I do know that Tucson does continue to be associated with them, as does, for that matter, PEG, the Pima Association of Governments. So that's what I would like to say on this matter. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salvatierra.
My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a city resident. I'm not retained. Mayor and council, I'd like to identify the fact that when we can create an endeavor or a negotiation that saves money, we actually expand the benefit that we can create for other meaningful projects that we would all like to see covered. And two of the identification things that I see immediately are public acclamation and public trust. And they're both very important because the public votes for the officials that represent us. And by having and retaining that acclamation and that trust, we engender more of an authority to create bonding, to create new ideas, to have a leap of faith and enter into a new technology that we may think was already reserved for a third party that may be undercutting our ability to reinvest in Tucson. And one of those public trust things that really came out was the fact that Councilman Lane, actually 4 years ago, Menlo Park Pool was open to the public, and it was a beautiful facility. Now, 4 years from that time, I went by Menlo Park Pool, and there are 6 painters out there diligently finishing last work stuff. The pool is crystal clear. The slide looks beautiful. Everything is functional for a very impoverished neighborhood that really needs that amenity. And God bless you. I really thank you for that achievement. And the whole council for increasing the abundance of lifeguards. Now, in the Prop 412 rejection by the public, I think to a measure that lost public trust because it was rushed. It was created into a time frame that was in a frame that not many voters would be here, or there was a lower ballot turnout, and it was a shame because there were 288 ballots sent out, and it's disparaging when I see that kind of a discrepancy in the return ballots. But we have a chance to redo the whole event, and as a budget-saving implement, if Tucson Electric Power is allowed to tender our authority, they really need to really need to have some sort of a forced effort in a long-term contract with adequate security and public safeguards for strict timeline and undergrounding and cooperative undergrounding of other utilities that saves money. And I know if you go down Park Avenue, Euclid, Country Club, Alvernon, from Broadway north, you'll see Tucson electric power poles within a foot of the city road, within inches of the curb. And the curb may only be 3 or 4 inches high. One person runs into that thing, and several of these kind of deaths have occurred because of this kind of consequence. You can't serve all the public, by staying within the same narrow framework. We may have to include some eminent domain along those routes to create north-south e-bus and separate bicycle pathways that are away from the vehicles. That makes us bike friendly, and that's what we pitch. We need to demand binding arbitration for all dispute issues that lowers the legal fees and timeliness for projects completion. Specific contract costs for undergrounding and a timeline, not just a loosely framed consequence that we can't honor or reject.
Mr. Salvatierra, come to a conclusion, please.
Okay. Essentially, as I said before, TEP needs to have full reimbursement for these torts and lawsuits that the city has to sustain, and also when the Irvington plant, this is my conclusion right here. When the Irvington plant sells electricity outside of Pima County needs, then we're actually creating more soot, and these Pima.gov.
Mr. Salvatierra, I think you've had more than 5 minutes, sir. So
Pima County,
please wrap up.
Yeah, we've had severe ozone alerts the last week, higher than the entire year. Same with Phoenix, and these all depress our community, and they create a very significant hazard for children in the afternoons.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for my 3 minutes in the next meeting. I appreciate it.
All righty. All righty. Come up and please state your name, and if you're a city resident, and if you're a paid public
My name is
speaker.
Gisela Aaron, and I live in Tucson. The climate is changing. It has done so since the beginning of time, but not as drastically as we are led to believe by so-called atmospheric scientists. And we are being manipulated, as well as those models. They are manipulated in order to get an outcome specifically. You may remember some of the headlines of the last 80 years. None of them have come true, thankfully, but let me read them to you. 1966, oil gone in 10 years. 1967, dire famine forecast by 1975. 1968, overpopulation was spread worldwide. 1969, everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 98. In 1997, world will use up all its natural resources. 97, urban citizens will require gas masks by 1985. 1970, nitrogen buildup will make all land unusable. 1970, decaying pollution will kill all fish. 1970, killer bees. 1970, ice age by 2000. 1970, America subject to water rationing by 1974 and food rationing by 1980. 1971, new ice age coming by 2020 or 2030. 1972, new ice age by 2070. 1972, oil depletion in 20 years. 1974, space satellites show new ice age fast coming. 1974, another ice age. 1974, ozone depletion, a great peril to life. 1976, scientists consensus planet cooling, famine imminent. 1977, Department of Energy says oil will peak in 90s. 1978, no end in sight to 30-year cooling trend. 1980, acid rain kills life in lakes. 1980, peak oil in 2000. 1988, regional drought that never happened in 1990. 1988, temperature in DC will hit record highs. 1988, the Maldives Islands will go underwater by 2018. They're still here. 1989, rising sea levels will obliterate nations if nothing is done by 2000. 1989, New York City West Side Highway underwater by 2019. 1996, peak oil in 2020. 2000, children won't know what snow is. 2002, famine in 10 years if we don't give up eating fish, meat, and dairy. 2002, peak oil in 2010. 2004, Britain will be Siberia by 24. 2005, Manhattan underwater by 2015. In 2006, super hurricanes. 2008, Arctic will be ice-free by 2018. 2008, climate genius Al Gore predicted ice-free Arctic by 2013. 2009, climate genius Prince Charles says we have 96 months to save the world. 2009, UK Prime Minister says 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. 2009, climate genius Al Gore moves 2013 prediction to ice-free Arctic in 2014. 2013, Arctic ice-free by 2015. 2014, only 500 days before climate chaos. 2019, Greta Thunberg's predictions. I rest my case. I mean, you can't make up this shit. The scientists are being
Please watch your
paid.
language, ma'am.
I'm sorry. The scientists are being paid for, they get money to get their PhD, and then they fudge the numbers for a predictable outcome. And that's really what we're being manipulated. And those poor children that were here earlier, I feel for them. I used to believe that too. I really did. And I believed Y2K. I almost killed myself because I thought the world is coming to an end. And I just want you to use good information, not this scientific information. Thank you.
All righty. May I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to item 11, which is the resolution to approve the tentative budget. So item 11, city managers, can you read the title, please?
Finance tentative adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget.
City Manager's Communication Number 155, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution Number 23601 by number and title only.
Resolution 23601 relating to finance adopting a tentative budget for the 2023-24 fiscal year and fixing times and places, confirming time and place to conduct a public hearing on said budget, to adopt the final budget in a special meeting, to fix time and place to determine the primary and secondary tax levies for said fiscal year.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 23601.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Lee.
To the city manager, just on some of the feedback we received about neighborhood associations, I'm curious of your thoughts. I know with our office, we work really hard to be engaged with the neighborhood associations, and they really are the boots on the ground and provide so much value with stormwater infrastructure projects and everything. So I was just curious your thoughts on what we heard tonight on that front.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Lee. This issue is one I've heard from actually each and every one of you, including you, Mayor, over the last several weeks. Tim and I also met with the Terry representatives that spoke here. So here's my thought there. Clearly, the support for the neighborhoods is not only important, but something we need to get behind, and we are ready to tell you we are. But here's the caution. What I'd like to do is just have a little bit of space until Christina Swallow, our new Plan and Development Services Director, starts on Tuesday. As I mentioned on during the study session, I'd like to give her a little bit of grace to come up with some recommendations. Now, the concern obviously is, well, if you don't include it in the budget, then how are you going to do that? I will bring back a recommendation down the road that will address both the resource as well as the additional newsletters. You know, Councilman Kozacek, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Kozacek asked, what's the cost of an additional newsletter? I don't know that, but that can be part of a recommendation. If I need additional resource that's not adequately budgeted, I'll come back to you with a recommendation and something for consideration. I do also want to mention one quick thing. There was a comment about P&I and the lack of neighborhood resources available. There must have been some potential misunderstanding in the sense that Plan and Development Services does attend P&I. My direction has been that all the department directors or their higher level staff will attend, which includes the deputy directors. I think there was a conversation about the neighborhood specialist attending. The answer is they have other duties, and if there is an issue that needs to be brought to their attention, we will do so. I don't need all of the staff there, but I do want to make sure that you know it does have my attention and we are moving that forward. So the short answer is it was clear. We believe and agree that there needs to be support, but I'd like to have Christina Swallow take a look at that before I just tell you this is what we're going to do exactly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I also want to make sure that we're looking at community services in the context of like we're doing with P&I. We're also standing up 311. And so that particular group receiving the calls from our community should be part of the community safety, health, and wellness, the 311, and the neighborhood services conversation in terms of what we need and what are the gaps that we're not covering.
Yes, Mayor, that is part of not only P&I, but the effort. We have basically all the same players, our 311 director there. We have our community safety, health, and wellness director there. All of that needs to go together. And I think it would be a value down the road for us to bring back to you a conversation about P&I, an update so that you can understand the detail of what we're doing and how we're organizing ourselves. It's extremely important that we have that commitment because it not only engages all of the departments in the city resources, but also acts as the bridge for the folks that live in those neighborhoods and that are addressed or that are affected very directly and almost daily. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Councilmember Cunningham.
So I just want to be assured we're gonna have proper resources for neighborhoods that are that want to do 2 mailers. That's one of the pieces I just want to be clear about.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham. So I don't want to say proper resources, that's too subjective. What I will tell you is that I will look at, and I do have a copy of the document that I believe Ms. Beaker had in her hand. I do have a copy of that with the recommendations. We will look at that and we will look at the resources needed in order to accomplish some of those pieces. I won't guarantee you that all of it will be addressed, but I will come back to you with the report, and if I need additional resource, I'll let you know that too.
Any others? Well, I just wanted to touch base on the climate action and adaptation plan, Tucson Resilient Together, because we heard from that as well, from the community. I feel absolutely comfortable with the direction that we're taking in terms of hiring a lead and a co-lead for the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together. I think that once we hire the lead, she could easily put together a plan based on the needs that we have moving forward. But right now, what we have to be very aggressive on is making sure that we go after, as a city, Inflation Reduction Act funds, which have historic levels of federal commitments for climate action and adaptation. So that, for me, is one of the priorities. And hiring the whatever project manager or project lead to help us implement the climate action plan is going to really give us an idea as to what we need. Again, very similar to neighborhood resources, we do have a team that is working furiously towards looking at the needs of the city when it comes to our Tucson Resilient Together and implementing that plan. But we've got to be smart of how we move forward. So I think that we're taking the appropriate steps right now to get ourselves ready and geared up for going after funds, both for Tucson Resilient Together and for continuing to provide services to our community, both through 311, through P&I, and through our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, working in tandem with our neighborhood resources folks. So, any others? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23601 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate your input. We now move back to item 9.
Zoning Sterling Real Estate, 475 North Granada Avenue.
City Manager's Communication Number 152, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 12002 by number and title only.
Ordinance 12002 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 475 North Granada Avenue in case C921-11 from I1 to C2 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 12002.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl? Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12002 passes by a vote of 6-0. And
Item
do
10.
you have to do item 10? Item 10,
Zoning Superstar Car Wash Golf Links C1 to C2 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 145, dated May 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.21 acres from C1 to C2 zoning. This rezoning site is comprised of vacant land located on south side of East Golf Links Road, approximately 350 feet east of the intersection of Golf Links and South Pantano Parkway, and 940 feet west of the intersection of Golf Links and South Oakenshaw Way. What is the council's pleasure?
So Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the applicant did to work with neighbors. I know there were some noise concerns due to the operations of the car wash itself as well as the music. So I just want to acknowledge your willingness to raise the block wall for the neighbors and the adjacent properties, and also the noise ordinance and acknowledging that. And we want to support you in being successful as a business, and we'll also support neighbors if they have noise ordinance concerns, and look forward to working with you on that. So thank you for your work there. And with that, Mayor, I want to move that we approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be Tuesday, June 6th, 2023 at 5:30 PM. Thank you.